Fellow Falcoholics, what is up? Welcome to day 2 of the Falcoholic Live's 2025 NFL Draft Party live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft. Of course, I'm your host Kevin Knight with my co-host. I know the nameplate says Dave Cho. He's not here yet. I think we will get a Dave appearance later, but it's of course Adnan Ikic here with me once again. Adnan, the Falcons threw us for a bit of a loop last night with that trade up. I think we were expecting to be able to talk about a pick, right off the rip here within the first hour or so. Instead, we're gonna have to wait till the very end of the night. But at least there is a pick today. It could have been a lot worse. So, how are you doing? Late night last night. How are you doing on Friday?
Yeah, I'm good. I mean, look, hope you I hope you enjoyed those few minutes last night, those like 20 or so minutes, because it kind of screwed us regarding the stream. Because now we won't get a pick to talk about now. We won't have a pick to talk about on day one next year on that Thursday night. So I mean we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But man, thanks a lot, Falcons.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, thanks for really just making us. We're gonna have to sweat this one out, but we can't rule anything out now because I was adamant, before the draft. I was like, yeah, they can't trade up. They don't have the capital. They need picks, all that. Well, they said f them picks, and apparently they traded up and traded next year's first as well. So they're also crushing next year's draft takes. But if they make the playoffs this year and these
Yeah,
guys are
yeah.
good, then I'm
Yeah,
gonna care a lot
I'm
less
making, I'm
about that.
making a
So
rule for next year.
yeah.
No draft takes until like February.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
what's there going to be to talk about? Like, we
right.
we have to like deep dive right into like day two.
Day
Like,
two
there's no
immediately.
like, it's like, oh, this player might be good. Oh, he's going to be too good, so
Yeah,
he's not going
yeah,
to be there on day two.
yeah. That's rough. But guys, before I forget, real quick, I want to bring you guys a word from our sponsor. It's BetOnline once again, folks. And BetOnline is the world's most trusted betting platform, your number one source for all your sports betting action. We got baseball in full swing. We're in the home stretch for the NBA, NHL playoffs. And BetOnline, of course, has more ways than ever to stay in on the action with the latest odds, news, and scores, even live in-game betting while the games are being played. They've got the largest selection of odds on everything out there. They've got UFC as well. And BetOnline, of course, remains the number one source for all your sports wagering information. I had a friend of mine ask, what draft props I liked yesterday. I told him, Shadur to the team to draft Shadur Sanders as Cleveland, and that bet is technically still in play. Although the buzz we've heard is
Oh,
that the Browns aren't interested.
well,
So maybe by
well,
the time you read this, it won't be. By the time you see this, so yeah, yeah. Oh, they do swipe Carson Schweichinger from the Bucks though, so that's nice. Apparently, the Bucks were gonna take Schweichinger. So yeah, okay. So that bet is dead. Don't listen to me on bets is the takeaway here. But what you can do is go to Bet Online. They've got all the intel you need there. Go check them out. And of course, when you sign up, use our promo code. It's Believe BLEAV to get access to the latest promotions. Bet Online. The game starts here. Thanks again to those guys for sponsoring today's show. All right, Adnan. Yeah, we got the first pick. They're faster than our ad read this time. It's if only they could do this on
oh
day
yeah.
one. Yeah.
Hell yeah. I mean, look, Carson Schweichinger,
Yeah.
right to Cleveland. One of those nice linemen. Cleveland's having a nice draft. They're bolstering the defense a little bit. They got a lot of value for that pick that became Travis Hunter. So I don't know. We're into the swing of things, and let's settle in and start thinking and looking at what these other teams are doing because it's gonna be a minute before the
we're,
Falcons.
we're gonna be playing
Yeah.
some 4D chess, getting the Falcons ready to pick here. Um, yes. So yeah, I mean,
But this is
obvi-
where our streaming chops come into play.
mhm.
If there's anyone that can just randomly kill time, talking about nothing, it's us.
Oh yeah, we're the kings of that. Uh, but yeah, I mean, Browns obviously put off the trade down. That was a big deal. I've seen quite a few takes on it. Curious what you think about that trade down for Hunter. Now, obviously, they're going to get another pick here in just a minute too. So, what do you think about that move? I mean, passing up on a guy like Hunter to pick up some
I,
picks.
I love the value from the Browns. Like I thought that was a straight fleece. I think the Jaguars completely overpaid for him. I get it. Travis Hunter is a very, very good player. I don't think Travis Hunter is going to be able to effectively play both sides full time the way that some people or the way that he did in college. And I think that I don't think that Travis Hunter is going to give them enough value to justify the price that they paid for that trade up. I think the reports today were that he's going to play mostly wide receiver and with some sub packages at cornerback. But it's like I don't see it. Like I think I think it's a lot of hype from him, having done it in college. I think the NFL is a completely different beast, and I think it's that hype which sort of blinded the Jaguars a little bit. Not saying that Travis Hunter isn't, going to be a good player or anything. I just don't think he'll be good enough to justify. Like at this point, he needs to be like a Julio Jones level receiver to justify that price. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's going to be tough for him to live up to that, but I do get teams wanting to take that type of swing. Um, you know, I do think,
I mean, look, bro, it's a
yeah,
new GM. He comes into Jacksonville. He's a young guy, and he comes in and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna make my mark right away. I'm gonna go and take that huge home run swing right off the bat. And if it works, then it works. But it seems like a risky proposition. But if anyone's going to do it, it's a new GM. Like he has no bridges that he's burned. He has no like ill will from the fan base or anything like that. So you know,
yeah,
props, I guess. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, yeah. I'm curious to see how it's going to play out. Obviously, there's gonna always be the comparison now between what the Browns get and like the player. Like what happened with the Browns. I mean, the Browns made a similar trade in the Julio Jones trade to the Falcons, which I'm sure Falcons fans know very, very well. And the Browns, unequivocally lost that trade by trading, by passing up on, um, by passing up on a talent like Julio Jones, and they did nothing with the other picks essentially. So,
Yeah, but the thing is, like,
yeah,
I still don't think it was a bad trade for the Browns given where they were at the time. Like they weren't a wide receiver away from anything. Had the Browns made better use of those picks, then it would have been. I think we would have looked back on that as like a very good move for them. But I mean, they got Phil Taylor, Owen Marichich. I think was Greg Little one of those picks. Like they just did nothing with those picks.
yeah, yeah. Um, it yeah, I mean it's basically nothing at all. You're right, and we do see the Texans take wide receiver Jaden Higgins here, probably the best receiver on the board, not named Luther Burden, who NFL teams seem to have a serious problem with. And now the Seahawks have traded up to pick 35 with the Titans. So Seattle now on the clock here, getting some movement early. Um, but yeah, we got Noah C with the $2 asking, is that Adnan or Adam Driver on tonight's show
Yeah,
with
man,
the quaff? Yeah,
my hair is not long enough for Adam Driver levels, but you know, I I will say it's getting there, but I think I may snip it pretty soon. Like it's
yeah,
I think the hair has gotten to a point where it's getting to its limit at this point.
yeah, yeah. No, I mean I get it. That not everyone can handle the ponytail life. It is a commitment. To get to that length is also a commitment. So it takes some time, and yeah, we'll see. But we got a pick in here for Seattle at 35. Texans get their wide receiver that they were rumored to be interested in. Apparently, they were trying to trade up in the first round for Ikic Buka. Weren't able to do that successfully, so they get Jaden Higgins, pretty good consolation prize. Yeah, any thoughts on who Seattle might be going for here? I mean, that's a significant trade up. I think they gave up a third to come up here.
Yeah, I mean, look, man, Seattle, they got their offensive guard last night. They are bolstering they're bolstering the trenches a little bit. I mean, knowing Seattle, they have Mike McDaniel as their head coach. He comes from a defensive background. I'd be hard pressed to think that this is going to be another offensive move as a result. Like I would imagine probably one of those, probably a defensive lineman at this point.
I could see that. Yeah. Defense, maybe secondary. I mean, defensive lineman.
I'll be shocked if it's offense.
Yeah, me too. I mean, John Schneider's always a guy he goes for those like athletic, big defensive linemen. So I mean, I'd have to pull up.
I mean, Seattle's always had a type for sure,
Yeah.
and I mean, look, man, those teams that sort of have that type where they, stake their identity on the defensive side of football. They're the teams that have had, a lot of success over the past decade or so. I'm
Yeah,
thinking
yeah.
the Steelers are a team that comes to mind. The Ravens, Seattle, those like rugged like defenses.
Yeah, no, that definitely could make sense for them. We'll see this pick as it comes in here. We're going to get an announcement here momentarily, as we're definitely making better time at this point than we were last night. That's for sure. So, but they always drag that first pick out. Although I will give the Titans credit, they actually didn't like drag it all the way down. But yeah. All right. Well, welcome in, guys. Welcome back. Day 2 going on now as we're getting ramped up for some second and third round coverage. Not as spicy maybe as it could have been, but we ended up swapping mid second for a late third, a compensatory third there, but still an opportunity to add an important player, which and really this pick is kind of critical given that the Falcons, like these two sort of mid picks, 101 and 118, which will be early on Saturday's show, kind of critical for Atlanta here. So, you usually don't say that about a third round pick, especially a guy like Fontenot doesn't have a great track record of third rounders either. But they kind of need to hit on this one, given their lack of resources elsewhere.
Can we hurry this up? Like, the pick was in, they had the timer going down. Here's Richard Sherman.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's gonna be a night of like, these guest pickers.
Yeah, taking their time. Yeah.
Did the Falcons have one tonight, like a guest picker?
Yeah, isn't it gonna be they announced who it was gonna be. Someone in the chat, I'm sure, will say I can't remember it now, but yeah, it was someone like a famous Falcons player for 46. I assume they're just going to move him to 101 now.
They got Emanwari.
Oh, Nick Emanwari. Yep. Okay, so he goes off here. Yeah, that tracks. That tracks like with them. I mean, again, we were talking about like athletic Marvel type guys, and
I think so.
Yeah.
Or thinks the Rocketism.
Keith Brooking. That's right. Yeah, Keith Brooking. Yeah. So, yeah, Nick Emanwari here. Going
this
to
is
Seattle. That's like, oh yeah, that definitely tracks. It definitely tracks with Seattle here. Brown's coming up again too. So
also, I won't lie, Richard Sherman, wonderful suit. Like it was team colors.
Yeah.
Green dress shirt, the like Seattle like Seahawks blue like blazer, and like that's shout out to him. Like, he went up there, guest picker for the team, wore the team colors.
Good fit. I like the fit there.
Yeah, great fit. Honestly, the color scheme actually, like the Seattle color scheme is one of the best. Like even somehow they make like the green, like that green should never work like in anything, and somehow that like they make it work with that like shade of blue.
Yeah. It just comes together there. I agree. It's tough to pull off the lime green, but it just works. Some things just work. You can just make it work. So.
I had to watch for years as the Hawks tried that bolt green, like where they were just fooling themselves with it. But it was like they had those like, the Volt green in their jerseys for like 3, 4, 5 years. It started in the 2015-16 season, and it went like through 2020. So it was like a 5-year thing, and I think the second they were able to like change it, they're like, okay, this was a disaster. We're pulling it for like other jerseys. Falcons take some notes on that one.
Yeah. I mean, there's still the chance that we could get new uniforms this year, although they would have been waiting way too long to announce it. So I think it's very unlikely, but it's in the near future potentially.
Yeah, I'm we know my opinions on this. Oh, there's Quinshon Judkins,
Oh,
third running back off the board.
wow, ahead of Travion. There was buzz that could happen. Um, wow,
Hey,
yeah,
hometown guy, came from Ohio State.
yep,
So,
yeah, yeah,
hey man, it's I think that spells near the end for UGA legend Nick Chubb over there.
yeah,
I mean, that was just another brutal knee injury for him. Just it's way too much to take, multiple catastrophic injuries, especially him getting older now. But man,
yeah.
he was balling before that injury.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, what could have been, Yeah, someone was, Hayden Winks on Twitter was mentioning for the Seahawks, they got Tariq Woolen, Devon Witherspoon. Now they got Eman in there. Like that is a freaky secondary.
And I will not lie, if my green is there, like at where the Falcons were picking originally, I'm gonna feel some type of way.
Well, if he's there where they're picking originally, it's pretty clear that the NFL is like more or less out on him.
Hey, I
So
mean, I'll take him a 101.
yeah, if we can have that conversation. We could get that going. Get the no, I seriously doubt that'll last that long. But all right. So now next up, we got the Raiders making their second pick here at 37. Raiders grabbed Ginty at 6, so maybe they'll try to get. I know they were projected to go after a tackle here. They've, obviously they could go after one of these guys that's sort of slipped, like you mentioned, Green. Will Johnson's still here. Luther Burden, Azaraku fell out of the first round. I feel kind of vindicated on that one. I think I was one of the people that was like, I think he's more of a sec. Azaraku to me is maybe a slightly better version of Arnold Ebiketie. And like I still like Arnold Ebiketie. I think he's probably gonna have a better like middle of his career than he did early career. And hopefully he'll look really good now that he can actually play as part of like a real rotation and not. I think it was too much to ask Ebiketie to be like our primary pass rusher, which is basically what he's been the last like 2 years. It's a lot to put on him. But I kind of feel this. I feel like Ezraku is a similar player, and that I do think he's a good player, but he can't do it by himself, and that's kind of why I was like, I'm not really sure that I would want to invest like a pick 15, for instance, in that type of player. We get a trade here. Dolphins coming up. So now all the trades that like after like such a bit like we got that trade at like 2 yesterday, and then there was like no trades until like the 20s, and today we're just coming out swinging with all these day 2 trades. So.
George, if Jared Wilson is there at 101, like you need to run to the podium. Like
yeah,
you need to like not walk. Like the pick needs to be in before you're even on the clock somehow. If that's even possible. It's not, but understand my hyperbole. I doubt that he's not falling that far. But man, like that's a dude where you would consider him in like the second round if like you still had your second round pick. He's arguably the best center in the draft.
Yeah, I would love to get Jared Wilson then if that's possible. Like, let's go. Like, let's get it done. I think there's no chance, but yes, like it would be fun.
Hey, until he gets picked, there's always a chance. But there's no chance. Man, I forgot I told Dave I would write up the pick tonight, so let me multitask a little bit while on the show. Just say,
yeah, fair enough.
Be making some of these paragraphs.
Gotta get that content, that hot and fresh content out to the people.
Man, at the end of the day, what pays the bills is the written work.
That's right. So, all right, we got the details of this trade here. Dolphins moving up. They send a 5th rounder. Or wait, yeah. Okay, so they send 48, a 3rd rounder, and a 4th rounder to the Dolphins. And the Dolphins send back, they send that to the Raiders, excuse me, and then the Dolphin. They get a fifth back. That's what I'm trying to say. They get a fifth back. The way this is worded is weirding me out. But so yeah, I mean that's quite a return. It's quite a return for these trades. It would have been really nice for the Falcons to trade down, but yeah, I mean by 46 maybe there aren't people trying to make these aggressive trades anymore. I mean you never know, but
Look, man, apparently it's a seller's market this year because
Yep.
all these teams that are trading back are getting a hell of a value from it.
yeah. So we shall see. All right,
Jonah
Savania, yeah,
Savania,
I think so.
Savania,
I think it's Savania, but
Yeah, he picked over a guard. I mean, they needed offensive line help. There was talk about them going a lineman in the first round.
yeah. No, I'm not surprised by that, given that they, ended up going, with Kenneth Grant instead of an offensive lineman there. So they go up for a Savania here. Hopefully not butchering that. Oh, that's right. He's listed as a tackle. Yeah. No, I heard he had quite a lot of fans, but he's probably someone that's going to be a guard convert, given what I think a lot of scouts have said. But he does have that tackle flexibility. So I am curious where they plan to play him. But interesting prospect for sure. So yeah, B. Robbins says if we get Jared at 101 A plus, yeah, I mean hard agree. Like yeah, if you can make that work, then absolutely, let's get it done. All right, but we're moving along. We got a pretty good pace here. Patriots on the clock here at pick 38. Still haven't made the trade. They're like, oh, is anyone going to trade up with us? We're taking calls. It's just, it's all these trades going on. So
Yeah, I still think that the Falcons were trying to trade back from 15 last night. That's why they took all that time. Because it doesn't make sense if Walker was their guy, like from the start, like they wouldn't have taken like the entire time. Not saying he wasn't their guy, but it's like I don't think it was Walker's right there. We're over the moon. Like we're taking him like immediately.
yeah. Excuse me. All right. Well, the Patriots are taking this clock down. Patriots slowing us down. We were on a roll, Adnan. We were on a roll.
Patriots ruin everything, huh?
Yep, they do. They really do. But Patriots early on end up grabbing Will Campbell. That was one of the more chalky picks of the first round, I think. They could really use a receiver. Maybe they also would have liked to get a running back here. I feel like that's less of a need, but maybe this is the burden spot, I know there are teams that like Io Manor too. He could be someone in this range. Obviously, someone's going to take a chance on Will Johnson at some point. He is a good prospect, but yeah, I mean, clearly it must be way worse than was let on. So yeah, we'll see. All right, Painful Quandary says his Maori best mate tells him it's pronounced Savaiania. Savaiania. Okay, I'm gonna go with that. That's definitely sounds closer than what I was working with there. So thank you for the tip. Oh, Diallo says I'm just here to see a cornerback get drafted by us. Yeah, I mean I think that's maybe the favorite. I don't know. There's a pretty good chance it's a corner, given this class and what they need, right? So, see.
Man, I would love a secondary pick tonight. Don't get me wrong, if Jared Wilson's there, take him. But it's like the guy I'm looking at and the guy that I'm going to be very sad when he inevitably gets taken before the pick is Billy Bowman from Oklahoma.
Yep, good player.
Because a ball hawking safety, too high safety look. Him and Jesse Bates would be, a couple of demons in the secondary on a too high safety look. I don't know. I to me, one of these guys who specializes in like their coverage. Like no disrespect to, the run defense portion of of the game, but let me get one of these like ball hawkers.
Yeah, no, Bowman. The only reason he's not like a high day 2 pick is he's small. He's undersized. And I think he's not quite as versatile as like an Andrew Makuba, but otherwise, like, I mean, I think
But
he's
even
that.
then, like we're not talking about like I mean, yeah, 5'10", like 192. Yeah,
It's kind of small for safety, but yeah, I mean,
but
yeah. But he's like you said, he's more of a coverage guy, so it's like you can make that work. You can find ways to.
but also it's not like for a safety, like it's not as dramatic as like for a cornerback, for example, when you're
Yeah,
like lined up one on one against the X.
yeah, it's
Um,
different.
yeah, so you have him out there as a sort of center fielder, in some plays, and yeah, I don't know. I want one of these. Give me another guy who's like a little smaller, Kobe Bryant.
Mhm.
Not spelled like the basketball player. It's Cobee.
Yeah, yeah.
Out of I think Kansas. Another
Hmm.
dude that could be a nice addition as a nickel cornerback.
Yep, yep.
Um, so I mean, yeah, we'll see. I know there's some, there may be some hesitation among the fan base after the Clark Phillips pick a couple of years ago. I don't think Phillips has been great. But I'm not ready to pigeonhole every smaller safety as like a bust because Phillips hasn't been amazing, and even Phillips, that was a day 3 pick.
Yeah, yeah. Shout out to Clark Phillips Sr., who is a avid watcher of the show.
Oh,
And
he is, yeah,
yeah. Oh
yeah,
shit. Yeah.
he's
Sorry.
fantastic. Yeah, great,
No, no.
good.
Yeah, no. Clark Phillips Sr. Definitely have enjoyed chatting with him. But yeah, this is an opportunity this year for Phillips. Probably a critical one. Either to show that he can be the slot guy, or is he going to be able to factor in on the outside again? Like, I'm not sure. But given that the team doesn't seem overly committed to D. Alford, I mean, they basically let him test free agency entirely. Um, we'll have to see if. I mean, I assume Clark is going to get an opportunity to compete there in the slot. Given his size profile, that might make sense. He didn't really do it in college. That's not to say he can't, but it is a different position. It's a tough spot. We got Travion Henderson. There we go. There's the other, right? I was like, wow, he didn't have to wait long after Quinshawn went, but Travion Henderson to the Patriots here at 38.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. They're trying to bolster everything possible for Drake May, and I mean, yeah, respect to them.
Yeah.
They got him his tackle. Now they're getting him his running back at 7.1 yards per rush.
Mm-hmm. It's
That's
nuts. Yeah,
insane.
he's big play guy, super explosive runner. Like you said, home run hitter type of running back. He's got the juice. He's got the juice. I know the down to down consistency is kind of the thing with him, and also like, he's someone who's dealt with some injuries. So it's like, is this a workhorse? Probably not. But I think I think you could really see. I know some people have comped him to Jahmyr Gibbs, and that's way too rich. But like, I could see him as being like a B version of Jahmyr Gibbs, as a part of a tandem of running backs with like a David Montgomery type, more of that bruiser, and have a really effective duo. Like, I think he absolutely can be that type of player. We got Ken Jr. with the $5. Thank you, Ken. Appreciate you. Says, is there a reason Donovan Ezuraku was falling so far? I mean, I haven't heard anything specifically. My guess is that it's, my vanity would say that maybe the NFL thinks of him a little bit closer to what I thought of him than like what the media thought, which is that I think Ezuraku is a capable part of an edge rushing rotation, but because of his size limitations and, lack of length and things like that, people I think question whether he can be as effective in the NFL and whether or not he's actually worthy of this like elite pick. Even though I think he's good, he's got the moves, he's clearly got explosiveness and that sort of stuff. But I think ultimately, I think it's just he's not looked at as being as high end of a prospect, maybe as some thought. And
I just envisioned a scenario where the Saints take Mike Green at 40. I
yeah,
don't like it.
I don't like it.
I
Don't
don't
like
like
that.
that
Yeah.
scenario at all. The Bears
No.
are in a spot. They're picking 39 and 41. So they'll be
Yep.
on the clock. They'll be off the clock. Then they'll be on the clock again. But Yeah,
Yeah.
man. I like what the Patriots are doing. If you're going to, grab a quarterback in the top five and have him be your franchise guy, then give him every single thing he can possibly need to be successful. And then, at that point, if he's not successful, then it is what it is.
Yeah.
The Falcons, I guess, like have taken that approach with Penix, and just in a different way that they put everything in place first. Drake London's there, the offensive line is there, Bijan Robinson is there, all of those were already there, and then they slot the quarterback in. But yeah, the more traditional approach is we'll take the quarterback and then we'll build around him after that. Either way works.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, just get good players, really. That I think it's kind of overblown, like what you need to do first. I think you just get the good
Yeah.
players, and yeah, that's what you're hoping for. Um, Bears up now at pick 39. Pick is in. Then we'll have the dreaded Saints at
Please not a
40.
Baku. Please not Mike Green. Like
You just know it, Adnan. It's coming. It's coming.
it's a very advantageous position for them.
Maybe it'll be Tyler Shuck. A man can dream, Adnan. A man can dream.
Are we sure it still can't be Jackson Dart?
Jackson Dart again.
And maybe
He
it's
splits
Shador.
time. Yeah.
Maybe
It could
it's
be
Shador.
Shador.
Yeah.
It could be. Yeah. There
Okay.
was buzz about them taking Tyler Shuck today. Like that is real. But I don't. I mean, I can't believe it would be pick 40, right? But but you're telling me there's a chance that it could be. that would be amazing. But unfortunately, it's probably not going to be that.
Yeah, but man, yeah, this is a hell of a spot for. Damn, man, I wish we had pick 46.
I wish we still had our second rounder, but I do like James Pierce, so that aspect of it is nice.
Yeah.
But definitely we'll have to see who ends up being right here, because the Falcons, I think, were like, oh, like James Pierce is like in a tier above all these other edge rushers. And we'll have to see if that plays out. Obviously, considering what they gave up for him, he really does. He needs to be, right?
He
So
better be a tier above like that. I
yeah.
mean, oh, there's Luther Burden to the
Oh,
Bears.
there he
Yeah,
goes.
another team where just like the Patriots, they're building up every single possible thing around Caleb Williams. They got
Yeah.
Odunze last year. They got Burden now as the wide receiver tandem. I think Keenan Allen's still there.
Yeah.
Um,
No, Keenan Allen might be gone, but
is
yeah,
he
I
gone?
mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. His contract might have expired. I can't remember, but yeah, they got, like you said, they got Rome, and they got DJ Moore. It's looking good there. So definitely plenty of weapons for Caleb Williams. No excuses allowed. So
Oh yeah, they got the new coach in there. They got
yeah, they got Colston Loveland in the first round. So they got
Loveland.
that. Yeah.
They're just surrounding them with weapons now.
Yeah. So no excuses. So
All right, now I'm worried.
now we're getting nervous. I need it to be. If it's Tyler Shuck, I'll take a shot. Okay, like I'll say that now. If it's Tyler Shuck, we'll get the night started good. So
Yeah, but man, like yeah, here's the thing: if 46 Azarako's there or Green is there, and they end up being the same as James Pierce, and Pierce isn't here above them, then it's like you look back and it's like, okay, that was just a waste of resources, of really valuable resources.
yeah. So obviously, I really like James Pierce, even though he kind of scared me. But I do think he could be. Like, I think there's a pathway to him being the best like pass rusher in this draft. Like, I think that's a legit possibility. Now, Abdul Carter obviously is the favorite to be like the best overall player.
Look, I think Pierce
But
was a stat that he had the best pressure rate in all of college football last year. I think, is that what McShay said?
Mhm.
If that's the case, then the Falcons got the player with the best pressure rate in college football 2 years in a row. That was Braylon Trice a couple of years ago.
yeah,
So I
yeah.
mean, yeah, it's I don't mind going by pressure rate over raw sacks, because a lot goes into like getting a sack itself. Sometimes you do enough to get one, and you're just unlucky not to get one. Sometimes a quarterback just trips and falls right in front of you.
Yeah. All right. I don't know if this leak is true for the Saints pick or not, but
No, let's not. Let's not.
I'm not gonna reveal anything, but
Okay.
but
I
yeah.
mean, now I'm. I mean, now I really want to know, but
now I need to know. Yeah, I shouldn't have said
now
anything. Now it's like now it's
no,
ruined.
but am I
Yeah,
really able to
yeah.
wait 2 minutes?
Right. Yeah. I mean,
That's
they're gonna drag it out longer too. So,
that's the question. It's like,
guys in the chat, who do you think? Who do you think the Saints are going for here?
man,
I won't weigh in. You've already heard my take. So,
and Deion Sanders is out there, watching right now. So I'm getting Shador. That has a chance to really, kind of, throw something extra in the rivalry as well. Because I mean, look, Dion is. We all know what the Falcons and what the fan base thinks of Dion, and you know that he's going to be a Saints fan after, if his son goes to New Orleans.
mm-hmm. All right, we're waiting. The pick is in here for New Orleans. We're waiting on that announcement. Everybody in the chat, we got folks saying, don't let Sanders go to the Saints. Maybe some love for Sanders. Well, not love, but, like people saying maybe Sanders, maybe Shuck, maybe Milrow.
Jalen Milrow would make me very happy.
Yeah. I actually think Milrow could turn into something, so that would scare me.
Look, man, I'm a bigger believer in Shador than I am Milrow. Like just from
same, yeah.
Pure on the field perspective. Now off the field stuff, like
yeah. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, like, no, the thing about Sanders, like, it's getting like ridiculous with Sanders now. Like, I think Sanders is like a legit starting quarterback. I just don't know that the ceiling is there. But like, he's a legit starter, I think. I mean, geez. He's getting too much.
Yeah, you were right. You were Tyler Shuck.
Yeah. All right, I guess I got to go get my tequila.
They got neither. They got what?
Tyler Shuck, baby.
I'm very happy with that pick.
Wow. Wow.
Man, Shador Sanders is in a free fall, bro.
That's the most insulting thing of all, really. That like a 26-year-old quarterback who's dealt with 3 season-ending injuries is going ahead of you. That's just insulting. There's no universe where Tyler Shuck's a better quarterback prospect than Sanders. I'm sorry. Like I can't get behind that. Like I can't see any justification for it.
Yeah, I would have been worried if they got Shador.
Hold on, Jake wants to come in to talk about this. Hey, Jake. I figured we were going to hear from you.
Oh,
Excellent.
boy. What a pick. You know what? I was about to go pick up my dinner. And I said, you know what? Let me see. Because I saw the tweet earlier and somebody said that they like him. And I was like, let me wait a second and see if they actually do this.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah.
This dude is, older than Penix, I think?
Yeah, he's 26?
Yeah.
Or 25 and a half or something like that. Yeah, I think he'll be 26 this year, maybe. But
3 broken bones, too. I mean, I don't know if that qualifies as injury prone, but I mean, we were worried about Penix. Good Lord.
Yeah.
This guy was like Penix if he wasn't good.
Right. Well, he does have that one intangible that everyone seems to care about in a quarterback. So,
he's white.
Yeah, that was the one. Yeah.
I'll give him credit. I will say I don't think Chuck is that bad. I just like
no, I don't think he's bad.
26-year-old quarterback with 3 season-ending injuries. Like I don't see it. But
I mean, in fairness, look, I get it. Penix had his season-ending injuries too, and he was older, but he's also just better.
Yeah, 100%. One played in the national championship and one played in the Bad Boy Mowers Bowl.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like I don't see how anyone could watch. Like, I think Sanders is getting like way this is getting way too far with Sanders. Like, did he have a super high ceiling as a starter? No. Like, I think he's a solid starting NFL quarterback. Like, I don't know how you could watch Sanders and Tyler Shuck tape and come away thinking Tyler Shuck's a better prospect. Like, I just don't get it. Like, maybe it's all about the Dion baggage, like, and that's what this is. But like,
Like I'm wondering like what those like team interviews were looking like at this point.
I
Like,
maybe
It
there
couldn't have
weren't
been
any.
that bad.
interviews.
Yeah,
couldn't
maybe
have
he
been
was
that
like, yeah, I'm just the best. I'm wondering if Sanders showed up and just pulled the Ricky Bobby. He's just like, yeah, I'm just the best there is. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
I wake up in the morning, I piss excellence.
bad.
Yeah, like there's no way that it's like it can just be all right. Well, Deion Sanders is his father, so it's like there had to have been something for him to be free falling. Like, I mean, Tyler Shuck, like, come on, like even
God,
Jackson
and think
Dart
about
last
think
night.
about how easy it is to get to Tyler Suck. Okay, I'm just saying, like that's a dangerous proposition right there. So
Yeah, I don't know. I think he can be good, but I think like you kind of just got another version of Spencer Rattler. I feel like, which I'm perfectly happy with.
Yeah, and I mean they got Rattler last year. Rattler was dog shit. Like, I guess I get it. He was a rookie, but he was ass. Like so ass that they benched him for Caleb Haney last year. Yeah, I mean, no, I'm definitely here for it. Like,
well, Adnan was like sweating, like, oh God, are they going to get Mike Green? Are they going to get Ezraku? He fell. Will Johnson? Like,
yeah,
which great
even
player are the Saints
Fedora,
going to tank?
Fedora would have worried me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I worry. I think there's something. I think there's something up with Will Johnson. I mean, I know he has the
Yeah.
knee. I think he might have the Todd Gurley arthritis problem, which means he's probably in for a long day. He may not get picked till tomorrow if that's the case.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate, obviously, but I mean, yeah, if we're talking like third, fourth, fifth round for Will, I mean, like I don't care if I only get him for 3 years at that point, if that's the price.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like
That's
if I get
as long
3
as
great
you get a
years,
fifth round pick for you.
let's
Exactly.
do it. Yeah, so
I watched the Bills will take him right here and make me look like an idiot, but
right, yeah, the NFL just loves to do that, but
oh yeah.
yeah, what a pick, Jake. I was like,
yeah.
oh, I wonder if Jake's gonna come. I saw you
I d-
tweeting a minute ago. I was like, oh, I wonder if Jake's gonna show up for
I
this.
had to pop in for that one, and I had
Yeah.
to pop into that one. But yes, I will be back later tonight. But I did want to get y'all's instant reaction on that. So
Yeah, absolutely. Well, appreciate any Saint slander is obviously welcome on this program. So happy to have you back. And yeah, I guess we will enjoy your dinner, and we will get you. We'll see you back at the end of the night, apparently, because we gotta wait. So
yeah, we got a long time. I'll talk to you
Yeah.
boys later.
all right, man. Thanks. Jacob Gordon, guys, over at Sports Talk ATL. Go check those guys out too. If you don't get your fill of Falcons content on the Falcoholic and you need more, check out Sports Talk ATL as well. All right, I guess I'm a man of my word. I got to go get my tequila. So, but yeah, I was gonna wait because we had another trade here. I believe the Bills traded up to 41, so we get this pick first before I go downstairs. I'm a man of honor, folks. We'll honor what I said. This is nice because it's a celebratory tequila shot. I didn't want to do the Matthew Golden at 15 tequila shot. That's a depressing one. So I'm happier to go this route. Let's see.
Here are the Bills.
They were like
Did you see the details about this trade up?
no, I was looking for it right now. The Bills were at 56.
It moves them up 15 spots. I mean, maybe they get Mike Green.
Maybe that would be a great pick for them. I would love that.
The Bills as well, yeah.
I love SB Nation's like Tyler Shuck little tidbit here. It's like, grade C-, and the note is, man, Shadur Sanders must have really flunked those interviews.
Yeah, no, I would love to know what those interviews were like.
Yeah. Oof.
Like he had to have been like, all right, well, it's TJ Sanders. Well, it's not Mike Green, but
Oh man, Bull Rush McIntyre.
they
TJ
do
Sanders. Yeah.
like the big criticism of the Bills throughout the playoffs last year. Remember was they're too small. Like defense is too small, front seven is too small, and I mean I guess they're beefing it up a little bit.
Yeah. All right, we got the Bills coming up here. So it's kind of like a pick swap.
Like basketball too. I know for a fact he played center.
Yeah.
That is not the body of a guard.
This is not... Yeah, I mean, I will defer to you on that one for sure. I
Uh,
think you would know. Yeah, TJ Sanders. There was like a moment, kind of like early in the process, before the Senior Bowl, where Sanders was like late first hype. I think it didn't pan out that way. That sometimes happens because other guys will rise. I don't think it's necessarily anything Sanders did, but um, he's strong as hell. Big bull. That's why funny, like his like nickname is like Bull Rush McIntyre. He's a bull rusher. That's his move. It's really good. It's kind of that's kind of all that he does, right? But yeah.
sometimes that's all you need.
Yeah. Sometimes that's all you need.
It's all he needed to be a day 2 pick.
Right. I mean, that's basically David Walker's whole profile, right? Like like I love David Walker as like a 4th round pick. Yeah, sure. All he can do is bull rush, but goddamn, is he good at it? Like I think he'll have a long NFL career with that bull rush.
You say David Walker, and I think DW.
I know that's just good. If we draft David Walker, DW has to come back. Like there's no like that's
DW. Like did he leave the Falcoholic to pursue a collegiate career of football, and then he got really good at it? And now he's going to play for the Falcons.
Oh man, would love David Walker. I think he's super underrated. Like, yeah, I mean he's not ideal size, but he's like got that. He's got that trump card, right? I mean that's his thing. Like he's 6'1", 260. He's like just a leverage monster, and he's just gonna bull rush you and get under your pads and cause havoc. And like,
I promise you, those are the guys that those interior offensive linemen like playing the least.
Yeah, it's so hard to handle them, because you're like, and it's so great to have that as like your 3rd or 4th rusher, because you've got James Pierce running the arc or Jalen Walker running the arc as like a 7 or 9 tech, and then you just got like David Walker comes in on 3rd down
it's like
as a 5 tech.
It's like that thunder and lightning, like that you have with running backs, where it's like, all right, you have the guy who's gonna like power through you, and then you have the speed guy who comes in when you're already worn down. But sort of just like on the other end along the defensive line, where you have just James Pierce wearing you down along the edge, and the speed along the edge, and then like when the game really starts bogging down that second half, it's like, all right, here comes a 260-pound behemoth, and all right, now deal with the bull rush when you're already tired.
Yeah.
Hey man, those trenches, bro. Like say what you want, but it's those guys have action every single snap.
Yeah, they do.
Like it's one of those things. Look, man, I obviously I have not played football at like these levels, but just like I do remember, like even in my days playing flag football, I was like I would line up like as an offensive lineman sometimes, and I'd go out like catch some passes, but it's like you have action every single play.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta. It's physical, man. You got to get in there. Like my thing was always like
times that by like 1,000,000. Like what with these guys actually like putting hands on each other.
Yeah. No, like that was always my thing in flag is that I would always like chip and then run a route, but it's just like I'm always like gonna go make contact with someone, and it's like by the end of the day, like your forearms like sore as hell. It's like, man, I gotta get some sleeves or something. But you're just out there like checking somebody and then getting into a route, and it's just like I mean, it's a whole other level, obviously, at the NFL, physicality and speed, and then on top of that, it's full contact. So
these wide receivers, like let's be honest, some of them will take a route off, like some of them will check out sometimes. Some of them will know, like they know they're not getting the ball, and sure, you run the route, but you're gonna be a decoy. But then like if you're a center, if you're like a left tackle, it's like, okay, you're doing something every single snap. Like there is no like taking a break, or there's no like stopping. Like, even the defensive line, when you'll rotate out, but these offensive, you're not rotating out your center.
No, you don't. You got to get that continuity going, keep it going. All right, we're gonna get this Jets pick here. Talk about that a little bit. Then I'm gonna pop out for a second. I gotta be a man of my word here. But yeah, Jets don't get Tyler Warren in the first round. That was a very popular pick for them. They go with Armand Mambu instead. Makes a lot of sense.
He's a good tackle. I never have any like complaints when you're bolstering the trenches like that.
No, not at all.
like let's be honest, Falcons went with like in the trenches on tackle, like on day one, I'd be like, I'm mad, I'm upset, but what can you say?
It's very unsexy. It's very unsexy. Hey Dave, what's up, man?
Not much, just enjoying the draft.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow,
Our
Well,
rival.
it's
yeah,
rainy as shit right now.
yeah. I'm not sure what's going on
Look
there.
at me, like
I know
I'm
Adnan's like in the shadow realm or something. I don't know what's
like
happening.
I've been banished by the Falcons.
Right. That with the
You got
light, it
like
might be the lighting because when
It's
that
like
bright light came on,
this
yeah,
isn't the first time.
yeah.
I have some natural lighting out of the window. I'm about to turn on like the actual light in here.
Adnan's living in a world of darkness. All right, well, Dave, I promised the people if the Saints took Tyler Shuck that I would take a tequila shot. So I'm gonna go get that real quick. I'll let you and Adnan make fun of the pick for a moment while I go take care of that. So.
Yeah, no,
I
Tyler Shuck. I'm happy. I'm very happy. What multiple broken bones, multiple season-ending injuries, 25 years old. Man, this sounds like the Falcons last year. Um, no, I'm just kidding. I mean, well, not really, but Penix is actually just straight up a better player. I mean, like Shuck's production like tanked when he got put under pressure. So it's like, okay, yeah, you can do it in a clean pocket, but so can everyone else in the NFL. That's not.
right. Yeah, it's I just love it's classic Saints to be like, okay, we have an old busted quarterback and we have a guy we don't actually like after we played him a bit. What if we got another old busted rookie quarterback?
Yeah,
Like
emphasis on
they,
old too. He's going to be 26 when the season starts.
Greg
That's
Outman with Fox Sports had a great stat, which is that he was college teammates with Juwan Johnson, who's been in the league for like 6 years.
yeah. I did not know this. Sorry, Dave. I was reading a tweet, but apparently he was backing up Justin Herbert at Oregon.
Yeah.
Like that's holy shit. In the second round, I mean, had they taken him in like the fifth, like they did Rattler, okay. But yeah, now we're on. Well, there's Alfred Collins to the 49ers. Now we're sort of on Shador watch, just like as just because it's sort of entertaining at this point. Of like, where's he gonna fall? How far is he gonna? This is the reality show that the NFL draft is. Like, it's. I remember. Well, I don't remember, but I remember reading about like the Aaron Rodgers like situation in 2005, where he like falls all the way to 25. They're like showing him in the green room. But this feels like it's another level. Like we're already into day two. We're 10 picks into day two. You have guys like Tyler Shuck, Jackson Dart being taken ahead of him. And it's like, how far will Shador Sanders slide?
I have to think like a QB needy team still picks him up here in the second. I don't know who it's going to be, but to me, I mean, I think obviously he got overrated at different points in his college career, perhaps at the very beginning of the draft cycle. I still think he's a good quarterback. I think if he lands in a good situation, he's going to be a good quarterback. I
Look at
can't
this.
imagine.
Look at how grainy I am now. Look at this. Like
You look like you're like in a hostage video here.
no,
Like the Falcons are holding you hostage.
I am straight static right now. Like this is kind of trippy just to look at right now. Like holy
Like
shit.
your album cover. I love it.
No, it's like oh man, like it was kind of fun for a moment. Yeah, I mean, hey, when the Cowboys take Quinn Ewers over him right now, then it's like, okay, let's ask some questions at that point.
It's yeah. I mean, to me, like if he was going later and the Saints hadn't taken him and maybe Ewers doesn't go ahead of him, it might be more understandable. But like, are his flaws really worse than theirs? I don't think so. Like, I understand that teams think he's arrogant, but a lot of guys are arrogant. Like,
Yeah,
that's not a.
look, man, at some point it's like at some point it's like the boo the like forgot where I was going with this trend. Man, that's a really bad habit when it comes to streaming. Like, it's a live show right now. There's no cutting and like going back. Like, you lose your train of thought. You lose your train of thought. Like, it's over.
You're like 20 years younger than me, man. You can't be losing your train of thought
Yeah,
yet. Like, too
it's
early.
live right now. But yeah, like the bang for your buck. That's where I was going. Like, at some point, like
Yeah.
it's the second round. Like, this dude, what, no matter what you think of him, is a first round talent, especially in like this quarterback class. Like, someone should take, like, if my team needed a quarterback, I'd be like, yeah, like, let's roll, let's get him. It's second round. But yeah, it's entertaining. Mike Green's the other guy too, where it's like, what were those alligators? Oh, what's this? Ooh.
We need the technical difficulties sign here.
Hey man, I'm kind of having fun. Ooh, like, look, here's what's going on. So it's the lighting. It's definitely the lighting in this room. It's very dark. There's some natural light coming out of the window, and most of the light is being composed from like the TV. So
Oh,
see?
so every time the TV, like, okay, yeah.
So every time the TV goes into like a darker screen for the commercial, it'll like dark me down. So it all depends on the color of the TV. I have no like effect on this. I'm in the matrix right now. Look, man, this is the sort of stuff that we're getting into when it comes to, this is what, the 5th hour of the stream. We don't have another Falcons pick for another 3 or 4 hours. We need to find any way to keep ourselves entertained. I know this is day 3 of the draft type stuff, but yeah, I'm making an executive decision that we're shooting the shit now too on night 2.
It's not our fault. I mean, the Falcons were the ones that, came in and got rid of pick 46. Also, welcome in Aaron Freeman. Welcome, Aaron. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right, guys. How you guys doing this evening?
Much better now, Oh God.
Love a old quarterback with lots of question marks for the Saints. Just
you love a old quarterback with injury history?
I do.
Okay, I know where you're going with this.
I know what you said, but I know what you're gonna say. Yeah.
Not cool.
Yep. There's levels to this, Aaron. Okay.
Okay, I got it.
There's levels to this.
I know Tyler Shuck is not left-handed, so
yeah, exactly.
I'm like, I think Kevin, were you pushing the Dylan Gabriel?
Yep. Yeah, the Dylan Gabriel backup quarterback.
Yes, I've been on that since the Senior Bowl. That's the only quarterback that is worth a damn in this entire draft class. Screw Cam Ward, screw Shedeur, screw all these guys. It's only Dylan Gabriel. I'm only about left-handed quarterbacks from here on.
Only have eyes for Dylan now. All right. Well, I promised the people, if the Saints were dumb enough to take Tyler Shuck, that I would do a tequila shot on the air. So here we go. This is my shot glass from Krakow, Poland. It's very nice. So shout out New Orleans. All right. That's it. No more shots, guys. I got to stay awake for like 3 more hours for this show. So, but yeah, I really didn't think they'd be dumb enough to do it. So that's my bad. But I'm a man of honor. We got it. But yeah, I mean, I don't get it with Tyler Shuck. Like, I didn't get it at the Senior Bowl. He just seems to have this like groundswell of support that just kind of feels like it came out of nowhere. Like I guess I just don't get it. Like, I don't know where this like hype came from. I don't know what on his tape suggests that he's like a franchise caliber quarterback or even an NFL starter. Like, he's big and white. Like, I get that, I guess, but like,
that's the archetype.
Yeah, I guess. I just don't get it. I just don't get it on any level. I mean, obviously the age thing is overblown, right? I mean, like it's not a first round pick anymore, so you're not as concerned about it. And, maybe the Saints don't care because they just have to find a quarterback now, considering that, Derek Carr is probably not going to play for them again. Who knows? But did you like Tyler Shuck, Aaron, or is you also kind of flabbergasted by this?
I honestly didn't really watch him. Like, all I've seen of Tyler Shuck is highlights. And
See that one throw from the
the one throw from the combine, and then that one horrible throw that he made in the game where he was like being sacked, and like I've seen like 2 good throws on the highlights, and so like I'm just like, okay, he's fine. Like to me again, Dylan Gabriel was the only good quarterback at the Senior Bowl.
I mean, yeah, obviously.
So everybody pales in comparison to Dylan Gabriel. So it's apparently people like his athleticism and his arm. I guess he's like a poor man's Jackson Dart. I guess I don't know.
Poor man's
sucks, so poor man's Jackson Dart.
Oh,
Yeah, poor man's Jackson Dart is like the meanest thing I've heard today.
I
Um,
can't like. Oh, go ahead, Adnan. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say Ezeraku got taken by the Cowboys. That's a hell of a pick at 44.
Yeah, good pick there. Good pick for. I like that. I like that fit too.
Is Tyler Shuck gonna beat out Spencer Rattler in training camp?
Well, that would be the funniest thing ever. If Spencer Rattler beats out Tyler Shuck.
We all know Jake Hayner is going to be the QB1 there, right?
You're so right. You're so right. Yeah, I can't believe I didn't see that.
And someone tweeted out, I didn't hear Tyler Shuck's name once all year. I didn't even know he was a real player until this morning.
Yeah. Oh, man. Well, yes. In the meantime, while I was out, we had Mason Taylor go to the Jets at 42. Big nose tackle Alfred Collins going to the 49ers at 43. Then, as Adnan said, we got Donovan Ezeraku going to the Cowboys at 44. And then my guy, Edge JT Tuimoloau from Ohio State, going to the Colts at 45. So a bit of a defensive line run here over the past few picks. And then the Rams obviously up now with the pick that would have been Atlanta's. So,
well, we know with that defensive line run, then James Pierce definitely would have been gone off the board, right, guys?
I mean, yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't think James Pierce would have gotten out of the first. But
I just want to trigger you guys. That's all.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm very triggered now.
Look, man, I am. All I'm saying is, look, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Mike Green. I don't know what what the whole reason is for the slide. Maybe it is the allegations. Maybe it's an injury we don't know about. But man, they stayed put at 46 and gotten Green.
I mean, yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, clearly he's not on the board for these teams at this point. Like the talent is way above, I think, this point. Like even if you had questions about Mike Green, I think he's at least a late first, I think. I mean, given the production and all that. But yeah, I mean, it certainly at this point, I mean, Nick Scoreton's there. I would love to get him at this pick. He almost never falls here. They got their pick. They would have had their pick of guys like Trey Amos, obviously Will Johnson, but again, he seems to be someone that is also falling for probably medical reasons. Benjamin Morrison is someone I saw linked here to Atlanta. Amar Norman-Lott on the interior. Xavier Watts, my guy at safety. Savon Revel. So any number of these guys could have been good picks here. But again, it's like I think the Falcons clearly viewed James Pierce as a tier above the rest of these guys, and as a guy that they were wanting to take at 15. They viewed him that highly. So now it's just up to them to be proven right or wrong. And if he's, I mean, I think there's definitely a path for Pierce to be the most productive pass rusher in this class. I mean, I've said that before. I have a hard time thinking he'll be a better all-around player than someone like Abdul Carter, but in terms of pass rush production, I mean, it's one of the best, right? So if we could put it all together, I get why you would be super high on him. All right, let me get to a couple of these super chats real quick. Then I want to get Aaron's take on all these players we just talked about. The Falcons have gathered up in the first round. We got Shay Ellison with the $5. Sorry, I missed this earlier, Shay. Saying, what are the boys drinking tonight? Also package the rest of our picks this year and move back up into the second. Hashtag let Terry cook. Yeah, well, I mean, we can't rule it out after last night, that's for sure. So I've got one of the goated beers, right? Left Hand Milk Stout Nitro. Make sure it's a delicious beer. Make sure you pour it super hard. I know every instinct in your body is going to tell you that you would never pour a beer hard into a glass and it's going to foam up and be gross. Just trust me, okay? Just trust me on that. With the Nitro, you got to do something special there. Adnan, you got lemonade again, or What are you rocking
well,
tonight?
It's toward the end. It's like a mango juice, like a
Nice.
mango smoothie type thing. But I will replenish and get some lemonade here in a little bit.
Nice, nice. Dave, you enjoying any libations, alcoholic or otherwise?
I am. It's a fun new thing. I have celiac now, so it's a
Oh,
gluten-free
wow.
beer.
Yeah.
So
Well, there you go.
they make a few of them, thank
Mhm.
God, because I was pretty bummed out about that for a little
Yeah.
bit. But I have found a decent one. So this is a Greens Amber. It's pretty good.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to send you my curated list of hard ciders. So I have obviously my wife is gluten free as well, so I've gotten big into the hard cider world. Obviously, it's not the same flavor profile as beer, but I've found some really dry ciders that have kind of scratched the
They're
itch
pretty
for
good.
me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because my wife is like super into the dry stuff. So love that. So yeah, I gotta have to hook you up with that. Aaron, anything going on drink wise on your end?
Blue Moon.
Nice, classic draft beer.
Yeah, I go to the beer aisle at my local grocery store, and I'm like looking at all the options, and I'm just like, I'll just get Blue Moon. I usually get
It's a classic.
Blue Moon or Heineken. It's like the sort of go-tos when I have the too many choices and too many options available. I'm just like, don't overthink this. Just get what you know is good.
It's the meme. It's like, all right, we have 105 different, localized and national IPAs for you to choose from. Oh, that's great. Give me a Miller Lite.
Yeah, I'll take a Miller. Yeah, yeah. It's honestly overwhelming in some of these places. It's just like, what is this? Like, how many different hops are there? Like,
decision paralysis. It's like, I think it's a psychological phenomenon. It's like you have too many options, so you have like not enough. I'm blue again.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, because you can tell when like the draft they're about to announce a pick because it gets super dark. Yeah,
I can't wait for a red team to like go up so it looks like I'm in hell.
Yeah, Hunt's in the Shadow Realm. Yeah,
maybe when the Falcons pick.
There you go.
That would be great symbolism.
Yeah.
Hell of an allegory.
Yeah.
No, because they're gonna. You know what they're gonna do is we're gonna wait all night and they're gonna trade out a 101.
I told Kevin that as we
back.
started
Yeah.
the show.
Yeah.
100%.
I'm ready for it. I'm prepared. At least we'll be entertained in the meantime. Because it's like knowing they don't have a pick is very different from them eventually not having a pick. At least we can be anticipating it, and then if it doesn't happen, So we see Terrence Ferguson, the tight end from Oregon, going to Los Angeles here at pick 46. So definitely not someone I think would have been on the Falcons board. But
look, man, this is how I know that these ESPN is trying to kill time as much as we are, like showing this guy's proposal with his dogs. It's like the big story. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah. We got Nico asking what's hard cider. It's like alcoholic cider, basically, carbonated, alcoholic, like apple cider. Sometimes there's other fruits, but it's almost always apple. And yet, yeah.
I was just gonna say I just recently tried a mango and habanero hard cider, and that was interesting.
Yeah, that sounds pretty spicy on multiple levels.
Yeah.
So yeah, I could get into that. But yeah, I typically like a lot of the stuff you'll see like Angry Orchard. It's just like super sweet, so I don't really recommend that. I would go for like stuff on the drier spectrum because there's a lot more subtlety to it. Just like a good Pilsner, it's got a lot more subtlety to the flavor and stuff like that you just don't get with the stuff that's just overly overwhelming sweet. So definitely recommend trying it if you get a chance. But
damn, I did not know Blue Moon was 350 calories. Good God.
Whoa.
Well, I didn't know that either. Okay.
A 30 ounce.
Instead of 30 ounce.
Yeah. That's like 2 beers. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, no, some beers are like crazy caloric. Like I saw there was a gluten-free beer I saw the other day. It was like a 16-ounce tall boy, and it was like 350 calories. I was like, whoa.
Oh, there's Will Johnson at 47.
Oh yeah, Cardinals. Yeah, somebody's willing to take a chance here. So.
Yeah, I mean, look, man, it's drinking the calories. That's that unknown and like unspoken like thing where it's like, it sort of gets you.
Yeah. You gotta be careful. It sneaks up on you.
It was a good while where I was able to cut it out. It was easy calories to cut back on because I used to get a 6-pack like every weekend or whatever and crush it in one night. And then I was like, you know what? I don't need to do this. These are like I don't know, 500 calories I don't need a week or whatever.
Yeah, and it's like 500. Like that's a meal. Like that's like depending on how you like prepare it and stuff. That's a lot. Like
Yeah. No, I mean for me it was like, cutting out like soda and sweet tea and stuff was a big thing to cut calories. That helped a lot just because it's a lot. Like you don't realize all the especially the sugary drinks. Like it's just so many calories in there. As we see another trade here with the Houston Texans coming up to 48.
Yeah, the other big thing that really gets you is like those chips, especially late at night, because you'll see on the bag it'll say 150 calories, and then it'll say in small letters per serving. One serving is 7 chips.
Yeah.
Well, the one that's been getting me is, have you guys tried the Shack gummies?
No.
It's ridiculous. It sounds like
Mhm.
they're actually delicious, but like
The
a
Shack
small bag of
gummies?
Shaq, like they're Shaq's face, basically.
Like Shaquille O'Neal, he's doing gummies now
Like,
too.
he'll do anything if you give him a bag of money. Like he will do literally anything. So now he's got gummies, but they're actually really good. But like a small bag is like 800 calories. Like I did the math on.
Yeah.
Like,
That's a
hasn't stopped.
cheesecake, bro. Like that's a slice of cheesecake from like
Which
cheesecake.
I can't have anymore because it's got like bread and shit. So
Yeah.
I eat the
Jeez.
Shaq gummy.
I know you guys like aren't huge into the NBA, but I remember they did an Inside the NBA, which Shaq is like on there with Charles Barkley and those guys on TNT. They did a segment on there a couple of years ago where they brought out like things that Shaq like advertises and sponsors, and the challenge was for him to pick out if that's a real thing or not.
Yeah. I bet that would be fun.
Yeah, so they had like a Shaq egg maker, which I think was a real thing, but then like the Shaq pregnancy test wasn't a real thing.
Yeah.
It
I
should
can
be.
see that. Jeez. we got maybe a pick coming here in a second. Real quick, got a couple more donations. We got Gary Stafford.
We're on a mid-day 3 grind. This is what the Falcons do to us. Like this is 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon conversation.
Yeah. We would have had a pick just a couple minutes ago. We would still be glowing or really pissed off about it probably for the next 20 to 30 minutes, and then we could coast into round 3. But no second round pick to speak of. So
instead we're talking about Shaq's gummies.
Let's talk about Shaq gummies and egg makers and all that stuff, which the egg maker's real apparently. So we got Gary Stafford with the 10. Thank you, Gary, man. Appreciate you. He says, I just want a safety who can handle tight ends. Every year the opposing tight ends take our lunch money. Yeah, I mean, that would be nice. That would be nice, Gary. But I think the Falcons not being able to defend tight ends is probably never going to happen yet. we're just cursed.
I'll never forget that game against Trey McBride and the Cardinals. I think it was like it was Kyler Murray's first game like back from injury. And he just cooked Richie Grant for like 140 yards or something like that.
Yep. Yeah, there was. I remember earlier in the draft, they were listing off like this is just like the state of the 49ers. It was like listing off their like significant additions, and like the first one was Richie Grant. I was like, oh no, this is not a good offseason. This is not a good offseason for them. It's not a good situation.
I mean, they love washed-up Falcons secondary players. Was it like Isaiah Oliver who was over there as well for a little bit?
Yeah, didn't I feel like what's his name also went to like the Jets. Like I feel like Isaiah Oliver might have been on the Jets too. And what's that?
Was it Brian Poole? You're not talking about Brian Poole, are you? Like
Poole, he wasn't watched up. Yeah, he was actually good.
He was like good. Like we needed to keep Brian Poole.
No, it was that Ohio State corner that we always kept saying, oh, he was so athletic and
fast one.
Yeah. God, Adnan's in the shadow realm now. It's so dark.
I was gonna turn on the light, but this is far more entertaining.
It's just like he's coming to us from the darkness. Yeah.
You just never know what color my screen is gonna turn next. Like you know what? Because it's like day 2, but really day 3 right now. I'm gonna allow it. Like I'd be a lot more serious if it was like night 1 of the drop, like last.
Yeah.
It's also the great timing because we said the name Kendall Sheffield and you were
It was Kendall Sheffield.
That's right. That's right. Yep. Oh man, that's a cursed name for sure.
Man, I remember like he was like the fastest guy in the draft supposedly, and he was fast, but couldn't really do anything with that speed.
Yeah. He did stick around in the NFL quite a long time with that speed, but unfortunately,
Everyone's infatuated by speed.
they
If
are.
you're running
They
a
love it.
sub 4.3, like you're going to get chance after chance.
Yeah, pretty much how it works. Got George Costanza with a pair of donations here. With the $2 first, George says, "Make this make sense. Why are people hating on this trade back into the first? I love the trade up. Talking heads said the Rams fleeced us. I don't see it. Pierce Jr. is worth that swing. Also, any chance of getting Tori or Will on the show? I believe they're both like actively involved at Flowery Branch, so that's not gonna work during the draft. But I definitely am planning to talk to Will at some point in the next month or so to get his thoughts on the draft class and stuff. So we should hopefully have Will at least. Don't know about Tori, but I mean possibly. And yeah, I mean, good time to. I wanted to get your thoughts, Aaron, on obviously the moves yesterday, including the trade up. You know, how are you feeling today after kind of a night to digest it all?
Well, I feel a little bit better about the moves just because I watched a little bit more film. Like I said on the show I did previewing the draft yesterday that when I was ranking like the 6 edges outside of Abdul Carter that were projected potentially going round 1, like I had James Pierce 5 and Jalen Walker 6. And so I was not huge high on those guys. And so the fact that the Falcons walked away from the draft with those 2 specific guys, I was like, okay, like I like the fact that the Falcons were aggressive and took swings with the pass rush, but I wasn't in love with the idea of the 2 guys that they got. But I watched some more film of Jalen Walker. I went back and watched more of his 22 and 23 film when he was purely an edge rusher for Georgia rather than sort of the hybrid player that he was this past year. And I actually thought his pass rush was a little bit better in those previous years, or a little bit more diverse and showing different moves and whatnot. So I'm like, okay, we'll see if this continues. And maybe I'll be much higher on Jalen Walker than I was previously, where I kind of thought he was kind of a one-note kind of guy this past year as a pass rusher, and why I was not as high on him. I mean, James Pierce, I watched more film of him. I feel basically the same as I thought of James Pierce. Like, a lot of talent, a lot of tools, hasn't quite put it all together, but we'll see if the Falcons can develop it. You know, my concerns are less about these 2 specific players, but just the general vibes of being a Falcon fan when it comes to not being able to develop pass rushers. I don't necessarily look at these 2 guys. Now it's going to be different. So like that to me is more the question than necessarily the 2 individual players that the Falcons picked. As for the trade up, it is what it is, you know, like I basically am never a fan of teams trading future number 1s for anything other than a franchise quarterback, because I think there's like 40 years of data that tells you that it never works out. So like I'm not a fan of the trade in principle, but obviously no one's going to care if James Pierce is good and if the Falcons win games. Like if we're sitting here and we find out we gave up the 23rd overall pick in the 2026 draft for the 26th overall pick in the 2025 draft, no one's going to care. If we gave up the 13th overall pick in the 2026 draft for the 26th overall pick, people were probably going to have stronger opinions about it, as they always do, right? We always love what Terry Fontenot does. Well, I wouldn't say that. That's probably not a true statement. But there is generally more positive vibes, let's say that, about what Terry Fontenot has done, you know, in the immediate aftermath of the draft, because people are like, oh, well, the national media doesn't quite understand what the Falcons, and Terry Fontenot's a genius. And then like 6 months later, when the Falcons aren't winning games, like Terry Fontenot is the worst general manager in the history of sport. And so like, for me, that's why, like, obviously we got to see how it plays out, but it feels like this pattern just keeps repeating itself all over again, where it's just like, ultimately it's all that's going to matter is, are the Falcons winning games? And if they are, everybody's going to be like, hey, Terry, great job. You were cooking. Great meal that you put for us. And if they're not, then it's like everybody's going to want to run him out of town, just like we were sitting here last year wanting to run him out of town. So it's just, to me, it's the same old with the Falcons. So that's why, like, I'm not sitting here being like, this is awesome, because it's just like, this feels exactly like every other year with the Falcons, where it's like you see a clear path where this absolutely could be a home run, and then you see this other path where it absolutely, we could be looking like we have egg on our face. And the last couple of years, it's gone down the wrong path, but hopefully this time it's going to be different. So we'll see.
Does it ever work out for those people? No. I mean, they delude themselves into thinking that it might, but it never does. But it might work for us. So, you know. But yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I mean, yeah, like you said, in principle, it's like we're not really gonna know one way or the other until obviously we see James Pierce play first, and then see how the Falcons finish. Because if they make the playoffs and Pierce is a big part of that, then there's no doubt that it's going to be worth it. If the pick is in the 20s, obviously, I think people get too obsessed with like, oh, it's a future first. It's like any future pick is basically worth approximately one round less than it would have been in the current year. So that's part of the factor. So the Falcons basically traded the equivalent value of like a second round pick roughly to move up back into the first. So if the Falcons make the playoffs and are picking in the 20s, I think the value on the trade is actually good considering you got a third rounder back. You basically improve 242 to a third rounder, which they didn't have before. I think that third rounder is actually really critical. And if they nail that third rounder, which that hasn't happened before in this regime, but if they do, that would go a long way into making the trade work. But yeah, this is one of those wait and see things. And I think, again, it's the same thing with Penix, right? Like anybody that had like a definitive take about the Penix pick at that time and weren't like couching it and being like, well, if he turns into a franchise quarterback, we'll probably feel pretty good. Like if anyone was like, oh, this is just terrible. Like this is just that should have illustrated to people that having a firm take on like most draft picks, like immediately, is just not something that's likely to be wise, right? Like it's a lot can happen. There's a lot of things that can go wrong or right with various players or prospects. And it's fine to have an opinion about it, but it just, we don't really know. Like, and I think we probably won't know until we see, at least halfway through the year and see how Pierce is playing and how the Falcons are doing. And if it's going to work out. Bart, I do like the boldness to go get, two impact defenders. I mean, they needed it right after this free agency where we just really didn't make a lot of moves. The pressure was on for them to show that like they were, going to be able to do some kind of something to help this defense, which has basically been drowning for years. And maybe this is what they needed to do. Maybe by the time we get 6-7 games in and the Falcons have a respectable pass rush for the first time in 10 years or whatever, almost 10 years now. I mean, since 2016, basically, 2017, maybe, it'll be all worth it if it works out. But if it doesn't work out, also, it's like, do you blame Terry for doing it? Like if Blank gave you the go ahead to trade next year's first, if it doesn't work out, he's not going to be around to have to worry about it. So, it's either it works out and he's a genius, or it doesn't work out and he's let go. And it's like, well, okay, whatever. I mean, that's like either way. Like if they don't win games this year, he might be on the hot seat either way. So
yeah, I mean, it's a win-win for Terry too. If it works out, he's still here. If it doesn't work out, he'll be back with the Saints, having weakened the division rival by a first rounder.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, I don't blame the Falcons for doing it, and I think it's something they kind of needed to do, some kind of bold move. But whether it works out or not, it's going to be one of the storylines of the 2025 season, one of the more interesting ones. And at least the worst thing you can be as an NFL team is boring. And I think the Falcons were threatening being a boring team, and at least with this, they seem less boring. So there's the upside of that. So,
man, I'll take a few years of boring, given franchise, the excitement this franchise has given us. Look at just
yeah.
I love a boring 9-10 win season. Get to the wild card game at this point. Give me anything. Give me something.
I would appreciate a boring draft. Just like just sticking where we're picking. We're drafting good players based off of consensus rather than the big bold. Again, I don't fault Terry for the big bold swing. It was probably necessary, but at the same time, they always are making these big swings that are always like, this could absolutely blow up in their face, or this would absolutely be a home run. It's Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa syndrome, where it's like it's either a home run or it's a strikeout, and it's just like, sometimes you just kind of want like doubles and triples, like like can we aim for the middle? And that's my main issue with this. Is just like it just seems so very Falcons to make the biggest, boldest move possible, and one of these days, it will absolutely work out for us. And I hope this is the time, because especially with the pass rush, Like, the quarterback and the pass rush is like, these are the two sort of pillars of, this team going forward. And with Penix and hopefully 2 bookend double-digit sack guys, that will be incredible. And we'll be sitting here being like, Terry Fontenot was the greatest general manager of all time. But it's like any slight bump in the road, it's just like, it just goes horribly awry, and everybody's like, haha, look at how stupid the Falcons are. And it's just like, Terry, why you always got to put a target on our backs? Like that's the one thing I just want to not be the story on the Friday after the first night of the draft. I just that's my thing. But it is what it is.
It's
so funny.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dave. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it's so funny that like we've cycled through different coaches, like personalities, and like Terry is different than Thomas Dimitroff, but both of them, like Trader Terry and Trader Thomas, and they always want to trade up. And it's just funny that is like the bedrock draft philosophy of Falcons GMs dating back 20 years now. It's like, I don't know why that is. It would be nice to trade down sometimes, but I do like the players. So.
Hey man, it's been 3 straight years where the Falcons were the main story the next day on ESPN after the draft. 3 straight years. Like, I'm with Aaron on this one. Let's hit a nice single or a double, and it's just
Can we just be normal? Why can't they be normal?
Yes, that's all it is. That's really it. It is like, again, it could absolutely work out, and we'll be sitting here being like, this is a genius. But it's just like, sometimes it's like, just be normal. Like, you don't have to be the weirdest kid in the classroom. You don't have to be the kid eating the glue in the corner. You can just be there, just chilling, waiting for, recess, like a normal kid. That's all you got to be. You don't have to be weird.
Yeah, no doubt about that. All right, we got some picks coming in here. We got offensive tackle Ariante Ursary to the Texans at 48. We got linebacker Demetrius Knight Jr. going to the Bengals at 49. Tight end Elijah Arroyo going to the Titans at 50. And then Panthers trading up to 51 with the Broncos to take edge rusher Nick Scorton, one of my guys. So that's actually a pretty good pick for them, unfortunately. The Panthers desperately needed edge help, and they do manage to get it here. That trade up was incredibly cheap, too. They basically just pick swapped with the Broncos like in 3 rounds.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Were you a big Nick Scorton guy, Aaron? Or
I did like Scorton. I didn't quite, when I first watched him, when he was getting the sort of like top 10, top 15 love, like I was like, I don't see that level of player, but I do see like a solid top 50 pick, sort of, what you're getting with Scorton. I didn't like the fact that, I don't know, Texas A&M had him eating PB&Js at midnight or something to gain all that weight, because I was just like, this does not fit his skill set at all. But him slimming down for the combine, I was like, okay, this fits more with what I think Nick Scorton can be.
Yeah, I was higher. Like, I would have considered him, as like a trade down candidate, like in the later 20s. But I think this is a good spot for him. He didn't measure in like you would have thought. Like, I thought on tape, like he was like a 6'4" type of guy with good length. He actually measured in like 6'2" and like didn't have the longest arm. So I think that hurt his projection. But I mean, the Purdue tape was a lot better. The Texas A&M tape, it's just, Texas A&M's weird, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like, they're like, yes, we're going to take all these 5-star edge rushers and make them bulk up to 280 and play 4-eye. And that's what we do. And God damn it, you're going to like it. And, I don't like it, but I mean that they're set on that. So, yeah, it is what it is there. I don't appreciate that, but, if only it could have led to Scorton falling, to 101 to Atlanta, but unfortunately, that dream dies. But I do like him. I think he's a good player. But we got George Costanza with the $2 saying, "Never forget that the Panthers used a 4th-round pick on Chris Weinke in case you think someone is too old to be drafted." That's a deep cut, George. That's a deep cut. But yeah. Never give up on your dreams, I think, is what that illustrates, whether it's Tyler Shuck or Chris Weinke. It's always a possibility no matter what. And then George says, Aaron, when the Falcons win the Super Bowl this year, I need you to wear a Terry is a Draft Genius t-shirt on every Locked On Falcon podcast.
It's gonna be glorious. It's gonna be glorious.
I'm just gonna get a t-shirt of like Laser Eyes Terry and just like, or I'm just gonna put that like behind me for like, just so he's always looking over our shoulder.
Yeah.
You know.
When the Falcons are 11-0 this year, it's going to be incredible. So
yes, it's gonna be so lit. But yeah, we got the Bucks. We got the Seahawks here at 52, and then who did the Seahawks take here? What did this pick already come in? These guys are going fast and furious here. Okay, linebacker.
Just went.
Yeah, he was gaining some hype, like late in the process. Not someone that I really watched. I guess
really liked his Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
His film wasn't that good because basically, like in like week 3, they decided like, you know what, we're gonna move you from off-ball linebacker to edge, and so like he was kind of learning on the job. But like looking at where he was at the beginning of the season to where he was in January in Mobile, I was like, okay, like this is a pretty fast trajectory. So I like the trajectory that he's on, and so I you know, you did started to hear some of that first round buzz late, and I was like, I don't know if he's going to go that high, but like second round, I can see that. I can buy that.
I could see that. I mean, yeah, like you said, I think it was like kind of like a tweener or a guy that they were trying to stuff into different positions, and if he just plays one, you know, it could work. It could work. It could work for him. But yeah, I did. While we wait here for the Bucks pick, which I'm sure will be interesting. Trey Amos is still here, so I can't imagine they pass on him, right? So we'll see. Trey Amos was getting that first round hype, so I guess we'll see if they end up going that route. But yeah, I can't remember where you were on Jalen Walker, because I thought I was the biggest Jalen Walker hater. I don't think that I am, but were you a Jalen Walker hater as well? Or?
Yeah, apparently I was.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I think he's a late first. Oh, so you think he's undraftable? Oh, okay, yeah.
Well, I don't even know if I thought of him as a late first. I kind of thought of him as like a day 2 guy. But
okay,
again, after watching more film of him from earlier season, like, okay, now I get the first round. But because I just, for me as a edge rusher, just like that was the thing. Watching the film this past year is like he just used long arm pass rush moves, and that was it. Like there was nothing else, and I'm just like, this is what everybody's hyping up. Like I don't like, there are 3rd round picks in this draft that are better pass rushers than this in terms of how he projects to the next level. And then with the size, like, because I thought he was going to go to the combine and be like 6'3", 250 with like 34-inch arms, and then he goes to the combine, he's like 6'1", 240, like 32-inch arms, and I'm like, oh, like this. Like the only player that's like this in the NFL is Micah Parsons, and like
Hassan Reddick, I guess maybe.
Yeah, and I'm just
who
like,
some people point to.
Everybody like that was kind of why I was hating on Jalen Walker, because I just felt like he was getting this Micah Parsons bump, and I'm just like, are people going to do this with Josh Allen and Micah Parsons for like the next 5 years, where they're just like, they don't realize that these guys are like outliers of outliers, and like there's not going to be another guy, and so every time you compare a player to that guy, it's like, okay, that guy's automatically going to fail. The minute I hear someone compare someone to Josh Allen, automatic failure, because it's not going to happen again. And the minute I hear someone compare someone to Micah Parsons, automatic failure. It's not going to happen again. And so, like, I was kind of like, with Jalen Walker, I was like, his edge rush film is okay. Like, it's nothing special about it. And then, like, his linebacker film is like poor man's Devin White. And I'm just like, Devin White was a top 5 pick. That didn't work out. Like, why are we talking about Jalen Walker like a top 5, top 10 sort of talent? So I was probably the biggest Jalen Walker hater on the planet, but he's starting to grow on me as I've gone back and watched a little bit more film.
Yeah, I felt kind of the same way. It's like, you know, I don't like to bet on this. Like, and this was mostly as a response to people calling him a top 10 pick. I was like, yeah, I don't get that, you know, but like I was fine with him as like a late first, like trade down guy. And like, honestly, at 15, it's fine. You know, I like based on like consensus, that's good value, like objectively, you know? So like I, you know, but I feel kind of the same way. It's like, you know, we're looking at a guy, like, I'm not sure what the projection is, like how clean is it to either edge or linebacker? Is he going to play both? In that case, like it's going to take a minute for him to get up to speed. And you have to think all these really smart draft analysts love Jalen Walker, right? Like Daniel Jeremiah loves him, really was beating the drum for him to be a top 10 pick. And shout out to DJ nailing that pick too.
3, I think, on his draft board at some point, right after Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter or something.
Yeah, I think Brugler loves him too. Yeah. So, these are all guys I really respect. So it's okay. I'm willing to admit that I'm wrong. And I certainly hope I am. I mean, I'm not rooting for anyone to play bad except for Tyler Shuck. Apparently, if they get drafted by the Saints, all bets are off. But that's a unique thing. Otherwise, it's I hope all these guys do well. But with Walker, it's I hope it works out. I hope that my trepidation on him is unwarranted, and it seems like the Falcons have an idea of how they want to use him. I mean, they certainly visited with him multiple times, talked to him multiple times, got him to show up to their local pro day, or with that, maybe that was Mike Kell, I can't remember, but
no, it was Walker.
Yeah, it's wow, you got a guy that's projected top 10 pick to show up to your pro day. That's pretty serious. So, we get Ben Morrison going to the Bucs, a guy that was originally talked about as a first rounder, but had the hip injury that teams are apparently really scared off by. So kind of a risky move there for the Bucs, but I mean, obviously if he hits, I think he's a first round caliber corner. So that could be interesting there. We got the Packers making a pick here at 54. Dave, are you still here?
I'm still here. I'm just quiet.
Oh, Dave's here. I'm so sorry. I was wait. I was just talking over Dave. Yeah, you still feel good about these picks, Dave, a day later?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I like both players. The jury's out on the trade. Like I said, the tendency to swing up. I think wasn't Tack the 26th pick as well? Didn't they trade up?
Yeah,
to get
something
26?
like that. Yeah.
So there's a little bit of bad juju there maybe, but I look at it as, if you believe that you can transform the pass rush by getting these two guys, which they very clearly do, on top of the guys that you had last year, then I understand it. I think my big thing at the moment is, you have basically 5 guys over the last 2 draft classes that we've barely seen or haven't seen at all, who are all going to be counted on to be major players for this Falcons team. So, we've barely seen Rook. We really haven't seen Dorless. We haven't seen Trice. And now we got 2 rookies, and they're all going to play outsized roles. And I think long term, I'm a big believer in almost all of those guys. I think they'll be good players. Do I trust all of them to be impact players this year when the Falcons kind of need them to be? Probably not. So that's a little bit trickier. Falcons are still going to have to do some work, I feel like, this summer, or get really lucky with a couple of undrafted guys to have the caliber of defense they want.
Yeah, I would agree there. And I mean, after this trade up, I don't know. Do you think we're going to see them now sort of push chips in more? Because before this, I was maybe they're just going to let this year kind of ride and try to compete like what they did last year. But, are they really maybe they're just really focusing on 2026, and Blank has said I want you to win another game this year and get to a winning record, but we're not really going to mortgage anything for this season. Now, wondering, do you think that maybe flipped a little bit and we might see them extend Bates and try to push some more money into this year to try to get, now that we can't have this pick be low, obviously. What do you think about that possibility?
Yeah, I can't see him mortgaging the future, right? I can't, famous last words, because I also didn't see him trading back into the first round for James Spears. So, but I feel like that's the big move. And again, in 2 days that might look stupid, but at the moment, I do think this is about trying to make 2025 better and really trying to set this team up to get out of the particular hell they've been in, which is mediocrity for years and years. So, it's the kind of move Terry may or may not be around to see how it works out. I think Raheem Morris will be. I am not somebody who thinks that the two of them are a package deal. I think if the Falcons make some progress this year, it may or may not be enough for the GM, but I do think it's enough for Morris. But
yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think this is this is a team and a coaching staff that is really big on development, and that is their big deal, and they are getting guys that they think they can develop and have become special players, and that's not all going to happen in 2025. So again, if you're Arthur Blank, like if you think that these guys are both gone next year, I don't think I would have encouraged them to make that move. I think I might have put my thumb on the scale there. So
Yeah.
I think maybe that's a positive sign for them. Of course, that's assuming things go well, which
It's a big
I do
if.
it every year, but it
Yeah.
never pays off. So
No, I feel like I've been having Aaron on the show too much because that like pessimism is starting to rub off on me. No, it's not Aaron's fault; it's the team's fault, to be clear. But yeah, I mean, what do you think, Aaron? Can you see them maybe deciding to kind of take a more aggressive stance now, given what they've done in the draft so far?
Yeah, I mean, I had some Falcon fans being like, Jalen Ramsey, they're going to trade for Jalen Ramsey. I was like, they're going to get more draft picks next year for Jalen Ramsey, or are we just waiting for Jalen Ramsey to get cut by the Dolphins or something like that? So, like, again, it's hard to sort of figure out what the team strategy is, because normally you would think if the team was going to be aggressive and have that quote unquote all in mentality, like the time for that is, let's move the money around. Let's spend money in free agents. Let's get those guys that are going to be impact players right away, as opposed to betting on, as Dave put it, like 6 guys that are essentially rookies, with Dorless and Rook and Pierce and all those guys that basically haven't played, that are going to save this Falcons defense. And so, like, it's hard to kind of parse the strategy. And, like, as far as like their job security, I've sort of always assumed that Terry and Raheem are kind of a package deal, whether that's the plan. My thing is, like, I know this fan base and I know this team is not winning. The calls for everybody to get fired by the time we get to Thanksgiving are going to be so loud. It doesn't matter what Arthur Blank's plan is going to be going into the season, what he wanted to see have happen. It's just going to be so boisterous that, like, he's either going to have to clean house or, come up with another, we'll bring back Dan Quinn and Thomas Dimitroff for one more, it's like, it feels like they've been down that road before. So that's why I tend to be more pessimistic, because it just feels like a lot of this is the same stuff that we've seen in the late Dan Quinn era, when it was so much pressure for those teams to win. And understandably, because they were in the Super Bowl and everybody had these really high expectations. And now it's like, just get to 9 wins. Like, how hard is that? And so, like, I think that's going to be the challenge, that I just know this fan base is running out of patience at this point in time. And so if it doesn't come all together this year, then there's really, I just know there's going to be nobody in this fan base that's being like, well, we'll just give them one more year and they'll figure it out. We'll see how it all goes. But that's where, to me, like, there needed to be a little bit more sense of urgency, and to sort of see them kind of slow play free agency. And then now it's like, let's go all in now. It's like this attitude, this perspective, this approach, we could have used that 6 weeks ago, like that would have been made things a little bit better. So if this is a sign of the things that come, and now we're going to start, going after the Jalen Ramseys of the world, or whoever else you think is out there that can help this team win immediately, like, it just feels backwards to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tend to lean toward, and when they trade for Jalen Ramsey, this will again blow up in my face. So putting that out there ahead of time. I tend to think, for better or for worse, they look at last year as like, we were going to have a winning season, if not for Matthew Judon turning into an 80-year-old man and Kirk Cousins also turning into an 80-year-old man spontaneously. Like, I do truly believe that they think they got unlucky. And so that's maybe why the urgency for, like, the short-term veteran fix might not be there. But again, Jalen Ramsey is available, and this is Falcons. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's like, I think Jalen Ramsey, like, makes sense if they want, like, if, let's assume they don't get a slot or a safety in the draft, we'll see what happens. Like, Ramsey obviously has the experience in this sort of scheme. He's got the experience with Morris, and I think the Dolphins are trying to shed cap, right? So, and the team trading for Ramsey, it's not very expensive cap-wise, right? So obviously after June 1st, it helps even more. So I think that's why I think like a draft trade, like in the draft, pretty unlikely. I think like it could happen. I just think like the Falcons really aren't going to pay much. I don't think like if they want like a 5th or a 6th for Ramsey, it's like, okay, sure, whatever. But like some people are like, oh, he's going to demand a 3rd or like a 2nd. Like, no, you're insane. Like Ramsey hasn't been that good for years. Like, so it's really like, I think the Dolphins are trying to dump cap and like, yeah, sure. Like if I'll give you a 5th or something to make sure we don't have to fight for him on the open market. But I mean, that's about as high as I'd go. Like, I mean, the Falcons can't exactly send off a lot of picks. And, you know, also like, we know Ramsey can be a good slot maybe, but like if you're trying to convert him to safety, that's kind of a big question mark if that's something that's in his bag of tools. I mean, it's not like we've seen him do that before. So
what if they want Kirk Cousins? Can we interest them in Kirk
let's
Cousins?
make a deal.
Yeah.
I give you Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
You give me. Oh God. Yeah. I mean, sure. I'll straight up Kirk Cousins for Jalen Ramsey. Who says no? None of our panel. Yeah.
Not me.
Not us.
That's 3 out of 3. That's 3 yeses right there. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Mike. You're outnumbered.
Sorry. You've been outvoted. We got Shea Ellison with the $5 sick. Waiting for Kevin to take another tank shot when the Saints take Shadur in the 3rd. Okay, well, you know, I do feel pretty safe that that's not going to happen. So I will agree. I will agree to that. But yeah, otherwise no more tank shots, you know, technically not allowed on, well, it's only not allowed if I charge for them. So, you know, if you're just like throwing that out into the ether, then that's fine. But, you know, it's, who knew it was against YouTube terms of service to trade alcohol for tips, you know, that I thought this was America, you know, I thought this was America. No, I'm just kidding. That makes total sense. It's good for everyone's livers, honestly. But, yeah, I mean, who knows what's going to happen with Shadur? I don't know what the hell's going on there. That's one of the wilder storylines as we see the crazy train, Ozzy Trapilo, going to the Bears here at 56. So one of my favorite prospect nicknames.
The Bears are so interesting to me because like you look at all of their moves are like popular moves. They make sense on paper. They're surrounding Caleb Williams with a ton of talent. And I can't help but feel like it's not going to work.
Yeah.
Right? Like they're doing so much. Like I feel like teams that do that all in one off season, it generally does not work out. So
it's true. It's
we'll
true.
see. And
we will.
As a Caleb Williams dynasty fantasy owner, I really hope I'm wrong about that.
Yeah, you've got an interest in that, you know, as I say, as you know, the Bucks just destroy my Jalen McMillan fantasy value by taking another wide receiver with pick 19. So great work there, Bucks. Thanks for that one. What did you think, Aaron, about that Ikic Egbuka pick for the Bucks? That one was a shocker to me.
Yeah, that was very surprising to me. Very, very surprising to me. I mean, I guess if they think like Mike Evans is going to play like 2 more years or something like that, they're just like getting ahead of it, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I thought McMillan played so well for them last year, and then they brought back Godwin. And maybe Godwin's going to be slow to return or something. I don't know. But it does feel like for the last like 4 years, like they've really had Godwin be that moneymaker in the slot. And that's kind of where Egbuka makes sense. So I'm curious how it's all going to go with them. They have a very talented group of wide receivers, and I am definitely not looking forward to the 2 games that the Falcons are going to face them this year, particularly with the current crop of corners that we have. So it was a surprising move, but it's just I don't know how to put it in words. It feels like they have far too many good players at that position and just one football to go around. So I'm just curious how they try to make that all work, where it's just like most teams are like, well, you can never have too many pass rushers, and obviously that's the philosophy the Falcons are taking.
Yeah.
And now the Bucks are like, well, you can never have too many pass catchers. So, okay, well, I don't know. I don't know how it's going to work, but I do like every one of those receivers that they have in their wide receiver core. So I'm not looking forward to playing them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you have a take on that pick too, Dave? I don't know if we talked about that with you last night.
No, I really like him, so it's
Same.
unfortunate. But
Mm.
Aaron's point, like, are they maybe more concerned about Evans and Godwin's health going forward because they're older? Is that a concern? Is that why you're taking him, or do you just truly believe again that you can never have too many pass catchers? Because on paper, at least, it seems like they might be on the cusp of having too many guys for Baker Mayfield to throw to. But that Tampa Bay offense was a pain in the ass last year, and it will be a pain in the ass this year. So that's not great. I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah. No, I mean, I get it. We see Tate Ratledge, another Georgia boy, going off here to the Lions at pick 57. There's a little trade up there, 3-spot trade up for Tate Ratledge. Yeah, it's just like I don't really see how. I think Igbuka's really good. Like I like Igbuka a lot. I was higher on him, I think, than a lot of people, having him one of my top 3 receivers basically, and I think he does everything well. I think he's a great slot receiver. It would have been really nice if the Falcons had fixed their defense last year and they could take a luxury like a elite slot receiver, third receiver type of guy, and make Igbuka to come in and just like take this offense, to the next plane of existence. But we couldn't do that, obviously, because we didn't fix the defense last year. The defense got way worse. So can't do that. But, in Tampa, it's like, like Aaron said, like Jalen, I'm obviously biased as a Jalen McMillan dynasty owner, but like he looked so good down the stretch. So like, are you sending him to the bench now? Like, you just paid Chris Godwin again. You can't trade him now. Like, you just gave him a new contract. Like, if you wanted to trade Chris Godwin, the time to do that was before you just gave him a new contract. So, I mean, Mike Evans, like, is Mike Evans really that close to retiring or stopping? I mean, it doesn't seem like it. Are you going to trade him? Yeah.
I do think the injury thing is maybe a bigger deal than it's not necessarily how I would choose to address it, but
yeah,
you have 2 great but older receivers who have dealt with some injuries, so maybe that's a major factor. Feels like a luxury, but I guess the Bucks feel like they're better than maybe we hope they are.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, that's like probably a miscalculation on the Bucks because of all this, like, oh, we just own this division. It's like you've barely surpassed the Falcons, which we know they've like just been kind of a fumbling, bumbling team, and you're beating the Falcons by a game every year and being like, oh, we're good. Yeah, we're good. We can just take luxuries. Like, I think that's probably a miscalculation on their part, like overestimating how good they are. But I don't know.
I feel like the Falcons have caused some interdivisional psychosis because I feel like the Saints are still like trying to base things off of the Falcons being a team they were last like 10 years ago.
Yeah. No.
And they were last 10 years ago. So
yeah. No.
Kevin, when you said the Falcons were a bumbling team, I was just picturing that guy with all the car wash hoses, just like,
or all the oranges or whatever, just like, oops,
just like, oh, this is too many car wash hoses and stuff. So,
yeah. That's quite an image for this Falcons team. Just like, I got too many. I can't hold them all.
Like, after week 8, that's what the Falcons are. The first 8 weeks of the season, we are the best team in the history of sports. But after week 8, it just all comes falling apart.
Yeah. I'm so tired of. I want to get off that train. I don't want to be on that train anymore. Oh man, as we see wide receiver Jack Beck going to the Raiders here at number 58. I know he was a guy that a lot of people had pretty high. So Raiders get that wide receiver there. Now we got the Ravens on the clock, 59. Starting to move a little bit better here. Yeah, this damn team. We're gonna keep talking about him. Obviously, got Crimson Huntsman renewing for 15 months. Thank you, Crimson. We appreciate you saying. Still laughing at the Aints. Don't care. They don't care about their needs, and their fan base is crashing out. Loving it. Yeah, that'll always keep me going. Even if the Falcons aren't good enough, at least we can celebrate that the Saints are worse. If there's one thing we can hold on to, it's that at least the Saints are worse. And that's some years that's all we have, but it's better than not having it at all. We got Nico with the $2 saying, "Hi guys, what's up, Nico? Appreciate you." Saying, "Out of the corners and safeties remaining right now, who would the four of you like to see us take?" Thank you. Yeah, I think Adnan's back now, so he can help answer this. Are you back, Adnan?
Yeah, I'm back.
Welcome. Yeah. So for me, we can look at like sort of who's on the board, obviously, but I think in terms of like. I'll filter it through who I think is like actually going to be there. Because right now, like Trey Amos is still out there, which is kind of crazy. And Xavier Watts is still out there. That one I don't get at all. So like, assuming these guys that are very likely to be gone, like Amos and Xavier Watts and Savon Ravel and those guys, I really like Jacob Parrish. I'm like a Jacob Parrish stan. He's one of my guys. I think he's a very, very good slot corner prospect. I think he's got terrific upside there. I think he is likely to be there. In terms of safety, I'd be like crossing my fingers and praying that Andrew Makuba is going to make it. I kind of don't think he will, but I love Makuba. I think in some ways, like he, I think some people think he can play the slot. He can, and he has, but I think he's more of a guy that, is going to just be a good coverage safety. He's small, obviously, but I do like him a lot. Any secondary guys, Aaron, that you're looking at for that pick 101?
Yeah, I would love Parrish to be there. I'm not expecting him to be there, but I am a Jacob Parrish guy. I do like Makuba. Kobe Bryant is a guy I kind of kept my eye on, the Kansas corner for like round 4. So he would be kind of a fallback option if some of these other guys are gone by 101. So yeah, those are some of the guys I like.
Yeah, I like that. Adnan, you got any secondary guys you like for pick 101?
Yeah, I opened the show with it, but Billy Bowman Jr. is my guy right now. Great ball hawk. Someone who would be a menace with Jesse Bates on those 2 high safety looks. I like Kobe Bryant is another guy who I talked about a little bit at the start, but yeah, it's right now hashtag my guy is Billy Bowman for that safety position.
Yeah, I can see that too. We got a lot of small safeties in our a lot of like undersized like corners and safeties and everything getting love here. But look, we're talking about the end of the 3rd round, guys. All right, if they were a perfect prospect, they would have gone. They would have gone earlier. So
yeah, if they were taller and bigger, they'd probably not be very good at coverage.
Yeah, if Billy Bowman was 6'2", he'd be a 1st-round pick. So if he was 6'2", 220, he'd be a god. So yeah, unfortunately, life doesn't work like that for most of us. But so we're waiting on the Ravens pick here at 59. Last couple picks for those of you that might have missed it. Going back to pick 53, the Bucs took cornerback Benjamin Morrison. We saw guard/tackle Anthony Belton go to the Packers. I think most people think he's going to switch to guard. Wide receiver Trey Harris going to the Chargers at 55. Crazy Train Ozzy Trapilo going to the Bears at 56. The Lions traded up a couple spots with the Rams to get, or excuse me, I think it was Denver, to get Tate Ratledge, Georgia boy. The guard there at 57, and then we saw wide receiver Jack Beck at 58 going to the Raiders. So Ravens on the clock now at 59, and then I believe Dave is not back yet. Is that right, Dave? Okay, yeah, Dave's not back yet. He wanted me to shout out Darian Porter as a guy that he hopes will make it to 101. It feels like opinions on Darian Porter are like all over the place, so I don't really know. I mean, maybe he could, but yeah, I know he was someone that was more of like a 2nd round guy on most boards. So we'll see if he makes it, but I mean, that would be intriguing. That's for sure. So, I do think Porter's like that classic high upside day 2 cornerback pick.
Mm-hmm.
Great special teamer. That's honestly where he's like played the most, I think. Like he had to play special teams for years in college before he got a chance. Track star, so that could be interesting. But yeah, I mean, looking at the board here, secondary in general, honestly, a lot of secondary guys still here. So I mean, maybe we could see obviously a big run in the third round on these guys. It's a little too early to speculate, but. Right now, a lot of these secondary guys are sticking around and certainly potential for someone to fall. But knowing the Falcons, someone will fall and they just won't take because that's typically what happens in this range.
That's how it happens.
Yeah, they just don't. They don't really. Now, Clark Phillips was kind of an exception to that. He was like the kind of day 2 guy that fell to day 3, and they did take him. So I guess we can't rule it out entirely. But yeah. I mean, last year I feel like Dorless was kind of chalky in terms of like someone who had fallen that they picked up in the 4th round, and they've been a little more board focused in previous years. But I think I saw you tweeting about it, Aaron. Like offensive tackle, is there like a tackle that you would be keeping an eye on?
Anthony Belton was the tackle I wanted, but he's gone.
Yeah, I'm surprised he went that early, but I know he had a lot of fans as someone that I know. Like I can't remember who it was. Someone said they thought he would be a great guard, which obviously Falcons probably don't care too much about that. But did you think he had potential to stick at tackle still, or?
Yeah, I did. I thought I wasn't sure going into the Senior Bowl, and then I thought he did a really good job in the one-on-ones to make me feel like, okay, I think he can play tackle.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this goes. They're taking so long with this pick. My goodness, pick 59.
Yeah, it's Mike Green.
Yeah, Twitter had the pick like 8 minutes ago.
I know, but I was gonna wait for them to announce it on TV.
Honestly, at this point, I think we're past it.
Like, yeah, guys, we may just have to start talking about it because they're gonna announce like 4 picks in the next like 3 minutes now. Yes, it was Mike Green. He does go here to the Ravens. So
hey man, the Ravens come away with Malachi Starks and Mike Green.
My dream draft going to Baltimore once again. Wow. I feel like this happens every year. They got Travis Jones. That was my guy. Yeah.
And then Baltimore just strolls into 12 to 13 wins every year.
Yep. Look at this dude. Look at this absolute unit coming on the stage. That has to be a former offensive lineman.
There you go, Jason Brown.
Yep, yeah. I was like, yeah, that's an offensive lineman right there. Man, that's some of the broadest shoulders I've ever seen. My goodness, absolute unit. Shout out. But,
Kai Robinson and Yaya Black have probably the most square silhouettes I've ever seen on a human being. Ever.
Yeah, so. Yaya Black was an interesting one to go down on the field and stand next to Yaya Black. Oh. Wow. Yeah. Some guys just like you see it on tape and you're like, oh, in person, this is like the first guy off the bus. Like we need you standing in front. Him and who was it a couple years ago? The Minnesota tackle, the 6'8" guy.
Oh, Falele.
Yeah, Daniel Falele. That dude, the largest man I've ever seen. I think I got a picture of like another sports reporter interviewing him, and it was like. He looked like a child. Like it's just like I think this guy was like 5'8", so it's like already, struggling. But yeah, against, Daniel Falele, it was like another level entirely. So all right, Mike Green going off the board here finally. So I mean that's just tremendous value here for the Ravens. Obviously there's pretty clear that those allegations were more serious than a lot of people thought. Considering how far he fell, but at this point, I mean, the Ravens clearly willing to take a chance. So, we'll see if they end up being correct there.
Always gotta show that Connerly rep.
Yeah, they didn't show my clip. Come on, guys. Yeah, NFL Network never asked for my clip. That was like Bleacher Report and somebody else. But
Twitter's still entertaining tonight. It feels nice to know the other end of it, but everyone's clowning the Saints right now.
Yeah. I do enjoy that. Yeah, I remember everyone was clowning the Falcons about Penix, so I do want to be careful with that.
But that's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean Penix's tape was actually good. That is something. So like, I never got the Tyler Shuck thing. Like with Penix, I was like, oh yeah, like I think he's a good 2nd round pick. Like the tape is really good. Obviously, he's an older prospect, and there's the injury concerns, but like I think someone he could be like he's the one I would bet on as like a guy and all this. I don't get the Tyler Shuck thing at all. Like, I'm sorry, I'm still just like flabbergasted of like, okay, like he's big and white and he's got an arm and he runs around a little bit, but like, what are we doing here? But you know, he couldn't have gone to a better organization. You know, I'll say that. at least, you know, unfortunately, Trevor Penning's no longer going to be starting there. It seems like so that the Tyler Shuck Trevor Penning combo would have been quite the sight, I think. But you know, we can't have nice things. So, all right, we got.
Bro, these tweets are sorry, not these pics are. Is it just me or does this feel slow?
It is really slow. Like I don't know why they're taking so long. Like we're halfway through the allotted time for the draft, and they're not even out of the second round yet. Like it's just like, come on, guys.
2 hours. It's been over 2 hours.
Wow, R.J. Harvey, second round pick. Let's go, UCF legend.
Yeah,
UCF legend, R.J. Harvey. Love that. That's my dynasty. I'm running out. No one who's in my dynasty league is watching this, right? Yeah, I'm running out to draft this guy. Just a good player. So happy for him for sure.
My dynasty draft is tomorrow, actually.
Really?
Yeah, we're going from the draft right into the dynasty.
As soon as the draft ends, it's hardcore. It's like, no, you don't get any time to research or think about it.
Time for prep.
Just go straight in. The second the draft ends, we're going in. The draft begins. So
Mel Kiper hasn't even dropped the draft grades yet. And you're already doing this?
You need to have takes immediately.
Mel Kiper's apparently too busy crying about Shador still not being drafted.
Oh my God!
There's still tears in his eyes.
Yeah, you know, I'm sorry, Eric. I know Eric Robinson. You know, ESPN Eric. He's gonna like hate us for not watching the ESPN coverage, but I just couldn't. I couldn't keep going with that, man. It was just like, how long are you gonna talk about this? Like, there's other picks in this draft. Like, there's 32 other players that are going. Can we talk about them for a second or at all?
It's been a couple of L's for Mel on QB1s those last couple of years. Shador and Will Levis. Not great. Not great.
Well, look, like, first of all, shout out to Mel for being like the OG draft guy. Like, he deserves his respect for that, but let's be honest, Mel hasn't had his finger on the draft pulse in a decade at this point. Like, you know, I mean, like, he's coasting off the rep and like he's earned it. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? Like,
yeah.
So,
well, I don't have cable, so I've been running the ABC stream, and I mean it's pretty good. So it's the college game day guys, okay. You know, Nick Saban and them, the guys who like I know actually watch every game. So it's like it's kind of cool, like hearing Nick Saban's like breakdowns and analysis over some of these Alabama guys, especially because he's the one who like recruited all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so it's a nice perspective.
To check that coverage out sometime. I haven't watched the ABC. I usually just do NFL Network, but
yeah,
that could be interesting. Saban definitely has takes. Like, I respect it. Like, I feel like
He's
a guy
really
like Saban.
Like,
yeah,
he's really good at the college game day thing. Like, he's a personality for sure.
Yeah, I feel like a guy like him, like with his cachet, he could just like play it safe and just say, you know, just have the mealy mouth takes and just be like, oh yeah, I think he's good. You know, I respect him. You know, good tape, whatever. But he's got like takes. Like, he has like legit like takes. He's not afraid to like throw some stuff out there. So I respect it. All right, yeah, like as predicted, we got like 3 picks in a row. We got Mike Green to the Ravens. We got R.J. Harvey, the running back, UCF legend, to the Broncos at 60. Trey Amos finally off the board here to the Commanders at 61. That's quite a value. Something must have been going on there too, because he was getting late first round buzz.
Yeah.
Like for the last month at least, I would say. So I don't know if there was some other thing that came up or if that was all smoke or what, but definitely an interesting prospect. But...
Saints fans are definitely going through it right now. Say the name Tyler Shuck out loud. Does that shit even sound like a star to you?
That's what I said earlier. Tyler Suck is right there. I'm sorry. Like we take one syllable off, okay? You take one letter out of that. What does it tell you? Okay, I'm sorry. That's danger zone. That's danger zone right there. And they just walked right into that. So, man, you know, I don't know what the Saints are doing. Like, let's be honest. Like, even before this, like Derek Carr stuff, like where it's like, oh yeah, by the way, I might not play football again. Also, like, Ryan Ramchik's like, yeah, I have to retire. That's just bad luck. Ryan Ramchick, shout out, like, great right tackle that career just cut tragically short. But
kind of was like weird, like watching Ryan Ramchick get drafted in 2017, and now watching Ryan Ramchick announce the second round pick as like the retired Saints like player announcing the pick tonight.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate for him. Obviously unfortunate for New Orleans, but it's like they just keep doubling down. Like, as many complaints as you might have about like Terry or whatever, like the Falcons haven't like the Saints are like multiple years deep now. Like there's no like way out. Like, and that's one thing I'll say about this Cousins contract, right? Like it was obviously a mistake in hindsight. Like obviously it didn't work out. But like, yeah, we got to deal with it this year. But like that's it. Like, I mean, if they were to trade Kirk Cousins right now, there's no more dead money. Like they're done. They're done with Kirk. Like it's like, oh, okay, so we had to deal with the consequences for 1 year. Now obviously if they can't trade Kirk before June 1st, then they're going to have to deal with the money next year, and they're still going to save a lot, but it's not great. But it's like you could have done a lot worse. You could have kicked this can down the road. You could have minimized the cap hit. You could have done all these games that the Saints like to play with all of their contracts. And the Falcons, that's one thing I'll give Terry credit for, is that they haven't screwed up their cap beyond this year. So at least there's that.
I mean, yeah, look, I won't lie. Part of me thought it was like, maybe a mandate from like ownership that like, don't mess with the cap in the future. But now I'm not thinking that that's the case if ownership was okay with them trading the first rounder next year.
I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, well, there's no way for us to ever know. Like, it's just pure speculation. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how it works out. We'll see what ends up happening. But yeah, it's definitely a lot of pressure now on James Pierce to really deliver in year one and on.
Yeah. The thing with James Pierce that I always liked, like, the vibe on James Pierce is like, he's just a weird dude, apparently. Like, apparently James Pierce is just a weirdo. And that just like rubs people the wrong way, which is like, I feel like I need to meet this man, because like I need to see like what all this hype is. But like, apparently it's just like, he's just weird. Like, he's just a weird guy, like apparently kind of nonchalant. Like the combine story, and I told this yesterday's show too, and it's like, shows up, to run in a hoodie, and they're like, oh, and he runs great, first of all, in the hoodie. So like, clearly he's fast as hell. And then they're like, oh, like, James, like, why did you run in the hoodie? Like, we've never seen anyone do this before. He's like, oh yeah, I forgot my tights in the room. Yeah, I just forgot them. So I was just like, whatever. It's like, you forgot? You forgot this is the most important 40 of your life, and you just forgot? He's like, yeah. It's just like, he's a weird dude. But clearly didn't stop him, So.
I can definitely see how that would rub some teams the wrong way, but it's like, when we say weird, is he like Mac Hollins weird? Mac Hollins was a weird ass dude.
Yeah.
No, I don't think anybody's Mac Hollins.
No, that's another level. Yeah.
That man was showing up barefoot, talking to me at training camp about how he doesn't believe in using like spoons or knives or like forks.
Hey, but he was going to be a great number 2 wide receiver for the Falcons for all those reasons, right?
Hey, we'll always have that catch against Green Bay.
I feel like he could have been better than he was in Atlanta. Just Arthur Smith is incompetent, but I don't know. Like, I still think asking him to be the wide receiver too was obviously rich, but it was like, we're gonna sign him and pipe him up as our wide receiver too, and then just proceed to never throw him the football. Like, and maybe that was more of a Desmond Ridder thing.
As the founder of the Corey Davis Watch fan club, it was great for me. So I really enjoyed the hype for Mac Hollins and how quickly that petered out. It was great for my brand.
They beat it out of us, Aaron. We had no choice. We had to get off that train. It reminds me of the hype for man, who was the ex-Bengals guy? He came into training camp and had that. Auden Tate. Auden Tate came in, had that one great catch, and then it was like, that was the last we ever heard of Auden Tate. He didn't make the roster.
When I knew that Auden Tate wasn't making the roster? it was like, I think day 2 or day 3 of like training camp, where the wide receivers were just doing like regular drills, like the stuff that we can actually record because it's like a nothing burger, where they're just going on like a route against nobody. Then I was watching Auden Tate, and I'm like, is that guy running at full speed? Is that really as fast as he can go? Because he looked like he was running in quicksand, and I'm like, yeah, this dude is making it.
Oh no, yeah. Oh no. Oh man. Okay. Omar Norman Lott to the Chiefs. Love that. Love that. 2 defensive tackles actually go back to back here. We got Shamar Turner, the other Shamar from Texas A&M, going to the Bears at 62, and then we got Omar Norman Lott, the pass rush ace, going to the Chiefs at 63. I love that. He had like a 20% pass rush win rate as like an interior defender last year. That's nuts. Now that's all he can do, but like, I mean, if all you can do is rush the passer, you're probably gonna have a long NFL career. I mean, that's Morgan Fox, right? I mean, Morgan Fox has survived on being a pass rush specialist for like 10 years now. So.
If you're gonna be a one-trick pony, let that one trick be, the best possible thing you can do as a defender.
Yeah. Gabriel Rogers says, "Remember Brian Edwards?" Oh God.
I remember giving a 5th rounder for him, like everyone hyping up the trade, and then that completely fizzling out.
What is it with the Falcons and like taking receivers that were productive with the Raiders and then just doing absolutely nothing with them? It's like,
it was years where it was just like, okay, which Raiders cast off wide receiver are we going to pick up this year?
It was like he kept going for the same type too. He was like, Brian Edwards, okay, not Brian Edwards. Mac Hollins, okay. Now, like, why do you want this guy if you refuse to use him? Like, Arthur Smith is one of the most puzzling figures I think I can ever remember. It was like he had such conviction about some things, but they were just the wrong things. He's like, we're going to do this. We're going to have this great running game. We're going to have these receivers. We're going to have the number 1 tight end ever drafted in the NFL. Quarterback? Who cares about that? Yeah, we don't need a quarterback. Look at that. Look at Kyle Pitts. You think Kyle Pitts needs a quarterback? You saw who was throwing the ball in college? That didn't matter. I mean, the Bucs saw, and they took him, in the second round.
It's okay. We had Felipe Franks.
The GOAT.
Kyle Trask.
Kyle Pitts got Kyle Trask drafted.
It's true.
Yeah.
Kyle's like chilling as the 3rd string quarterback at Tampa Bay.
Kyle Trask has just the best job in the world. He's like, no one's ever going to put me on the field again, and I'm just going to sit here and collect this check.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kyle. Yeah. Oh, man. All right, we're waiting on the last pick of the 3rd round here. Pick 64 with the Eagles.
2nd round.
Or excuse me. I wish it was the last pick of the 3rd round, but unfortunately, got a whole other round, folks. Or fortunately, because Falcons do have a pick, at least at this time they do. So we'll wait to see that one. Allegedly, yeah, we'll see. Yeah.
I'm gonna duck out after this pick and catch you guys on the flip side.
Yeah, no, appreciate you coming and hanging out, Aaron. It's been fun. We got a couple. I'll save these donations for after we get this pick in here. All right, well, if you're gonna be here for another minute, Aaron, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. So I don't have to leave Adnan out to dry here by himself. So I'll be back in just a minute. We'll see who the Eagles take. Then I'll get to these latest donations. Thank you, guys. I'll be right back.
Adnan, you want to talk Hawks for a second? Or I'll let you talk Hawks.
Yeah, we can talk Hawks. I talked a little bit with Bryce Lewis, who's the Hawks person over there. But yeah, no, I was at the game last week. It was like this time last week, and man, down 1, season on the line. George Niang got us with that shot with 18 seconds left. I think it was a good shot, for what it's worth. But man, that was a heartbreaker. That was a straight heartbreaker.
Yeah.
I was like, man, we had him, and then Davian Mitchell just dropped 4 threes. He's never missed a single shot against the Hawks in his life.
Yeah,
he went 5 for 5 against us earlier this season, and then 3 for 3 from 3, a career 28% 3-point shooter. But against us, he becomes Stephen Curry.
Yeah, it was tough.
Yeah, I had we won that game, I would not have been at the day 3 draft party because the home game would have been tomorrow at 1.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's where the Heat are playing the Cavs in Miami tomorrow. It was already announced previously, but yeah, it's yeah. Now part of me is mad at the Hawks because of them. I have to wait 4 hours in between the Falcons' 4th round pick and 7th round pick tomorrow.
Oh, that's gonna be great. I have no idea what I'm gonna do to kill the time between then.
Yeah, I'm already dreading it, like, at this point. But we already started, like, killing time tonight. I'm like, yeah, well, we're having some day 3 ass conversations because we're trying to kill some time until pick 101 right now.
Me asking you about the Hawks. This is a classic day 3 conversation. Let's just waste some time talking about another sport other than the draft.
Yeah, like it's gonna reach like a new level tomorrow because we're already like running out of ammunition today. Like, normally we don't start these combos until 2 p.m. on Saturday.
Yeah.
But it's definitely part of the grind. There's 274 people waiting with bated breath. Also, JNLK, I agree. Dyson should have been the defensive player of the year. But they always reward team performance, in my opinion, a little bit too much with these NBA like awards. Honestly, in the NFL, a little bit too. It's like I get it. It's important to like you want to reward the good teams, but if like a player was like more worthy of like let's say an All-Pro appearance or Pro Bowl appearance than someone else, it's like I don't like punishing a player because the players around him like didn't get the job done.
And I think in basketball, it's easier to isolate an individual player than it is in like football or something like that, where it's a little bit more understandable why they maybe overemphasize team success just because so much of football is team related or whatever you want to say. The weakest link, the strongest link in the chain, or whatever. In basketball, like you can just be a great player on a shitty team. Oh, I shouldn't say that. On a sucky team. And like it's easy to kind of tell who those guys are. It's not hard to figure out who they are.
Yeah, it's one of those, I guess, like I fully agree. That's why, like, in the NBA draft, you like get one like star player, and all of a sudden the entire franchise is just like completely like changed. Whereas I guess like that can be the case with a quarterback, but it's just a quarterback.
Yeah.
Like I don't think there's anyone in the NFL outside of the quarterback position where you get someone and he's single-handedly like changing the entire trajectory of your franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, walked away for 10 seconds and Andrew Makuba comes off the board. Should have known.
Hey man, we spoke about it a little bit with George Costanza's donation at the start, but Jared Wilson is still on the board.
Yeah, he did make it out of the second round, so my doomsaying about him not making it to the third is apparently incorrect. So
who knows?
Just got to make it another 40 picks.
Oh yeah. Well, when you put it that way, it's like, okay, like why did I even mention anything?
No, it's possible. I mean,
Well, guys, I appreciate you having me.
Yeah.
I look forward to stopping by. I'll probably aim for about 2:30 Adnan when you're running out of gas tomorrow. So
that's a good thought. Like we're gonna need that injection at some point.
Between you and me, I'm gonna be run out of gas at 11 a.m. with like the traffic news.
Sorry, my internet's not working.
I'm coming in on fumes tomorrow.
Yeah. Whoopsie, dropping the connection. Yeah. No, thank you, Aaron. We appreciate you. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks for coming on. Guys, check out Locked On Falcons if you haven't. I mean, I don't know how you haven't seen Locked On Falcons if you're here, but if you haven't, by chance, go check it out.
Oh, well, everybody who doesn't check out Locked On Falcons just gave up on the podcast because of all the negativity. That's basically.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, Aaron is the biggest hater, obviously. So he's an even bigger Jalen. I'm glad I can say that actually Aaron's the Jalen Walker hater.
I'm going to come around on Jalen Walker. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm in the process of becoming Jalen Walker's biggest fan at this point in time, but I was his biggest hater prior to this point. So
okay.
I feel like I was giving Aaron a run for his money about last year, but it's you come for the king. I wasn't able to do
Yep.
it. The longevity just isn't there for me.
All right, guys, have a good night.
Absolutely. Thanks, Aaron. Have a good one. All right. Here we are, Adnan. It's the third round. We're halfway there. How you feeling?
I mean, when I consider the fact that it took 2.5 hours to do just the second
Feel
round,
less good. I feel less good about that. Yeah.
not great.
Yeah.
Not feeling
Not great,
really-
Tom. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna. We'll take a brief interlude here so I can show you guys how to pour this nitro. All right. Look, we're just gonna full send. Okay. Full upside down. You would never do this for a beer, right? But just wait for this like delicious head to show up. All right. Look at that. Yeah. Delicious. But it tastes like milk, and I know that sounds weird, but it's good. Okay, just trust me on that. Like usually if you haven't had nitro beer before, for most beers and most carbonated beverages, like the foam like on top is disgusting, right? I mean, it tastes like bitter and it's gross. For nitro beers, the like head is delicious. Like it's so good. I don't know how to describe it. It's like smooth and tasty. It's awesome. So, you can see now it's like it's kind of kind of firming up here. Yeah, that's what you want. So it's good stuff. You can find Left Hand most places. It's really popular. So if you have like a supermarket that has like a craft beer aisle, you could probably follow the Left Hand Milk Stout. It's awesome. If you ever find it on tap, like at a bar, send it, man. It's awesome. It's good stuff. Assuming they know how to pour it, but if they've got a nitro tap, then they should. All right. So let's see where we are here. Pick 66. They're making a couple picks here. We did see Darius Alexander go as the first pick of the third round. Kind of shocked he lasted that long. He's one of my guys too. Shout out Toledo. And then we've got the Kansas City Chiefs selecting Ashton Gillott from Louisville, the edge rusher. Another guy that had some fans. And we are officially underway in the third round here, so we're getting there.
Shador has gone undrafted through the first 2 rounds.
Cleveland Browns, like third round? Or maybe the Browns just don't care. I don't know. Maybe Milroe here. I've heard the Browns like I know Thor was saying the Browns maybe like Milroe, but yeah.
Hey, man, if the Browns are not a team, that seem like that they really care about any off-the-field issues when it comes to their quarterback. Is all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, neither are the Falcons. They're not much better, but
The Falcon, the Browns saved the Falcons from themselves. There's no doubt about that. Nico, we're not doing the Blue Chew ad. Nico said Kevin's talking about head and things firming up. Yeah, no, Blue Chew, call me because that's a great crossover opportunity there. Call me back, Blue Chew. But yeah,
Blue Chew, we can absolutely like get creative with some of these ads.
I enjoyed that Blue Chew read. That was fun. A lot of ad reads, are like you need to read this copy like this. It's like okay, whatever. But yeah, that Blue Chew ad, they were like, yeah, have fun with it. Just work. There's a couple things, work it in, but otherwise, just have fun with it. So I appreciate that. You kind of have to do it with a read like that. 'Cause it's kind of awkward, right? But chew it and do it. Yeah, there you go, Bobby. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah.
Well, we need Twizzlers to send me another box.
You got to be careful talking about the chocolate Twizzlers like that, because before you know it, there's going to be a crate sent to your house.
Hey, that was all. The background of that was all thanks to Evan.
Yeah.
Evan just got it together, and he I guess sent Twizzlers some clips or whatever, and Twizzlers is like, oh, what's his address? I should have found it weird when Evan was asking for my address.
I should have been more concerned. Yeah.
And then there was just a crate in front of my. Look, I didn't eat 90% of those Twizzlers. Most of them I gave it away. So a lot of it was donated.
Yeah. Feeding the hungry, donating the Twizzlers. Look, I mean, Twizzlers are good. I just think you didn't want an entire crate of them. That's all.
Yeah,
It's too
yeah,
much, you know.
it was definitely too much. Like, but very long-lasting candy. So it's like if you were in a nuclear apocalypse, and Twizzlers is that can last a while.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It can, it's a good bunker food, like you said. Let's see, we got a couple donations here. I want to get to. Got George Costanza with the $2 asking, what do we think about Georgia's Dylan Fairchild at 101, assuming Jared Wilson is gone? George loves a big beefy boy. George, I don't think you wanted me to read it like that, but loves a big beefy boy that can push people around. All he ever did at UGA was push people around. He still thinks the biggest need is Xavier Watts. Figure Kevin will like that pick. Yeah, I mean, I can't believe Xavier Watts is still here, so I'll be praying for that to happen. What do you think about Dylan Fairchild, Adnan?
Look, man, it's I'm all about the big beefy boys, George, and I'm all. Our dog quota has been up from 1 to 2. So it's with the way the economy is right now, the way the tariffs are hitting. We've gotten more expensive. So we need to double the dogs. Hashtag double the dogs this year. We already got one. So I'd be down for Fairchild right now. I'm in a dangerous situation right now because the longer the draft goes, the more my hope for Jared Wilson is going to increase. And at the start of the night, I decided, you know what, I'm going to oh, the Browns just skipped on Shador again, by the way.
Yeah, Harold Fannin Jr. Yeah.
Junior.
I wonder if they're just like, screw you, Dion. Like we just don't like you. Like that's the whole thing. That's unfortunate if that's the case. But
the Browns passed on that man 5 times so far.
Yeah, they're not interested.
Yeah.
That's clear. So
yeah.
Well, this just means the Browns are trading for Kirk, clearly, right? Because they passed on quarterback. Yeah.
And hopefully there's a deal already in place. Well, we know that Kirk doesn't care about following the rules of tampering. So, but yeah, the longer this goes, the more my hopes are increased, and I know it'll all just get crushed when inevitably Jared Wilson is there at 101 and the Falcons pass on him for someone else.
Yeah, that yeah, I don't want to live in that reality, Adnan. Let's wait until he actually makes it there, then we can have that dark conversation. But it's entirely possible. Let's see. We got Jake Ennis with the $10 saying, "My kahunas are still tingling from the double dip at Edge. Rise up." I haven't heard it phrased like that before, but yeah, I can see that.
Hey man, I have my opinions on the trade up. I'm not a fan of the trade up, but if you're gonna do it, the very least you did it for Edge. The very least you did it for pass rush. So, it is what it is, and we've been asking for a pass. I feel like we brought up the possibility of double dipping. Oh, there's Dave's guy, Darren. Oh, was it Darian Porter?
Yeah.
He goes at pick 68.
Yep. Yeah, this is about the range that I think.
But yeah, every year we mention the possibility of double dipping at Edge. I think we did it once. And it was Ikic and D'Angelo Malone, and that shit didn't work out at all.
That did not work. Although both still on the roster, so that's better than most of Terry Fontenot's picks.
Hey man, they can be on the roster all they want. The only contribution D'Angelo Malone has ever given to the Falcons was costing them that Commanders game with that terrible penalty in the third quarter when the team had all momentum and forced a 4th and long.
Yeah, that's right. That was a terrible penalty.
That was a penalty which literally changed the game. The defense was on top of everything. They were dominating. We were about to get the ball back at midfield, leading, and then after that, it was a penalty on 3rd and 20. It was 3rd and 22 or something like that. Then Jaden Daniels leads a touchdown drive, and then from there, just all went to poop.
Yes, nightmare. nightmare scenarios there. But yeah, no, I mean with the Browns like passing on a quarterback again, it's like, oh, Kirk Cousins, also the Steelers, Kirk Cousins, anybody want it? No, I mean we may have to wait a while, guys, until we know about Kirk Cousins.
Are we sure Aaron Rodgers isn't like, doing the hardest drugs imaginable in some like darkness retreat at some desolate cabin, like nowhere, trying to like decide what he's going to do next in his NFL career?
He's deep in the vision quest, trying to see where he should go.
Like an episode of Blue Mountain State.
He's just out there, man. He's just vibing. I mean, at this point, if you're expecting, I mean, this is classic Arthur Smith. He's like, yeah, I don't really care. Don't really care about quarterback. We'll just see if Aaron Rodgers wants to play, and if he doesn't, it's fine. Who cares? But yeah, we did see that graphic on NFL Network about. It was like showing the Browns' offense and all their pieces with like Kenny Pickett as their quarterback. It's like, oh no, so Kirk Cousins is coming, right? I mean, are we serious? You're gonna sell the fans on Kenny Pickett, and like maybe they're going back to the Joe Flacco well. It's like they re-signed Flacco. It's like I think the fans are done with Joe Flacco now after he blew that playoff game by like reverting to Joe Flacco.
What did they expect was gonna happen?
I don't know, man. I don't know why this man's like 43 years old. They just gave him another $4 million, so who knows?
Like,
Kyle Williams here.
I get it, but at some point, like, he's going to turn back into a pumpkin.
Yeah. It's just, that's what I'm saying. It's like, like, are we really doing this? Like, you're going to go with Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco as your quarterbacks with a straight face? I mean, maybe they're just tanking, right? Like, hoping to get a quarterback, but...
Yeah, but it's like teams don't really – that doesn't really happen in the NFL like it does.
No.
Like, let's be honest. It's an epidemic in the NBA.
Yeah.
Like, team, like you can tell at the start of a season, oh, this team is up on a tank job right now. But it's like, I don't know, kind of feels like it's a bit more unforgiving in the NFL having these like terrible like or losing seasons, unless you're the Falcons. In which case, your team can have 4 straight, like below 500 seasons and just be
They're
okay.
just not bad enough to be tanking. That's the thing. Like, they're clearly not doing this intentionally. So.
That kind of feels worse. Like, kind of feels like worse.
Like, if they were like trying to get the top 5 pick for like 3 straight years to try to like do some kind of dynasty building thing, it's like, well, okay, but yeah, probably not. We do get a trade here. Lions moving up to 70. We'll see.
Maybe the Saints. Well, I was gonna say maybe the Saints get Shador here, but they already got Tyler Shuck.
They're gonna double up. If they do, then I have to take another shot. Apparently, so we better not get the Shador thing going. All right. Well, let's see it. We got the Lions trading up here.
Bro, Saints fans are so funny. All good to them, man. Like that. You know what? As much as I despise that franchise, as much as I despise that fan base, they're so funny, bro. Like Falcons fans too. Like Falcons fans are peak hilarity when it comes to like, something awful happening. But man, like Twitter has been entertaining as hell tonight.
Yeah. What's up, Damsky? How you doing, man?
What up? Can you hear me?
Welcome. Yeah, I got you. Mm-hmm.
Okay. What up?
Hey, what's going on, man?
We were just talking. Man? Did you get to see the Tyler Shuck pick? You got takes on Tyler Shuck to New Orleans? We were just talking about that again.
I was on the field and that shit. I was laughing my ass off because like I checked Twitter and it's just like all the bad throws. Just like, did you see that one where he's like running, like he's rolling out, he just like hucks it in there?
Oh my god, that's the best one. Where he's like, so it looks like Uncle Rico. This is gonna age me apparently now that this movie's old. Napoleon Dynamite. Uncle Rico takes the steak off the plate and just like sidearms it and hits him in the face with it. Like it's like not even close.
You just wonder like what the quarterback coach at Louisville is just like thinking. Just like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, it's wild stuff.
But the thing, they're poking holes at everything like about this pick. Like someone's tweeting out about like criticism because he majored in criminal justice. It's like, man, we drafted the police.
I didn't even think of that angle. Yeah, he's gonna rat out the rest of the team. Yeah,
That's so funny. Yeah, I mean, 'tis the season, right? Draft to find out everything about you.
That's right. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah.
Yep.
I said on the air before the pick, I was like, all right, I'm gonna take a shot. Like if they take Tyler Shuck, because there's no way they're gonna do this, right? And it's like, yep, okay, got to do it. So, now if they take Shedeur too, then I got to take another shot. So we can't allow that. So New Orleans, please, please
how
don't
many
do
are
that.
you in already, Kevin?
Just the one,
Oh,
but
just the
that's what I'm
one?
saying. Like we can't have Shedeur now. But yeah.
Adnan's a few beers in, or what?
Oh, Adnan's
Nope.
what? How many lemonades are you deep, Adnan?
Oh yeah, I'm not a drinker.
Yeah.
No.
I'm one lemonade and one mango juice in tonight. I got
Yeah,
2 glasses of lemonade last night.
I'm a big Pepsi Zero guy, man. That shit's got a hold on me right now. But
The Pepsi Zero, yeah.
yeah, it's got a hold on me. The zero stuff, like anything zero, is just like got a hold on me right now. It's wild.
I mean,
I'm not-
my cheat stuff is like a soda at the end of the week. It's like
Yeah.
like says someone, people are going toward like the hard liquor, the alcohol. Mine is like no. Like I'll treat myself with a Coke.
Yeah.
Give me that carbonated drink.
Yeah. I've tried to like do like I used to hate like sparkling water, like I just couldn't do it, but like I've slowly like worked my way into like, okay, if I need that like fizziness and I don't want to get a beer or soda, it's like, okay, I can maybe drink some sparkling water, but yeah, I mean it's rough out there because those we were talking about it earlier, like you just drink so many calories and you don't even realize it. It's like
It is. It's bad.
it's
bad.
tough.
Yeah. When I was in Portugal, they had this like a lemon carbonated water drink, and it was so good. And I found a store here in Canada that has it. So I just been in like, I'm getting killed on the pricing of it, but it's just so good. Like,
Delicious.
because it's from Portugal, so it's just, you came here, but it's good. Really
Yeah.
good.
Good stuff. Well, what do you think? What do you think about day one for the Falcons, Damsky? How are you feeling about that electric pair of picks here for Atlanta?
Yeah, I mean it's encouraging. Like I legit thought Jalen Walker was going top 10. Like I was like he wasn't even in my eyesight. I like seen clips of him here and there, so I didn't really look into him too much because I was just like, to me, like him and Carolina made like the best match just because like the Evero scheme and doing the Fangio stuff, and I'm like, oh, like that, like if he's gonna work in the NFL, like that's typically the scheme that he's got to go to. So I was like, oh man, it just makes so much sense. But then like a couple of weeks ago, I was like, dude, like if I'm them, I'm thinking like I need a receiver for like they don't have a big body X guy. Like Leggett, he's a big receiver, but he doesn't play like that. So and then I was like, oh, they should draft Tet. And then like it came to fruition. I was like, that's good. And then the Saints just completely fucked their first round pick. So that was just perfect. And then like after that, San Fran, they don't really play with smaller size defensive end. So really the only team that was really a threat to us after that would have been Miami, but they really moved away from that front too. So I was like, damn, man, like we're really about to get this guy. So I had to do a little crash course on him late into the night last night, a little bit this morning. And I mean, he looks good, man. I think the most encouraging thing is like Ulbrich saying that like they're going to allow him to master one skill first and then kind of move him around. I think that's the best method to that madness. And it's encouraging. They're not going to ask him to do everything just off the hop, even though the type of person, the type of character he is, I really feel like he can like kind of handle that workload. But if they're just going to rush him off the edge and let him be a dog like that, like I'm encouraged by that. I think, James Pierce is the compensation. I think if you ignore the compensation, like you can get excited about the player, right? But I think like it's gonna be. I guess I'm gonna come off as a hater, but like Terry Fonz, do we know Terry's gonna be here next year? Like, why do we?
That's why he
let him
did it,
go?
right?
Right? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he's just like, okay, fuck it. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna be here next year. Here's a first round pick.
We
right? So
ball.
like
Okay.
I
Yeah.
think that's my biggest holdup with it. But other than that, like I don't know. And then like you see the whole Falcons fan base today, they're just like, oh, yo, James Pierce is the best player, this, that, and like, you know, he fell for a reason, right? Like, so it's just like he's got good pass rush win rate, like his pressure numbers are good, but I don't know. Like, look at him in the like he was playing Ohio State's like our right tackle was terrible, and he didn't really do anything against him. So I mean, I'm excited. The frame's nice. I said, somebody I trust at Scouts. They said he's a Diet Pepsi version of Brian Burns, and you know what I mean. If you can, if you can see the light with that, like that's pretty cool, right? Like let's roll with that type deal.
Yeah, no, I get that angle to it. Yeah, like I always told people, I was like, yeah, James Pierce scares the shit out of me, but like I'm in, like I'm in,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
I'm,
yeah, yeah. That's exactly
but
it.
like he's a weird dude, and like he's built like like a guy that would be this great bender, but he plays like a
No.
power rusher. Like it's kind of
Yeah, yeah.
weird. But he's like insanely explosive. That's like his trump card, and I think he can just win off of that. He has
Yeah.
some moves, although like the pass rush plan is kind of like a work in progress, but he has some moves. He's explosive as hell. I think he worked really hard to become like a passable run defender this year. And like he was actually,
Yeah.
I would say, a good run defender at the college level. That's probably not going to hold up at the NFL, but I mean, I think he can be a great like backside gap shooter, pursuit guy. Like he's got that juice for that, but yeah, I mean, for me, it's just the compensation, and it all comes down to like if the Falcons are good and he pans out, and this is like, and we're talking about 2026's first as being a late first or like a 20s type of pick, then it's probably a good trade. And if it's not a 20s pick and it's like a 10s or God forbid a single digits pick, then they screwed up. Like they screwed up real bad. So I mean,
bad.
time's gonna tell. Time's gonna tell. So
I think like the biggest thing with me with so like when I study edge, when I see them get the run game, the biggest thing for me is when they get like pullers coming their way as a free block when the linemen are down blocking and they get a puller come back the other side. Just like Daniel Jeremiah always taught me to be like, how does the defensive end deal with a puller coming right at you, right? And I think, like to your point, this year he was taking on the puller. He realized, hey man, like I got some strength in this body. I'm able to take those on, and like he would come downhill and smack it back. So I mean, it's there. Like I don't want to get overly excited because, like, to be honest with you, between the two players that we drafted, James Pierce is more my flow, but because he has the archetype of being a power rusher without the power. Like he doesn't have the long arm. He doesn't have the speed to power conversion. It's more of like I'm gonna try to Euro step you back inside type deal. It's kind of like moving my frame and try to make it look bendy, but he's not really there yet. But I'm encouraged, and like I think like that's what Ulbrich said as well. He's like because he was just talking about the roles of Jalen and James going into the year, and he's like, James is going to be a fire breather off the edge. We expect a lot from him, but we know there's a lot of room to grow, and like if they're okay with that, then good. But like to the point, like you kind of need him to play. Like the compensation you gave, like you got to kind of justify what you did, right? Like if you're stamping your guy and you're like, hey, that's my guy, and you gave up a first, you gotta like he's gotta play. Like there's nothing around that. Like there's no maturation period. Like he's gotta play, right? So I think that's the biggest thing with them. And I think he will for the most part. It looks like Raheem's he's probably looks like he's gonna go young in the front. Which I'm encouraged for because young guys can play, right? I mean the Rams did it and now
yeah.
look at them, man. Like it looks really good. So I mean, it's just like so boomer busty, like because you're betting on guys like Rook, Dorless, even AK. You could even say to a further extent, taking another jump, and then Jalen being able to hold up at the point of attack, and like Zach, like there's just so much youth. You just need like three of those guys to be like good, and then like two of those guys to be like above average, and then like we're starting to like be okay, right, in the front. So I mean, it's encouraging, but it's nerve-wracking at the same time. But it's fun. Like at least we got two edges. Like we didn't overthink it. We didn't, draft this DB or something. Like we got edge guys, and they look promising. And I think that's like the biggest takeaway you can take away from the first round is they got two players that are exciting and young.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. And they didn't take Matthew Golden at 15. So
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's just like, let's just hang our hat that we didn't fuck it up. Like,
yeah, so we got to put that nightmare to rest.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
yeah, I agree. Like I think James Pierce, like, I think he can play 3 downs. I think you have to like be careful to try to keep him as your weak side edge if you can, right? Like, you don't want him getting double teamed, and you don't want him going up against, the play side if at all possible. But, he's fine. Like, I think he's a fine run defender. And if he puts on, I mean, it's possible. Like, I mean, the nice thing about both these guys are 21, both of them. Like, these guys
Very
can
young,
put on
yeah.
5-10 pounds and be a lot beefier. Jalen, you're probably going to want to keep it that way, considering, depending on what you want to do with him. If he's playing off ball, he probably doesn't need to be 250,
Yeah.
But, I think with Pierce, maybe you continue to have him kind of put on, another 5-10 pounds, get to like 250, 255, 260 even, a little bit thicker, a little bit more weight to him, to where he's like an average run defender at the NFL level. And then he's going to give you enough pass rush that you're happy with that. And, it seems like this is going to be probably going back to that like 4-3 under style that we had, under Quinn. That's what Ulbrich likes to run.
Yeah.
So it's like now all of a sudden it's like we got Pierce, we got, AK, we got Floyd, we got, Jalen Walker maybe even taking snaps at that sort of Leo spot. And then you got maybe like Harrison and Trice and like Dorless taking snaps at the 5-tech spot. And, like, I mean, I think you can make that work. Like, and that's what these Quinn defenses do. They're going to have that lighter guy that's going to stand up, and they're going to have that hand in the dirt guy. And please God, can we get Zach Harrison back on the edge? Because that was like my biggest beef. Out of all the stuff they screwed up last year, Zach Harrison moving to the inside.
Yeah, they made him gain like he just looked like out of shape. Like it sucked, man, because he did look good off that edge. But
and we had like 15 defensive tackles. Like I don't get it.
I didn't get that. I never understood the whole like, okay, like we're gonna get him up to 285, and we're gonna kick him inside, and it's like I remember asking him about it, and he said like one of his defensive coaches, like the defensive line coach, like it was his idea.
Wow.
And Zach was like, okay, yeah, like he took the challenge, he like did it, but it's like it's so funny with the fan base where no matter what like the Falcons do, like there's gonna be that subsection of fans that are like, this is brilliant. This is the best idea. Absolutely.
It's exactly what we needed.
It's exactly what happened with like Harrison, and it's like it's sort of what's happening with like the trade up, because I'm seeing so many people say, "Oh, this was an amazing trade up." The Falcons didn't even give up that much in this trade up, and it's like we are allowed to be like critical and like objective, even if it's our favorite team, like making the moves that they're making. Especially like, look, bro, if this was the Patriots during like the Bill Belichick dynasty, I'd be like, you know what? Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. You've earned the benefit of the doubt. And teams missed the playoffs like seven straight years. Like it's okay to be critical. Like we don't justify every move.
Yeah,
I hate that because it's so true. Like you said, what has it been, like 7 years? Like we should be allowed to be hypercritical of like every single move they do. Yeah, like absolutely. Like, bro, this is like my life. I'm putting on a fucking line every September, bro. Like I gotta go to work and deal with folks yelling at me about the Falcons every day, bro. It's like Adnan, like to further extent, you're in Atlanta. Like I couldn't even imagine having to deal with that. Like,
look, man, like and you're right. Like our default should be like, okay, prove to us that what you're doing is like right, is correct. Even this regime, it's been 4 straight years of like below 500 football with Fontenot and company in this front office. it's not like, okay, you know what? Whatever you're doing, it's completely correct. And then, when we're proven wrong, we have an egg on our face.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, the Falcons haven't really earned the benefit of the doubt, right? Like, I mean, this is a team that has kind of like whiffed consistently for years now. So yeah, I mean, I think they have to earn our respect at this point. We can't, we're not going to just assume everything they do and everything they're working on and everything they're trying is going to work anymore. Like, I mean, I think after 2016, they earned obviously some leeway with that, but I mean, it's just like, yeah, I think it's fair to question, and fair to kind of see like, what are we doing here? Like can we get this done or not, right? So. All right. Let's see. Let's catch up on a couple of the picks here. We got over the last couple minutes, we got Pat Bryant going to the Broncos at 74. Nick Martin just went to the 49ers at 75. Prior to that, a couple picks came in. 73 to the Jets. We had Azaria Thomas. Shout out to my Niceville High School alumnus. Went to my alma mater. Shout out to Azaria. Landon Jackson, a.k.a. Duke Harkonnen from Dune, goes to the Buffalo Bills at 72. Vernon Broughton is who the Saints take at 71. So, yeah, Jackson's intriguing, but yeah, so far, the Falcons targets all staying on the board here. So, things shaping up all right so far. We got another 25-ish picks before Atlanta. So,
who are you hoping for here, Kevin? CJ West?
Yeah, that's Trayshawn's praying for CJ.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I want a D lineman, D tackle.
Yeah, I think Xavier Watts for me and Jared Wilson would be
Watts
the other
would
one.
be good,
Yeah.
How's Watts still on the board?
I don't know, man. I don't know what these people are doing. The safeties just fall. Savon Ravel too. Like hell, let's take a list. I mean, I'm guessing the medicals are scaring people off of Savon. But
Ravel. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, maybe he just went. I don't know.
Yeah.
No,
Sorry,
there he
I don't
is.
want to tip it.
No, they didn't tip it. I just didn't have the
okay,
stream
my
open. I
bad,
heard
my
someone
bad,
say it
my
in the
bad.
chat. Yeah, so R.I.P. the Ravel dream, but I don't think that was very likely to make it all the way to 101. But
Has Las Vegas or Cleveland picked a quarterback yet?
no.
No,
Yeah.
they haven't stuck with a third quarterback off the board.
They gotta take one of these guys, no?
Fedora.
I mean, you would think so, but wow, we had Nick Martin go at 75. Really?
He's actually a dog, but there's definitely
Yeah.
like Princely. I'm surprised he didn't go there.
Yeah,
Jack
Princey's
Sawyer,
still out
my
there?
dog.
Yep. I know he's one of your guys. Yeah.
Yeah, big Jack Sawyer.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Sorry, I missed these donations from earlier. We got a $2 from Anonymous. Well, thank you, Anonymous, whoever you are. Anybody in the chat can claim this now. Regarding James Pierce's personality, hoping it's a Kawhi Leonard type weird, where he's just a bit odd and eccentric, but a killer on the field. Yeah, I mean that kind of seems like that might be what it is. And then we got Eric Stewart with the $2 asking Adnan, where did you Adnan have Jalen Walker ranked in sort of your edge rusher list?
There's a Canadian on the board right now. Okay, Chuba Hubbard. Have some respect.
Hold on, guys. Yeah.
Just joking.
Should we sing the Canadian national anthem? For some reason, I know it.
Carolina just took Princely. Damn, man.
Oh yeah.
Holy.
Doubling up on the edge there. Yeah.
That's a hell of a move. Yeah, no, I have Jalen Walker high. Like I was mentioning it yesterday. Like I had him right after Abdul Carter. So as the top dog. Like obviously Abdul Carter is the guy, but I was mentioning it yesterday. I didn't see any scenario where he was falling to 15. I was like, his floor is 8. His floor is Carolina.
Yeah.
And his floor was not Carolina. Carolina wanted the wide receiver.
Yeah.
I'm still dumbfounded that New Orleans took Banks at 9.
Yeah, you're not a Banks guy? Yeah.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
That's why when rumors came out that we liked them, I was like, oh my God, kill me, man. I was like,
That's not a
dude, the
rumor,
second
dude.
match-
That's a source, okay? Like,
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Like, I was just like, dude, come on, brother. What are we doing here? But I don't know. From what I heard, this is going to be defense. Like, this whole draft is defense. So
yeah.
we'll see. I don't know. Like, you were saying Jared Wilson. I wouldn't mind that. But there's some, bro, it's crazy because there's, like, actually a lot of good edge rushers here.
Yeah. Just do it, just go for it, right? I mean, yeah, we see
if you're
Princely
gonna
go
all
off,
in,
but like
just do it,
Swinson's
man.
still here. I mean, like you said, CJ West.
Jack Sawyer,
Yep,
Jack Sawyer, Brady Swinson.
Yep.
Jack Sawyer looks good. I was getting some first round love a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got baby arms though. That's the problem.
Yeah, that was the only issue there, unfortunately. But
Yeah.
he's definitely I mean, like, if you're talking about him as like a late third, early like day 3 guy, I mean, yeah, absolutely. Like, he's gonna be a long time NFL player, I think, but just maybe doesn't have the ceiling.
I would love for us to go D-tackle nickel here because, like, Noel Williams and Jordan, like, whatever. I'm an Ohio State fan, but I'm actually being sincere. Jordan Hancock's an actual really good nickel player. Like, he's actually a guy, and he can double up for us, he doubled up as a safety and a nickel. So, I mean, he has experience doing both. So, like, I like his versatility. He's actually a dog, so. Him and Noel Williams would be really good. And then Jonas Sanker. Yeah, there's some.
Yep, Sanker. I've seen him linked to the team too. Yeah, I'm curious because there was some buzz about maybe offensive tackle. Like I think the offensive tackle buzz was legit. It just wasn't like Kelvin Banks. It was like they want like maybe Logan Brown or something. So that could be in play maybe in the 4th round. Charles, someone in the chat mentioned Charles Grant. I could see that. I think since they don't have that first next year, I think if there's a developmental tackle that they really like, I think we could definitely see that because they're not going to be able to take it in the first, and I think they probably would have wanted to. So, let's see.
Yeah, it's so crazy. Antoine Powell Ryland, him he went to Virginia Tech. So he played with a kid that came from our school here. He was at Virginia Tech. He got $1.5 million to stay at Virginia Tech last year.
Wow,
bro, this guy's gonna be like a 6th round pick.
NIL's wild, man. Good
so
for these
crazy.
kids. Good for these kids getting the bag.
I'm just like,
yeah.
I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, I know his number, and he's gonna I'm just wondering what Dylan Gabriel definitely got like $1 million.
Yeah.
I'm so happy for these kids, though, man. That's good. I love that these kids getting paid.
It was long overdue. Like these universities were making money hand over fist, and these coaches
crazy money
hand over fist. And then you had morons like Dabo Sweeney talking about, I'm gonna quit if the kids start getting paid, and they're getting paid in their scholarships, and him completely falling off as like a coach in college football has been so satisfying.
Oh, it's so good. He's such an asshole, man.
His sheer arrogance of just refusing to ever use the transfer portal is the main he's a dinosaur who's not able to adapt, and now he's going extinct.
Yeah.
The only unfortunate thing that we traded our 1st round pick next year is we won't be able to get Avion Terrell to pair with AJ.
Yeah, good point. I didn't think about that. Yeah, so
we'll trade the 2027 first.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. We're gonna get back in. Yeah, we can't rule it out.
If we keep doing that every year, trading the next year's first for that year's first, eventually, the world is gonna end, and we'll be up. We'll have made one extra 1st rounder.
Yeah, the heat death of the universe will arrive someday, and then we'll come out ahead. So. That's a good point. You can't rule that out. We see Edge Jordan Burke go into the
the
Cardinals here.
Class, man. This is a good class for these guys.
A lot of long guys. Nolan, Burke here. Burke is huge.
That Will Johnson pick is just in 3 years, everyone's gonna be like, how do you fall to 47?
Yeah. I mean, it's classic. We'll see. Maybe it seems like the medicals were severe on him, but more severe, almost as bad. Morrison, I thought Morrison's medicals were worse, and He went earlier, right? So I mean, it's
Yeah, he did.
yeah, it's crazy, but yeah, excited to. I mean, thank God you didn't go to the NFC South. You know, that's all. That's all we can hope for at this point. But all right, we got a couple picks coming in rapid succession here. The Texans gonna pick. They're doing this
We're
thing
not
where
even
they just,
on the ticker yet, man. Jeez.
they're just like. It's like they just come out and make like 3 picks in a row because they're gonna do like 5 commercials and then make 3 picks. It's like, just they just love to torture us here and make us wait as long as possible. So whatever, guys. But
Really?
yeah, everyone here, we're gonna be firing up the giveaway in just a second for the $50 NFL Shop card tonight. Going to start that here in just a minute, and we'll run that through, of course, when the Falcons pick, and then pick another winner tonight. All you got to do to join that, I'm going to activate that in just a second. There'll be instructions there. You just need to be a subscriber to the channel, like the show, and then join the Falcoholic Discord server so that we can actually communicate your code to you in private. That's it. Super easy. So I'm going to get this going here. And
While you're doing that, let me share
yeah.
someone making a fake Adam Schefter tweet talking about how Deion Sanders is offering a BOGO special of draft Shador and you'll get Shiloh for free.
Yep. Oh, man. All right. Get this thing going. All right. Yes. So all you got to do to join is to type !enter, and that's how you join the giveaway, and we will give that out as the show's wrapping up tonight. So get in there, and we will get this out. And thanks again to George Costanza for sponsoring these cards. Appreciate you, George, as always. So
Did you see what Lawrence? Oh, sorry. Did you see what Lawrence Taylor said to Abdul Carter about number 56?
no.
No, what was that?
Because Abdul Carter wanted to wear number 56, and so they're like, "Hey, what do you think about that?" He's like, "I know he would love to wear that number, but hey, I think it's retired. Get another number. I don't care if it's 00, and then make it famous."
Hey, you got to deal with it. You got to deal with
I
it.
love
So,
Lawrence Taylor, man. He's a damn stud.
It was a
Good
cool.
stuff.
Speaking of which, it was a cool. I think it was Warren Moon came out and like gave
yeah, that is cool.
Cam Ward like number 1 yesterday.
Yeah, good for him. All right, we got a couple picks here. Jalen Noel, the wide receiver from Iowa State, going to Houston Texans, reuniting him with his teammate Jaden Higgins. So that's fun. And then we got Justin Wally, the Minnesota corner, going here to the Colts. I know he was like a late riser. But yeah, inside the top 80 picks. Big rise there for Justin Wally.
Hey.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about any of these receivers.
Don't know these guys. I didn't watch receivers. Yeah,
I didn't watch
Yeah.
zero offensive guys. The only guys I know are the guys that played for Ohio State.
Yeah, if they went to the Senior Bowl, I watched them. Otherwise, nope.
Oh, and that Texas running back, Jaden Blue, that kid's a freak. He's going to be good somewhere.
If only we had some day 3 picks in the 5th, 6th round to just take one of these running backs that falls, that would be ideal. But unfortunately, can't do that. So, no. The Dylan Fairchild dream is dead, as the Bengals take him right here. So for whoever asked about Dylan Fairchild, kind of shocked he's going ahead of Jared Wilson.
What's going on with Jared Wilson?
I don't know.
Is it a medical thing? Is it like what were the interviews not good? Like he shouldn't be falling this hard.
Yeah, that's a weird. I mean, he should fall to pick 101. Yeah, he should fall to pick 101 on not, but no further. Yeah.
If you're a GM watching the stream, I take it back.
Yeah. No, he should fall to exactly pick 101 and no further. But
except you, Terry Fontenot.
Fontenot, get on that. Yeah, get on that one.
Isn't Jared Wilson's supposed to be the best outside zone center too, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Man, if Jared Wilson's there that long, Sefton McLaughlin ain't going to 7th round.
Yeah.
He had an Achilles tear in week pen, man. He's not.
Yeah, he's
I
not
don't
gonna
think
play.
He's gonna play this year.
No, he's yeah. What did you think about him? Because I've heard kind of conflicting stuff. Like, I know he was a Remington Award finalist, but I heard he wasn't like that good. You know?
He was actually really good. Like, he had 0 snap problems. Like, I don't know what the snap. Somebody was saying it was something to do with Jalen Milroe's cadence or something like that.
Interesting.
That's why. But he was good for us. Like, he was really the reason why, because we went to a lot more duo this year. So he was really a reason why, like, our run games. I mean, we had probably 2 of the best running backs in the nation. But I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, it started to take off because of him and Donnie Jackson inside, and then obviously injuries happened, and Donnie had to kick out to left tackle. But I mean, he's good. Like they said, he could be an outside zone center. I personally didn't really see him move that much, but I was watching a breakdown of like somebody breaking down his film, and they were saying like they think he could project well as an outside zone center. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I would take it, but we just don't have the luxury of like sitting a guy. But
No.
like, even though like I know they like New Zealand, so like I think that's kind of kind of set in stone that they're gonna play New Zealand this year.
The news flash. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, Newsle's fine, but it's just like, are we really like, that's it? Like, we're just like, okay, like Ryan Newsle's a starter. Like he was fine last year. Like, and we saw him for like 8 games. So, I mean, it's like, I feel like decent about him starting, but it's like, really? Like that's it? Like we're just putting all our eggs in that basket at center? Like,
I mean, early on in the year, D-Led told me personally, he's like, he was the first one to tell me that Dahlman wasn't coming back.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, I think they're going to roll with New Zealand, Matt Hennessy at center. I was like, oh my God.
Uh-oh, yeah.
Like, don't tell me that.
Please don't say that, yeah. don't threaten me with that, yeah.
I was like, oh, okay, like, I get letting Dahlman walk, but, like, bro, we can't like sign David Andrews or something like.
Yeah, it's like anything, you know. Yeah, like what's our backup center, Jovan Gwynn? I mean, Jesus Christ, like.
Oh my God, Jovan Gwynn sucks, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, wasn't he getting suplexed?
I'm not
all
slandering this man.
Well, I'm
he
sorry.
was getting destroyed in the preseason. Yes.
Look, man, we're not Falcons. I don't have to pretend like these guys are good players.
Nobody has to pretend, you know. You don't have to pretend anything. Yeah, I'm the one that has to pretend. I got to get in the facility someday, you know. But yeah.
No. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's maybe. I mean, maybe it'll be awkward when like they see me at training camp. But I'm sorry. Like,
never
were
forget
you on
that
draft show.
Hey, what'd you say? Yeah. Never forget that death stare Caleb McGarry gave us across the parking lot. That was that was cold as ice. Yeah.
I remember running into Jalen Mayfield's dad like one year, like in the parking lot, and I mean he was like asking me. He's like, oh, he like knew me from the Falcoholic. He said, oh yeah, like watch the show like a little bit.
Oh boy!
I was like, oh, are you saying that threateningly or? But
which episodes? Yeah.
Specifically, yeah. No, I mean the thing is, he was like, he was very nice because honestly, with Mayfield, I feel like I always went out of my way to defend the fact that like the team was so like unfair to Mayfield and like making him a right tackle, like from day one, and then like just kicking him in a guard like for week 1 after all of training camp. They're like, okay. We're gonna make you practice as a right tackle like throughout all of this, and now no, you're gonna be a left guard for week 1. Like enjoy facing, what was it, the Eagles?
Fletcher
week 1?
Cox. It was Fletcher Cox.
Yeah, it was like Fletcher Cox, and then like week 2 was like the Giants were like week 3. I think we had Vita Vea in there somewhere.
Yeah, they threw that man to the wolves. They're like, all right, sink or swim, Jalen.
Yeah, they threw that man to the wolves after they like gave him no reps in the like position they were like putting him in. It's like, what do we do? I get it. McGarry had like, I think it was like the COVID year, so McGarry was out for a little bit, or like maybe he was injured or something. But it's like you don't, if you got this dude on day 2, you don't just like mess around with his like positions like that, like leading up to week 1. This isn't Madden.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely bungled that situation. There's no doubt about it. So, not fair to him, but certainly didn't pan out. Certainly didn't pan out. Luckily, I think they did a little bit better with their other offensive line picks. So, we're still waiting. Yeah, Dahlman was obviously good, and
Bergeron's been solid.
Yeah, he needs to take that next step this year. But if he does, I mean, that's good.
It's such a shame that Damsky left because we're talking about the Canadian dude right now.
He walked away right as we talk about the Canadian. Yeah, so unfortunate.
Well, we're not going to mention Bergeron.
We'll wait till he gets back. Yeah, we'll wait till he gets back.
No. We won't mention Bergeron anymore for the rest of the draft.
Nope, he's lost that privilege. Yeah, he missed it. He missed Bergeron. Now I'm going to ask him about my Bergeron conspiracy theory when he gets back, but. It's not really much of a conspiracy, but we get the Steelers taking Caleb Johnson, the running back. So Arthur Smith, there you go, gets another running back to play with.
Is Cordero Patterson still under contract over there?
I don't know, man. He should just come back to Atlanta. Like I don't even care.
I don't even. Bergeron stuff, man.
What's this about Bergeron? I heard you talking about Canadians. Yeah.
What's your theory on Bergeron?
They're gonna if they don't take a tackle this year, they're gonna move Bergeron back to right tackle. That's
what's funny? I actually thought about that. Like when we drafted him, like it's kind of like in-house insurance type deal. But it's funny. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I agree. He's got to take a next step. But I got to watch my mouth because I actually know, like, I go to Montreal pretty often because my son trains. So my son's trains with a receiver there that plays with Matthew Bergeron's little brother. So, like, I see the family pretty often.
Yeah.
And so his little brother's 11 years old. He's 6'1" right now.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Jesus.
he's a big. Yeah, he's 11 years old. He's a big boy.
Yeah. I wonder that future tackle or future edge rusher. What do you think?
This could be something.
He's already like I don't know. We all of our program goes to the States pretty often. We go to Syracuse actually pretty often, and they always.
We should hit me up when you're here. I live in Syracuse.
I've visited there so many times.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will next time I have a tournament. I'll shoot you a message.
Absolutely.
Same with Georgia. I go to Georgia I go to Atlanta like every single year. Like December
when you're down here. I mean, if you're down here around camp time, and if Kevin's down here as well, we can do one of those. Like we can meet up and do one of those live shows.
That'd be sick. I want to come down this year. I was talking. Maybe it was a Trey. I don't know who I was talking about, but I was saying that this year I want to try to do it because I feel like training camp this year is actually going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, I think so.
They're going to have fans back from what I assume. So it should be a fun time for sure. It's a fun time when like everyone's like in town.
Yeah, it's a good time.
Yeah,
there goes Jacob Parrish to the Bucks. R.I.P. the dream.
You fly down there, Kevin, when you go?
Yeah, I just fly down. Yeah, I still have a bunch of family there, so I'm there pretty regularly. But
I think we've had this conversation of why you left Georgia for Syracuse, and it's shitty weather.
Yeah, I mean, I love the cold. I'm a snow skier. I'm all about it. But yeah,
I can't do it, man. I can't do it.
I was up in Michigan in February, in like the middle of February this year, and it was like I was like, "Get me out of this place." Like it was literally like
Michigan specifically is a shithole.
I was up in Detroit, and it like started snowing as like right when I like got there, and it was like snowing all weekend. So I had like the snow boots and like everything. Like I'm not used to snow down here. We get snow like once to twice a year. Like I had to drive like on the icy roads like this year, and I like couldn't feel my legs from like how scared I like got like toward the like my car isn't like built for it. It was like
Tuesday in Canada. No, I'm just joking.
The thing is, nobody knows how to drive on the ice down here.
Yeah.
Everyone was like slipping and sliding. Like when you brake, your car just like starts going like by itself, and it's like everyone is doing. So it's like you're not only having to worry about like your car, you're having to worry about everyone's like car around you because nobody knows what they're doing. And then like
that would be the problem.
It was like snowing, and it got like it started covering up the like lines on the roads. Like, you know, I was like on the highway. So the car behind me just like tried to start going around me, even though we were like on the last lane. And I'm like, dude, you can't go around me. Like,
You can't go
to the
that
left
way.
of you? To the left of you?
Hmm?
He tried to go to the left of you when you were in the
So,
fast lane?
I was in the complete right lane. Like we were getting off.
Oh, and he was trying to
So
go
he was
right
trying to
lane.
like go like on the shoulder, like around me, and I'm like, dude, this is not a lane. Like you can't do this.
You can't go that way, bro. Like,
So in like
Yeah.
Georgia, do you guys have like all season tires or do you just have summer tires?
just summers, I
Yeah,
imagine.
we do not have winter tires. Like
No.
we have nothing.
That's
but the
crazy.
snow down. It
Yeah.
snows once a year, like max.
Yeah. That
2 or
makes
3
sense.
years down here.
Yeah. No, like it makes a big difference, like up like in the north, like they treat the roads, right? So that makes a
Yeah.
huge difference. Like
Yeah.
they spray the roads with salt or whatever, and like basically makes it so ice doesn't form, even if it like the weather's bad. And like I think people that live in the south that like experience that, I think that's just like every day up here is like that. It's not like that up here ever because they treat the roads. Like
Yeah,
I mean, maybe like extreme ice storms, but
We have
otherwise, yeah.
very limited like ice trucks down here, and
Yeah.
like they did not treat the roads one bit like ahead of that
No.
snow day.
No,
And
they
it was
don't.
like
Wasn't the one time it snowed there, didn't like the one major highway in Atlanta just have like abandoned cars everywhere?
yeah, absolutely. So the issue, so the whole reason behind that, and like the thing is, like we get clowned for that all the time about like how like you know in Georgia it was only 2-3 inches of snow and it shut down the whole city. It wasn't the snow that shut down the city. The issue was the snow started falling at 5 p.m. or like 4 p.m. and we have the worst gridlock traffic like in the country at like that time, all like going home at rush hour, and the snow starts falling at like 3:30, 4, like you know around there it's like still falling, and the roads start freezing over, like right. Everyone is like going home during rush hour, and like the roads weren't treated, like nothing was treated, and everything just froze. And as everything froze, it's as I was saying, like every car is like slipping and sliding. No car is like designed for the winter. Cars are crashing into each other. Like emergency vehicles can't like get anywhere because like the roads are gridlocked. And then people are like, what? Look, I'm just walking at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I think like my wife was in Atlanta still in during Snowmageddon, and it was like she just had to like pull off the road like in somebody's yard, and they were like, "Hey, do you want to like, you know, like we have like it was like in some crazy nice neighborhood or something," and it was like it's like the people came out and were like, "Oh yeah, like we just have like a guest house. You just want to like spend the night in our guest house?" It's like, yeah, okay. As like everybody else is just like, you know, stuck in their cars like all night long. It's like,
the
okay,
really
yeah.
cool thing, like about like Snowmageddon, and like this was like 2014. That's what we like called it. Was there was this like Facebook like group that was like created where anyone who was like out on the roads is like, oh, I'm at like this place, like, and I haven't eaten in hours. I'm like hungry or like whatever. And then the people around there would see and they would like go and like get them food or like get them water, or, like help them out
That's
of their
crazy.
car, like, help, yeah. So it's like it was
Good on you guys though. Oh.
yeah, it ended up being like a real like human like you know humanity type like thing where everyone was just like helping each other like off the roads and stuff. And there was that famous like picture of the Braves players like Freddie Freeman, who you know RIP ex Atlanta Brave. He got stuck out there, and Chipper Jones, another like Braves legend, went out there and on his like snowmobile or like you know whatever it was, and like just like picked him up and like drove him like you know to his house and stuff. And the Braves did a bobblehead of like those two, like you know Freddie Freeman like holding on to Chipper's waist, like you know on like snow. Like.
Wow.
I remember that. I remember that story.
That's a good one. All right, let's see. Well, a couple of my guys come off the board here. Jacob Parrish goes to the Bucks. R.I.P. the dream there. That can't believe that. Noah Williams goes off to the Chiefs at 85.
I was cheesed about that one, but of course.
Yeah, and then my guy Jamari Caldwell goes to the Chargers at 86. So Probably not going to be a corner at 101. The corners have gone. The corners have all cleared out. So unless you're like a huge Dorian Strong or Kobe Bryant guy, probably not going to be a corner.
I am a huge Kobe Bryant guy.
Okay, well maybe it could be that. Yeah.
I just like I need my corners to talk shit.
Yeah, that's an important part.
A lot of shit. Yeah,
he does. Yeah, you need that chirp
But
game. That's like a
my
big.
high
That's
school,
like.
That's what I said. I'm like, yo, if you're playing corner, you're talking shit. You're not,
Yeah.
If you're not talking shit, you ain't playing.
Look, man, I'm just not gonna forgive the Falcons for like doing this to us tonight of no picks until 101. Because this is like we're burning through like prime day 3 content right now. Like I have no idea
We're
what
running out of the topics. We got to Snowmageddon already on midday, like late day 2. We're in trouble.
I wasn't planning on talking about this until 1:30 tomorrow.
Yeah. So, we're in trouble. But let's see what we got here. We got the Jaguars trading
I don't
up.
want to get excited, but CJ West is getting close, man.
Man, Trayshawn's just foaming at the mouth
baby.
with with the CJ West falling. So we'll see.
No,
we did
bro,
see Jamari go, so that's it. We're in the danger zone now. But
I promise you, the Falcons are going to get someone out of left field that none of us
it's not going to be any of
that's
the
what
people
I'm
we
scared.
talked
I'm
about.
terrified for that.
Yeah,
There's some pretty cool names, but Falcons fucking luck. They're gonna take whoever.
Yeah.
I know. I did hear in the pre-draft that they like Ty Robinson. Somebody on staff coached him from Nebraska. The D tackle. I just forget who. There's a connection there. So I'm
Interesting.
curious.
Yeah, the what would really burn down everything would be if they take like Drew Kendall over Jared Wilson or something.
Wouldn't shock me
like
either.
galaxy brain thing to happen.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be some galaxy brain player at all. Except for that one year they took Clark Phillips. That was the one time where they actually went with like BPA. So.
And low-key, that didn't really work out either. So maybe we should.
So far, so far. Packers go Savion Williams
I'm not a
here.
fan.
So. Yeah.
I mean, we'll probably end up taking like Cooper Mays or something with Jared Wilson on the board.
Cooper Mays, goddamn. That man has the shortest arms I've ever seen Jake Majors, excuse me, has the shortest arms I've ever seen for a center. I think he has like 30, like not even 31 inch. I think it's like less than 31 inches. That's like cornerback arms. That's like slot receiver arms. Like, man. But, like, Jake Majors, he made it work, like, somehow. Like, him and Willie Lampkin are just the kings. Like, the thing about Jake Majors is, like, he's not small otherwise. He just has tiny arms, like T-Rex arms. But, like, Willie Lampkin, like, that's, like, the baddest MF.
Willie Lampkin. I love that guy.
Like, I don't think he's going to, like, be anything more than an NFL backup. But, like, that's the baddest dude in college football. Like, he's 5'10", 280, and he just don't give a shit. Like... like he's just out there going toe to toe with draft prospects and doesn't even care. So good for him.
He trains with LaCharles Bentley in Ohio,
Man.
And I guess he got in like because somebody dropped out of the Senior Bowl, and then like so before I even knew anything about this on Instagram, LaCharles Bentley posted something. He's like, "Little Willie going to shut people down," in the Senior Bowl. Or no, he said he's gonna take people's draft stock or something like that.
Yep. I could see that. Yeah, he definitely did. I mean,
he's just a technical demon, man.
Yeah. If you're not like if you've been coasting on your athleticism or size or whatever, and you think you're just gonna go, you're just gonna go beat this 5'10" offensive lineman, shortest OL you've ever seen since high school. Like he's gonna give you hell. So I love that guy. So good for him.
Don't do it to me. Jacksonville's gonna take him.
All right, we got Caleb Ransaw at 88 here. That was one of my like day 3 guys for the Falcons. I know they were interested in him, but maybe not this early. But man, the corners are just going, man.
Yeah, so like Shadir's just like gonna go undrafted at this point, or what's going on? Like nobody's taking.
Jeez. That I don't know what the hell is going on there. Like it's getting ridiculous at this point. Like
maybe Rams or Seattle coming up.
Maybe. Yeah. That's wild though. Like this is getting ridiculous. Like he's way like worth this. Like
No,
I mean,
it got ridiculous. Like
it got ridiculous
2 hours
last
ago.
round. Yeah. I mean, I don't get it. Like craziness. Oh, sorry. I missed a donation from George like 20 minutes ago. George talking about pick 214. George, we got to save some takes for tomorrow. He says, I like Cameron Jackson, a defensive tackle from UF, big beefy dude, 6'6", 325, can't teach size. Saw him at the cocktail party, pushed the whole line numerous times. If Wilson falls to us, I want credit for calling it first. Is there any chance we pass? There's always a chance, George. Okay, there's always a chance. Jared Wilson, yeah.
The center.
Yeah. But yeah, I like Cameron Jackson too. I think Cameron Jackson's going to be like an early day 3 pick, not
Xavier
a 2.
Watts, too.
I'm in. Like, yeah, I would do a backflip. Now I can't do a backflip, but like if I could, I would do one if that's the pick. But,
I was talking about Billy Bowman, but if Xavier Watts is there, then screw him, Billy Bowman. Like
yeah.
Billy Bowman's another guy. He's a dog too. I like that.
Oh yeah. No, he's just small, but other than that, I
Little
mean,
5'8" guy.
Yeah.
He's Bob Sanders without the roids.
He did not do the roids.
What a blast from the past.
Oh man.
Didn't Bob Sanders win Defense Player of the Year one time? He was
Maybe.
a stud back in the day. He used to thump dudes.
White
Yeah, TJ Slaughter's a big ass dude still, right? Holy Lord.
Yeah. Let's see what we get here. Got Wyatt Milam going here from West Virginia.
I don't know any of these offensive linemen, so like
Milam's got some fans. Tackle convert. Yeah, tackle convert. I think most people think he's going to play guard, but he's definitely got some fans. Every offensive lineman that's not Jared Wilson is good. So, but yeah, I mean, at this point, we're still 11 picks away from Atlanta. So we got, I wouldn't get your hopes up yet.
We're on the ticker.
We're in range, right?
Allegedly.
Yeah. Maybe Kirk will say something in the next 10 minutes that'll get us stripped of another pick, but.
Hey man, I wouldn't put it. Kirk just announces. Oh, God.
I've been actively recruiting, Shadur Sanders to the.
Maybe the Falcons get Shador.
Look, if they take Shador at the 7th round, like hell yeah, let's go. Like I'm fine with that. Yeah.
101. We're rolling.
I'm not trying to deal with Deion Sanders here, man.
Hey, you and 32 other teams, apparently.
Apparently, nobody wants to deal with Deion Sanders, especially at this point. Like
somebody, I was listening to the Athletic Pod, and so who was it? Somebody on there said, Dallas should take him. Like that would be buddy, you want to see a clown show? That would be crazy.
Yeah, that. Yes. Yeah, that would, just for the content, I mean, that would be amazing. So I could get behind that. But
I mean, I'm surprised that Jerry Jones hasn't invited the circus. Like I remember when he really wanted Johnny Manziel a few years ago, even though quarterback made no sense for them. And apparently, I think it was his son snatched the draft card from his hand. Is the legend how the legend goes? They ended up with Zach Martin, who was an all planet player.
Yeah. No, honestly, every time people clown their first round offensive line picks, except Tyler Guyton. I don't know if that one's gonna work out, but the other ones have all worked. I remember people clowning the Travis Frederick pick. That was a great pick. Zach Martin obviously was great. So I'm not gonna question them taking over quote unquote overdrafting an offensive lineman in the teens, because that's worked out for them pretty much every time.
Hey man, Dallas built that insane offensive line for a few years there in the 2010s.
Yeah,
it was one of those best O lines we've seen in 20 years type thing. And yeah, I mean, they never really did anything with it, but man, those were some scary dudes.
Yeah, that was a great offensive line, no doubt. Yeah, apparently one of the broadcasts is talking about how like Sanders might want to consider going back to college now. Like, I mean, maybe, right? I mean, like,
Yeah, they can. They already retired his number over there.
that's right. Yeah, still have to change numbers, but I mean, it could still. It's ridiculous that they retired the numbers. By the way, like for Travis Hunter, I get it. Like, I get it. He's like the number 2 overall pick, right? But like, you retired the number of a quarterback who like is so far not been drafted on 2 days of the draft. So
It was like 13 and 12 for you.
yeah, it's a little, But again, maybe this is why he's not being drafted, because of how ridiculous this is. Like, Dion shows up and is like, "Oh yeah, you retire my son's number right now." And I was like,
It's
"Okay,
crazy. Like,
okay, like I guess we have to."
yeah.
Like, he's gonna try to bully the whole administration. Like, and then if you screw up, like, he's coming for your job. So
Yeah, but
nobody
like,
wants
here's the thing
that.
Like if Dion did have any like I mean, remember the rumors before of like Dion like having a short list of like only these teams my son is going to play for a couple of years ago. Like if Dion does have that sort of mentality now, and I'm not saying he will, it's just speculation, but it's like if your son is a third, fourth rounder, like a team can just like cut him. There's no reason to deal with the bullshit. Whereas like if you take him top 10, then a team is way more likely to, give that leeway, and you have that sort of leverage a little bit.
Yeah. So I'm really curious to see what happens there. But at this point, I mean, anything could happen. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if he's like, I'm not, at this point, like, I'm going back to school. Like, I'm not, I'm going to enter the draft next year. Like, I mean, not even joking. Like, I mean, we're getting into that territory at this point.
I mean, he'd probably make more from NIL next year than he will from his year 1 salary.
Yeah, for sure. At this point, I mean, he's going to be in the hundreds of thousands. Like, at this point, so undoubtedly he'd make more in NIL. That's unexpected storylines. The draft is great at this stuff. That's for sure. All right.
Jalen Milroe here. I kind of hope Milroe goes to the Rams.
Yeah, it's like, man, they did him dirty, like making him come to the draft. Like, I mean, like at inviting him, it's like that was bold. So I hope he does go soon, for sure. Like, he's definitely worthy of being drafted in this range. As you're telling me we could draft Anthony Richardson in the top 5, and we're not going to draft Jalen Milroe in the first 2 days. I mean, like,
Yeah, makes no sense. I don't know. I have a new theory about quarterbacks too. I haven't really put this out, but I feel like you should probably stay all 4 or 5 years in college to get like just to become a better player. I feel like it's just more reps, man. Like, I don't know. Maybe it could be combined with like I could see like I see how much training my son needs. People don't know, but my son's a QB. Like it's a lot. Like it's a lot of training. So, and like it's live reps. So like guys like Anthony Richardson that just like boom and bust out, it just doesn't work. So I think like the safest thing you can do is take like a Senior Bowl quarterback.
yeah. Well, like, look at Tyler Shuck. It didn't hold him back from being a second-round pick.
Yeah.
I mean,
And Tyler Shuck's been in college since
He took advantage of that thought process.
yeah, he did. Oh, God. Yep. I mean, look, anything can happen. You could have 3 season-ending injuries, still get drafted in the second round.
The thing is, I can't even get in on like clowning like Tyler Shuck for being in college forever on Twitter, because Michael Penix was also in college for 6 years.
Yeah.
So I can't really do much there. Like, it's like, okay, like then I'm just gonna be a hypocrite.
Yeah. And the difference is, Michael Penix is like playing for national championships, and
Michael Penix is
like, difference is Michael Penix is good. Yeah, but Emory Jones going here to the Ravens, 91.
Good God, please let it end. Please mercifully let it end already.
Adnan's gonna crash out here in a minute.
Like, no offense to the stream. Well, of course, keep watching. But man,
we love you guys. Yeah. No, I mean,
I thought this was going to be CJ West. Baltimore usually.
Yeah, they usually snipe us.
Players.
Yeah, they usually snipe us for sure.
Like they got who's the D tackle they have right now? That's a stud that I want. Travis Jones. That's who it was.
Yeah, they swiped him from us.
Yeah.
I was big on him.
Yeah, I was huge on him.
All right. So we're almost there, folks. Less than 10 picks now. Well, yeah, 9 picks. 9 picks. So we're almost there. Gonna see who the Falcons get with this 3rd round pick. Still some very good players on the board. We'll see who actually ends up making it through the next 9 picks. But yeah, we're gonna get something interesting. I guarantee the pick will be interesting. I can't guarantee anything else beyond that. It'll be interesting. All right.
Oh fuck! This could be Jared Wilson for Seattle.
I mean, it would make sense. I mean, they did just take Zabel, right? So I feel like he's going to play center for them.
Oh
but
shoot, yeah, they did.
They took Zabel in the first, but I mean, it still could be. Like, I wouldn't rule it out. But yeah, if they hadn't taken Zabel, I'd be sweating like super hard for that. But here comes the Seahawks pick.
Sean Alexander, damn, he's looking good. Good for
Yeah,
him.
he looks great.
Oh, man. Oh, Jalen Milroe. There he is.
Oh, there we go. Nice.
Oh.
Even Jalen Milroe goes before Shedeur. Oh, God.
Yeah, at this point with Shedeur.
What the heck? His nephew? That's sick. I like that spot for him. Good
Yeah.
stuff.
That's cool. I didn't know that.
It's
Yeah,
really cool to watch.
these little white kids watch Shedeur. That's crazy.
It's really cool watching Nick Saban talk about Jalen Milroe after he's drafted.
Yeah.
Like from the analyst perspective.
Nick Saban's actually been a surprisingly good analyst.
He's
I
been
didn't think he had like the what do you even call it? Like the personality for it. I thought he'd just come off as an asshole all the time, but he's actually pretty good.
No, he's done a great job. Like,
Yeah.
I think he's really taken to it.
Damn, Sam Darnold's about to get fucking Matt Flynn.
He's gonna
About to get Matt Flynn.
Oh, man. That was one of the weirdest moves of this whole
Well,
thing.
that contract's like 1 year basically.
It
wasn't
basically
it?
is, yeah.
They
It's
could
like,
get out of it. Yeah.
let's ship out, Geno Smith, who's like the only thing that's been keeping our team afloat, for Sam Darnold, who fell off hard and like basically like won 14 games and then immediately got exposed in the playoffs. Like, yeah, we'll hitch our wagon to that,
Bro, I felt vindicated in the playoffs. I was calling all season that Sam Darnold is not going to keep this up. He cannot keep getting away with it. And then he did.
Can't keep getting away with this.
Then he didn't. Like the playoffs
Then he didn't, yeah.
exposes it. Yeah, the playoffs exposes like who's who.
Yeah. It really does. Like, at that point, it's like you can't hide anymore, right? So
Yeah, and I mean, he was, man. That was kind of a rough go of it, man. Like to win 14 games and not win the division, and to like bow out in the wild card game. Then even the Lions too. It's like the Lions and Vikings combined to go what, 29-3 was it? 29 and 5.
Yeah.
29 and 5. Sorry.
Mhm. Something like that.
And they like combined to win 0 playoff games. So it happens sometimes like that.
Yeah.
But man, like the NFC North, not a great showing in the postseason at all.
No, they got bounced quick. Did not go the way they thought. Obviously, the Commanders just caught fire there at the end, but
That's what happens sometimes, man. Like,
yeah,
who would have thought? Who would have thought that it would be the Washington Commanders in the NFC like title game? Actually, they came closer than the Chiefs did. Like at least they were like competitive in the first half against the
Yeah.
Eagles. We were
Yeah.
just a straight buzzsaw.
yeah.
Who somehow lost to the Falcons. But
Kirk Cousins goaded off of that game.
man, we
Falcons should show that tape to every team. It's like, look what happened. You could have this.
we were on such a high, like after that Monday night game. Like, oh
Yeah.
my God, I remember. So the game, like I went out to watch with some friends. It was hell of a comeback. I didn't fall asleep until like 2. I had to be up at 4 the next morning for like a flight for work, and like I didn't even care. Like I woke up like fresh as a daisy. Like I was like, man, we just won. We just beat the Eagles on Monday. We're back. Kirk Cousins is back. You know, that Steelers game was a fluke. That like first half of the Eagles game was a fluke. Like, you know, I was like, we got it. You know, we didn't got it.
Yeah, we didn't have it.
We did not have it. For the
Didn't have it.
the record shows that we did not have it, unfortunately.
I missed like a little bit of the second round, and like Seattle drafted Nick Amawari.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah,
it's like
they traded up, I think.
Such a good fit for him. Oh my god.
Kevin and I were talking about that's such a Seahawks coded draft pick.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Yeah. I have some thoughts, but I'm not going to talk about it.
They are true to their identity.
Yeah. Jonas Sanker to the Saints here.
Yeah,
So Watts continues to slide. There must be something going on there.
Slide right down to 101.
Just keep on going. Keep on sliding.
Hey man, George, I know we're on this Jared Wilson train, brother, but I don't know, man. If he and Watts are both there,
I have Watts ahead of him, so I
yeah,
mean,
we real like positional value. We really need safety.
Did you guys see who Cleveland picked?
would win.
I'm not
like
gonna
just now.
No,
yeah, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. You guys are gonna die.
Going to die.
Is it finally Shador? They've already passed on him like 5 times.
Did you see it, Kevin?
No, I haven't seen anybody talk about it yet.
All right. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say nothing. Hopefully the chat doesn't say anything because this is a good one.
Oh, this is a good one. You're right.
Oh, I guess I'm the only
The
one.
Falcons man, they stole the Falcons' goated backup pick. Wow, I can't believe it. Stole the one lefty in the draft. So, R.I.P. R.I.P. that dream.
Did they really get a quarterback that's not Shador?
Maybe.
I haven't seen it yet, but that would be so funny.
It could be, yeah. Man, I feel like there's just a bunch of trolling going on at this point. So.
Yeah, at this point, the Browns have to be trolling them.
Yeah.
This draft right now is going too good for Atlanta to get like a quality
player.
Like
they're definitely gonna screw this up. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're absolutely. I have no faith they're gonna draft anybody that I
There's
want.
like 7 guys that could draft that would play a role for them like right now, and they're just gonna go like far left.
Yeah, they're gonna get some linebacker from Montana. Oh
it's
wait,
good. Wait, they already did. It's Montana State. All right, put some respect
Montana
on it.
State,
Yeah, put some respect on the Bobcats. All right.
Hey man, the 15 people up in Montana are not happy about that comment I just made. It's literally
Montana slander. Okay.
It's literally just Ted Turner and all of his bison.
There are a lot of them. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah,
but,
shout out to Ted's Montana Grill.
Yeah.
Always very satisfied.
Yep. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Like I said, see what we're burning. We're burning day 3 oil right now.
Oh yeah, we're getting deep into it here. So,
Who's coming on tomorrow?
we'll have. I think we'll have Joe Patrick for a while. I think we're gonna have Aaron Freeman's gonna stop by a little bit. I think we'll have Daniel Flick for a little bit. Yeah, maybe. I think we might have Jordan Watkins, but not until Jordan's either going to come by tomorrow or he's going to come by for the recap after. But yeah, we got some guys. It could be a fun show. I'm sure Dave will make an appearance in the giant gulf between our picks. So
where the hell is that guy today?
He's getting ready for the pick, I think. So
Yeah.
Yeah. He was here earlier. Yeah. Shout out to Dave. He's got to hold down the site while we hold down the video.
I haven't talked to him in a bit.
Yeah, no, Dave's doing good.
He was here for a while last night. He's here for a bit today.
Yep.
But can they like announce this? It's been like
The suspense is killing me.
like how long has it been since you guys have mentioned like
I know, man. They're dragging this. They're dragging this out now. Like they're way over time at this point.
Pretty Ricky had the pick first, which is crazy. That guy's on a heater this year.
Mm-hmm.
And we're yeah. Okay, here we go.
Here we go. It's finally happening. You ready, Adnan? You prepared for this?
Dylan Gabriel, holy shit!
UCF legend, Dylan Gabriel. Okay.
What's going on? Did Shador like shit on the desk? Like what in these
He might have. I don't know. Probably Dion did. Yeah. I mean, wow.
Like, bro, there's no way Dylan Gabriel should be getting picked.
Hey, put some respect on my short king, all right?
Apparently, Todd McShay said that Shedeur Sanders' interview with the Giants went so bad that Dable took him off the board completely.
Interesting.
Oh, I mean, I can only imagine then what it was like with anyone else, because remember Shedeur wore those Giants cleats at one point when it was announced that the Giants were gonna or when the Giants had moved up to pick number 1 in the draft pick rankings. I think the next weekend he wore the Giants cleats, I guess, to send a message of probably how he'll be the number 1 pick.
Yeah. Did not happen. Reality is often disappointing. So, that Thanos quote out there. But yeah, guys, 6 more picks. That's it. We're almost there. We've almost made it. So
it's crazy because Joel Klatt's a huge Shedeur guy too. So I wonder what he's thinking.
Yeah.
I'm watching NFL Network. That's why I say I don't know if you guys are. Where are you guys?
I'm watching NFL Network. Yeah, I'm watching NFL. Yeah.
I wonder if he's just biting his tongue.
Yeah, probably. I mean, obviously something is going on here because Shedeur is absolutely more than worthy of these picks. I love Dylan Gabriel. Dylan Gabriel's a day 3 pick to me, and as this is someone who loves Dylan Gabriel. Okay, UCF legend. I thought I was high on Dylan Gabriel. There's no explanation for the Shedeur thing. There's definitely something
we just
going
need
on
Will
there.
Howard ahead of Shedeur now.
There you go.
We've
the ultimate,
completed
yeah. Kyle McCord, Syracuse legend. Kyle McCord, get out here. Then we're gonna get really spicy. So
that's crazy.
Yeah, that is wild.
Ooh, Texans traded up.
Ooh, spicy.
Are we on the board? Wait, we traded up?
Did we?
Yeah,
we did.
6.
We're up at 96.
Rounder, that would be.
God, I hope so. Yeah.
Yo, if we gave up.
God, I hope so.
If we gave up the 4th, no, there's no way. That's way too much.
We gave up a 2026 5th.
Oh my God, we have no 2026 class.
Why are we? Oh, okay. They have to really like someone here. Okay, if it's Watts, or if it's Wilson, I'll be completely fine with it.
Jared Wilson's gone. The Patriots.
Yep.
Patriots, bro. Okay.
God damn it, Patriots! You sons of bitches.
Okay.
CJ West.
I knew this would happen. We started the show. We start the show saying there's no chance Jared Wilson's going to be there at 101. No way, George. Absolutely not. Why are we even mentioning it? And then our hopes get elevated, and then right before we pick,
slashed right in front of our eyes. Yeah. Oh God.
Oh, okay. If we get Watts though, it's going to be a hell of a pick.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at my phone. I'm not getting tipped on this pick.
Yeah, I don't want to get tipped on this one, so no spoilers, folks. Clearly they weren't that interested in Jared Wilson if they're trading up. They wouldn't make this trade if they would obviously wait to see. The teams know these picks typically before the media does.
Exactly.
So, they were probably on the phone with New England, maybe considering.
It's the guy that said the joke last year. We heard that one again. You remember that guy?
Mm-hmm. I remember that guy.
Yeah, he was there.
Yeah.
Who's this? Jay Feely?
Hey man, it's
Oh, Keith Brooking. Damn, he's
Keith
a good
Brooking.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, we finally getting Keith Brooking. he
Man,
got robbed at the second round
Keith
pick.
Brooking has been sitting, waiting for
He's just been
hours
sitting all
and
night.
hours, and
He's been going through it with us. Yeah.
man, that man was the real victim in that trade up. He could have gone home early tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, did you get it? Yet?
It's my guy. Let's go.
Oh,
Let's
shit.
go.
Yes.
Oh, shit. That's a
We
big
got him.
pick.
We got him.
Let's go. Let's go. All right, I'm sold. It was all worth it. It was all. This is like, you guys know, like this is a fringe first round player on my board. Like, I'm guessing there's a medical thing with him, so we should take that into account because I can't really see any other. Xavier Watts, to me, like, I basically called him like discount Malachi Starks, but I mean that in a good way. Like, I had him a hair behind Malachi Starks as my number 2 safety in the class. I am above him in Worry. He's a better player than him in Worry right now. Like, significantly better than Emin Worry right now. Now, Emin Worry's a crazy athlete, don't get me wrong, but Xavier Watts can play slot. He can play safety. He can play box safety. Home run. Like, I mean...
God, hell of a pick.
Yeah. Did you have... I don't remember if you had a strong take on Watts or not, Adnan, but...
I mean, like, I didn't think he would be there, like, now. He was, like, in the same mold as, like, Wilson after the trade-up regarding Pierce last night. I was like, okay, like, let's look at some of these deep down corners because that's who we'll be taking later on in the drafts. Like, but, yeah, no, Watts falling. Day 1 starter, ball hawk. The size is good. I have no idea why he fell. It has to be. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't even want to start to speculate on why he fell. But man, you just came out of the draft with 3 starters. Like,
yeah.
He's a day 1 starter at safety. Like, you just filled a huge position, like a huge position of need in the secondary. We've been talking about how we've been needing safety since the offseason started, and now, I mean, you got him here. Like, this is a steal.
Absolute home run. Jake, I was like, I wonder if we're going to hear from Jake again after this.
Yeah, they spared me a little bit of time by moving up there. I was disappointed to not get Jared Wilson.
Yeah,
but I absolutely
yeah.
love this pick.
We were all talking about Wilson for the
We were like,
entire
oh, those damn Patriots. But yeah.
I love this pick, though. Great pick.
I did technically have Xavier Watts ahead of Wilson on my board, so I have to respect that. Both of those would have been home run picks here, though. Look, 2026 fifth, I don't give a shit. This is like, I don't know how I don't give a shit about no 5th round pick next year. Okay. Like, this is a fringe first rounder to me. I don't know how much you liked him, Jake, but I mean, this is like, I basically called him like B+ Malachi Starks, essentially. Like, I mean, he's just a hair behind him for me, but I think he can do a lot of the same things. And yeah, I mean, I think this is a very good starting safety, like, just legit.
Yeah, I mean, he could definitely start day 1. I mean, you talk about the ball production, that's obviously there. I just love the pick. Like you said, like, I think this is a guy who we could see week 1, like, right next to Jesse Bates. And that's a big deal, especially for a team that has historically not been great at forcing turnovers. You get a guy who has 13 interceptions over the last 2 years. Like, I actually really, really like this pick, which is not something I'm used to saying on day 2 for the Falcons.
Yeah, it's wild stuff. I mean, you didn't have to give up a ton, right? I mean, and that's always nice. I mean, obviously, it would be better if you could have just, like, held out a few more picks, but I'm guessing they got some kind of intel tip to them that he was going to go, and, like, I get it, right? But yeah, just absolute slam dunk. I mean, let's go. That is, I couldn't have schemed it up myself better, I mean, that's, you couldn't hope for a better outcome.
How often does this happen where we're, like, talking about a guy for, like, 30 minutes, like, leading up to one of these, like, day 2, day 3 picks, and we're just watching the pick roll in, we keep mentioning him, we keep talking about him, and then the Falcons actually, like, come away with him. Normally, like, the Falcons will get to him, like, he'll be on the board, and the Falcons will go with, someone out of, North Dakota State or like some far left like player.
Hey, don't you dare slander my North Dakota State, okay? That's my grandfather's
I
alma
already
mater, all right.
used Montana example.
Yeah, you already hit Montana. You're just going for them.
Yeah,
Yeah, but...
I'm going for all these like nothing states right now. Idaho, next.
Okay, Idaho State's next. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Oh
I
my
need
gosh.
Diablo to come up off of that number 0 now, though.
Hey, that's true. He's
Gotta
have some competition. Yeah. No, I mean this is like best case scenario. I mean the cornerback room cleared out. Yeah, I mean Damsky, what do you think about Watts here?
He's a good player, man. I just remember when Ohio State versus Notre Dame, man. He was like literally the only DB I was worried about. I'm pretty sure we threw a pick right to him. So I mean, he's a ball hawk. He can play middle of the field. He can play split safety. He can do a little bit of everything. I do question why he's here so long, though.
Yeah.
Did you say it was injury? Or
I mean, I have to. That's pure speculation, to be
okay.
clear. But I mean, I have to think it would, because tape wise, like athleticism, tape, everything, all checks out as like a fringe first rounder. I mean, I think most people had him as a top 50 pick. I know. I think on PFF he was like 36 on their pick board. I think on the consensus board he's right around there as well. So. I mean, this could be one of the best like value picks of the class so far.
Yeah, like you said, there's not honestly like I'm a big Jordan Fuller guy, but like Watson, Watson, or Fuller's not keeping Watts off the field, and especially like if he's healthy and everything's good, I really feel like Watts is gonna start. Like that was a huge pick, man.
Yeah,
that was a huge pick.
I love it.
Yeah,
so
he's a captain too. Like Tone said, like he offers a lot, man.
Yeah, former wide receiver as well.
Yeah,
like, he has hands.
I'm gonna plant some seeds here. You gotta just walk with me here for a second.
Okay.
So we're almost at the end of this round. I'm sure now that I'm gonna say this out loud, it's gonna happen. But see, Jack Sawyer's still hanging around out here. He's still hanging around.
Look, man, I'm not against triple dipping at this point. Like Jack Sawyer's a guy who. There was first round buzz about him a couple months ago. I think the first show we did, like in the draft, like, rotation back in like January, the mocks were having Sawyer going to the Lions, like at the end of the first round. To like get him in the fourth, like, I'd be down. I think the value is definitely there.
Bro, I don't know, man. Like I'm a huge Jack's. Obviously, Jack's my guy, but I'm more CJ West. Like I just think I like our edge room, which is like the craziest shit.
Yes, it's weird to say this. Yeah.
Like I actually like it. Like truthfully, like there's a lot of different flavors in there. I kind of want like a guy that can defend the run, but kind of give us a little something else too. Like CJ West to me would make the most sense. Like I don't know. We'll see. Going into day 2 if he's there, but
yeah, but they don't have to wait too long tomorrow, right? I mean, we'll see how that pans out, but I agree. Like CJ West would be a home run. Cameron Jackson, if like I have Cameron Jackson behind West, but like if West goes, Cameron I think is a guy like doesn't have that pass rush upside like you were talking about, Damsky, but definitely brings the beef, like probably the beefiest of the, other than Desmond Johnson, but like or Desmond Watson. Desmond Watson is another level of beef, and that might even be too much beef. But I like Cameron Jackson a lot. Obviously, we'll see what it looks like here over the next couple picks as the Raiders make a couple back-to-back selections. The Texans went Jalen Smith at 97. Then we had guard Caleb Rogers from Texas Tech go at 98. I don't know who that is. This might be the first guy. I don't know. Is he a tackle? He's listed as a guard.
Oh, they got Charles Grant. The Raiders.
Oh, yeah, they just double dip there. Yeah, Charles Grant. I know the Falcons would have loved to get him. I was actually wondering if we saw like Wilson and Watts and some other guys go, like if Grant would, like honestly just like if Grant was just going to be the pick straight up just because of the developmental tackle. But
I really feel like it's just gonna be all defense. Maybe in the 7th, but
Yeah.
I mean, we only have one pick left
Right.
before the 7th. I mean,
Before the 7th, yeah. I mean, we only have one pick left on. You know, 7th is a priority UDFA that we're gonna
Look,
cut.
man,
You know, before the season.
I will not lie to you. I was really like, can we call the Eagles and like offer them that 7th rounder? Like,
Please, yeah. Are you sure you don't want it? Like, we could throw it in. You know, we
Yeah.
could. Are you sure?
please take
Like,
it. Please just take it. We don't need it. Like, you know, like I would love. I would
please
love to have
take it.
I'd love to have a quick stream tomorrow. You know, get that
Yeah.
4th rounder in, and then you know, make it for lunch.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I'm super excited about that though. That's a slam dunk at this point. You know, I was getting kind of nervous because like we saw all the corners go. My guy Jacob Parrish is gone. But like I had Watts above all these guys. And yeah, I mean, I couldn't have picked it better myself.
What was his Raz like? Was it good or did he not?
Watts?
Test, or?
I don't know if Watts qualified because I'm not sure if he tested.
I'll check. I got
yeah.
hit with the "Are you still here?" on my TV. That's a little demoralizing. That doesn't make me feel good about myself.
Yeah,
Yep.
That's tough. Yo, is that Can't guard Jake? Is that
Yeah.
him on?
Yeah. Mhm.
What the fuck, Jake? Why you act like you don't know anybody? What the hell?
Dude, I just pop in. I remember. I think maybe it was 2 years ago. I think I stayed all of day 3, and we stopped talking about football at a certain.
Oh
point.
yeah,
It was
yeah.
the 3 of us, and we were just chilling, man.
That's
Yeah.
gonna be tomorrow.
That's gonna be that's day 3. That's the day 3 show. This is
Especially if they give up that 7th, y'all get cut loose a little bit early.
Yeah.
Dead ass. After that 4th rounder, like, I don't care anymore. Like, you know, we can talk about the day 3 guys going to the other teams that, a lot of which like I haven't really scouted, like you know these 6th, 7th rounders. But
Yeah, it's exciting stuff.
Did Watts play in the slot at all?
Yeah. Let me pull it up. I think he played like. I think he played.
Watts got a 7 on his RAS, by the way, which I mean it's not horrible.
It's fine.
The thing
Passable.
with safety is like more IQ than it is like you
Yeah.
can get away being a mediocre.
I mean, his
like,
biggest thing is that
level
he's
player,
5'11". Like he ran a 4.58. Like I mean, that's not.
Oh, that's not bad.
That's
No,
fine.
yeah.
That's fine for a safety.
That's like Jesse Bates.
Yeah, Jesse Bates ran in the
Yeah,
4.5s. Yeah, I mean, like,
yeah,
the 40 at safety is like the most overrated thing ever. Like
Yeah, it is,
personally,
it is.
I mean, as long as you don't run like 4.7, you know, like.
It's more
but-
about like a high IQ, like knowing scheme and shit like that. Like, especially, but like the biggest thing is that Jesse Bates is there, so he's just gonna be able to like drop knowledge to these guys.
Yeah. It's, you know, he's not like, to me, like Watts he did play a bunch of slot snaps. He played 174 slot snaps this year, 207 last year. So definitely a lot of experience there. Just played a lot. Played 300 more in the box. Played 465 deep. You know, so he just played all over. I think he was one of PFF's highest graded safeties this year. Obviously, everyone knows he's a super ball hawk, right? I mean, he had 6 interceptions this year, 5 PBUs as a safety. Really impressive.
7 the year before. He had more picks than Shamar Stewart had sacks in his college career.
Yeah. Impressive stuff.
Snuck that one in there.
Impressive stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Had like what, 4.5?
Oh man. All right. Guys, we're going to continue talking here. We're going to keep this going through the end of the round. We're 3 picks out. If you want to join the giveaway, you can still, I just reopened it. You can still do so by typing that exclamation point enter. We're going to give this, as soon as the draft wraps up, we're going to go ahead and draw. You need to be subscribed, and you need to make sure you join the Falcoholic Discord so that we can give you your code. If you're not on the Discord, it's going to be really hard to give you your code. So please make sure you're on the Discord. And also please make sure you're paying attention when we call you, because we can't, like, you know, wait around all day for people, unfortunately. I do have to record another show after this and then wake up for the, you know, day 3 show. So can't sit around too long. But We see cornerback Upton Stout, WKU, going here, pick on 100.
Bro, I hate small corners, man. I do.
just want to say, you know, I hate small corners. You don't love those short kings?
Yo, like Clark Phillips was like literally like the dopest fucking college player, and he was like 5'8". He comes to the league and he's just getting dunked on left, right, and center.
That is a concern.
Yeah, he was. I'm out on Clark Phillips, man.
Yeah, not for me.
Yeah, I get it. You know, I think like he's just not a slot player, and he kind of maybe has to be at the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a concern. We got George with the $2, says even Aaron Freeman won't hate on this pick. Good call there. Shout out to Aaron. Can't believe Watts fell. Wanted either him or Wilson. Can't believe he fell to us. Strong agree there. Corey says with the $2, Google Falcons draft picks. Got Brandon Brass joining as a channel member. Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate you. We got Dr. Ganja 99, great name, with the $2 saying maybe we should restrict Terry to 5 picks or less. I mean, maybe that's the secret. Like maybe if he has, he's like, oh, I don't got a lot of picks. I guess I really got to cook. And you know, maybe that's the secret. Yeah.
I think maybe we just need to he needs to feel like he's gonna be fired every year. Like even if they win the Super Bowl, they need to be like, Terry, I don't know if we're gonna be picking up your contract, bud. Like I think this has inspired something within him.
Yeah. Oh man, love the pick. Yeah, so hyped now. Like that, I was like honestly like not really thinking they were gonna have like a secondary option here, that they might have to go for like CJ West, and I think like that would have been a good pick. Like I would have been happy with CJ West, or maybe like Braden Swinson here or something like that. You know, I think like Chris Paul Jr., but I think they're kind of probably off linebacker at this point, given, you know, they took Jalen Walker. But I mean, we cooked, man. Oh yeah. It's basically like Patreon, George. It's just for YouTube. So if you can, you know, I wouldn't, if you want to sign up for both, that's fine. It's the same perks. It's just like Patreon is mostly for like podcasts. I post all like the early versions of the podcast there and stuff like that. The channel members, the videos show up early. So there's not really like, you know, you don't need to do both, but yeah, it's, you know, if you do want to, that's fine. But yeah, if you're more of a podcast person, I would do Patreon. If you're more of a video enjoyer, I would do YouTube. But everybody gets access to the live streams. Everybody gets access to the fantasy leagues and all that stuff. Just whatever flavor you prefer in terms of content. But yeah, guys, we're going to do the drawing here soon as we see the Denver Broncos go with Savion Jones. Shout out to Savion Mixon. We've had 2 Savions go today. So I'm sure Savion's getting excited about his namesakes out here. I know Savion Jones actually had a lot of fans as like a day 2 pick, so happy for him. Just one more pick here in round 3 with the Lions. Well, I guess it's the Vikings now.
It's not going to be Shadur.
You say that, you know.
I think at this point we could be in for that. I kind of sneaky. We were discussing something else. I kind of sneaky thought the 49ers might have a little something. Mm-hmm. I mean, at this point, it could really be anybody. We're on to day 3, so I don't know. Yeah.
It's wild what's going on. It's wild what's going on with him. You know, honestly, I think there's actually a good chance that he just goes back to school. Right? I mean,
is he even allowed to? I thought when you declared you couldn't like go back.
I mean, I'm not sure, but if anyone can do it, it's probably him, right? They'll just allow it. Yeah.
I don't
I'm not
think
sure.
He can. I don't know. He's gonna have to pick a New Jersey number. His is retired.
There you go. Got his ass. Yeah.
I like Shadur though. It's funny. Like if Save Penix was not like Kirk Cousins like plays the whole season, whatever. Absolutely, at this point, I would have been like, why have we not taken this guy? Like,
yeah,
I don't know. I don't think you can put that behind Penix though. Just like the
no, exactly.
But as a player, just if his name was Shadur Johnson, like at this point, I'd be like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
I think if his name was Shadur Johnson, he would have like gone much earlier.
Yeah,
that is also true.
Yeah.
But
Last pick. Yeah.
It's nobody wants kind of feels like my read on it is nobody wants that circus right now.
Yeah, kind of seems where we're at there. Yeah. Well, guys, here we go. Last pick of day 2 of the 2025 NFL Draft. Wide receiver Ty Felton from Maryland going to the Minnesota Vikings, pick 102. And that is day 2 of the 2025 NFL Draft. Exciting stuff. Falcons make one pick with a small trade up. And once again, destroy the 2026 mock drafts by probably giving us like 4 picks to play with at this point. I guess they have 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, and 7th, so maybe it's fine. We'll see how many we actually end up with when it's all said and done. But that's a far away concern, right? I'm not too worried about my mock drafts yet. But yeah, man, have to be pretty excited about Xavier Watts here. Like we said earlier, a guy that I would have happily taken at 46 and called it a steal. I think he was a top 40 player for PFF. I think he's top 40 on the consensus board. I love that pick. I think that's a day 1 starting safety for you that has a lot more upside and coverage than Helms or Jordan Fuller. But I think you just love that safety room now. I mean, I'm not trying to slander Jordan Fuller. I think everyone in that Carolina offense got kind of hosed, or defense got kind of hosed, because there's just no talent there. After Derek Brown went down, it's they traded away all their best. They traded away their edge rusher and Brian Burns. Didn't really replace him. Derek Brown goes down, and then it's just that whole defense is a disaster. So you're kind of leaving Jordan Fuller and all your DBs out to dry. So at this point, I think Jordan Fuller's got upside, but Jordan Fuller is a 3rd safety. Hell yeah, let's do it. I'm so into that Xavier Watts pick, and I think you look at this draft as a whole now, and you're like, wow, this is we might actually be cooking up something here on the defensive side of the ball. We may actually have something here.
Yeah.
I think you got great value, at least with 2 of these picks at huge positions of need, and it just happened to intersect, and you got to be happy about that.
Yeah, I agree.
Look, if we went into tonight, if I told you at the start of the night we'd get Watts, I think we would have all signed up for it. And they didn't move the 5th rounder next year. Look, we got more value out of that than the 5th rounder this year. So this year we lost it to a tampering.
Yeah.
You can't lose what you don't have.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, maybe we'll get something back for Kirk anyways. Do you think it'll be a? I don't know, man. If nobody's biting on Shadur, I mean, I'm looking at the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I'm still looking at their depth chart. It still says Skylar Thompson and Mason Rudolph at the end of the day. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's a dark situation there. But we all know Arthur Smith doesn't give a shit about quarterbacks. So,
exactly.
So he's probably sitting perfectly calm at this point because he doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter who their quarterback is. All right, we got for the giveaway Mike Thompson at Mike Thompson. If you could let us know in the chat in the next couple minutes if you're here.
Oh, it's me. It's me.
Is that you?
No, just kidding.
Oh, it's me. It's me. Yeah. Hey, it's me. Look, yeah, Kevin Knight won. Wow, crazy. Yes, we're gonna give Mike a couple minutes here. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. You still
go ahead.
giving me a good
No, go ahead. Yeah.
I was just saying. I was listening to Terry's doing this press conference. He was saying that they had Watts rated pretty high.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah. AJ Evans. It's me. I'm the winner. Yeah, totally. Yeah. No, I'm really excited about that pick. Yeah, Cloud 9, with that one.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty hyped. I mean, maybe even more hyped than I was about the other 2 picks. I mean, you guys, I'm apparently the 2nd biggest Jalen Walker hater behind Aaron Freeman. So, maybe it's not surprising, but, yeah, I mean, I think at the price you got him, I mean, just huge steal. I mean, according to consensus, it's just nice to see the Falcons do that and actually take a good value for once. And obviously, value is completely subjective. So that is, it is what it is. But I love the pick. What can I say? How are you guys? We've seen 2 full days now for Atlanta. Damsky, where are you at? How would you rate this class?
Yeah, I mean, like I'm pretty excited that they just like stuck true to their word and like that whole like, oh, we're only sending the defensive coaching staff to the combine thing is like a real thing, and they're kind of sticking with it and like kind of getting youth into the team. I'm really excited, obviously, about the front players. I think Jalen's kind of a dog, like he's a dog and he's a dog, but you know what I mean. Like I feel like they just got more versatile, like faster on the back end. I think that was like a big problem last year. We were a slower team. Um, I'm just excited about the versatility because like literally that's one thing on defense that Raheem preaches is like versatility. And like if you look at James Pierce, if you look at Jalen Walker, if you look at Xavier Watts, like the common denominator in all of them is that they can play multiple positions, right? I know James Pierce to like a lesser extent, but he did some inside work, right? But Jalen Walker can play all over the rotation. You obviously gave the good tidbit of Watts being able to play in the slot. Safeties are just interchangeable in the league now, so him and Jesse will be able to rotate who's down, who's not. In the split safety stuff, you can actually have a guy that you can trust back there that can track a ball, right? So yeah, I'm excited. Like it's definitely. I know seem like I'm mellowed out, but like I'm just exhausted. Drafting.
Yeah, no, I mean it's pretty late. It's allowed. You could be tired at the end of the draft show. Okay, it's allowed.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. What do you, Jake? You still? I think Jake's still here. How you feeling, Jake? After 2 days.
Yeah, big smile. I think we're also past the point where I don't think we can mess this up anymore. So that's also it's good to know, like, kind of whatever happens tomorrow. If they whiff tomorrow, like and I will say in terms of how these guys end up, I do like all 3 of these players. I think they're going to be good. If some of them don't pan out, I think the process itself is very defensible. Maybe Pierce a little less than Walker and Watts, but you're talking about 2 really good defensive players at positions that you badly needed that fell into your lap, and you pounced on them. So I like Watts a lot. I think we waited a long time tonight. I didn't really think that was somebody that was going to be around that long, to be honest. I was kind of just watching the board, and I was looking more at Jared Wilson and a couple other guys, and I hadn't really even thought about him. And I saw his name pop up, and I'm like, oh, I thought this guy got picked 2 hours ago. So I'm ecstatic. I think this is an A+ draft so far, which doesn't really mean anything, but I still love it. I'm happy. And I appreciate you guys having me on. I'll probably pop in tomorrow if you guys will have me. I'm gonna be
of course.
I'll be nosing around a little bit, I think, before I head out for the day. So I'll see who we pick up early in the 4th round. But thank you guys for having me as always, and I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for coming on, Jake. Appreciate you.
See you guys.
All right, Adnan, how are you feeling now? 2 days in.
Feel good. I mean, I think this arguably, maybe the most talent that Terry Fontenot has extracted in any of his drafts so far. And we're only 2 days in now. Of course, it does help when you can, tap into the first rounder next year to extract that talent. But I think we came away with 3 starters, like 2 days in. Like that's a home run. Like I don't think you can really expect much more. I think all of these guys are, they're all going to start day one. We haven't, if unless I'm mistaken, I don't think we've had more than 2 day one starters in any draft so far. I mean, last year we had none. So 3 is better than 0. So yeah, I'm with Jake on this one. Even if this doesn't work out with Watts, at the very least, you can defend the process. You can defend the process with Walker. Don't know about defending the process with Pierce, but so far so good. Like I'm really excited. I think this defense has gotten a shot in the arm now, and I think I can. It should be a fun season. It should be a very fun season because clearly they're going in. They're pushing their chips in the middle of the table, and if Michael Penix is what we hope he will be, then this division's absolutely there for the taking.
Yeah, I think it could be really good. I'm excited about this. And yeah, Mike Thompson, you're all good. I think I found you on Discord. Mike Thompson 0684. So yeah, just if you're new at Discord, yeah, it can be kind of intimidating at first. So I don't blame you. Just take your time. The DMs are like in kind of like a separate section, so it may take you a minute to find it, but no rush. Like you got time. So and if you're gonna be back tomorrow, if you need more help or anything, just let me know. But Mike Thompson's here. We're good. So we're closing the giveaway. We're all set there. Yeah, I'm excited, man. We got one more pick early tomorrow, one more pick really late tomorrow. They're gonna bookend us, make us sweat it out all day, waiting that sweet 7th round pick. But yeah, fun draft, guy. I couldn't have called it better myself. Maybe you could say that Jared Wilson would have been a bigger need given, apparently they love Ryan Newsel, so maybe they wouldn't have thought that way anyway. But I guess at least this way we don't have to debate it, because it's like, oh well, he went ahead of their trade up, so it's it is what it is. But yeah, it's exciting stuff. Thank you guys so much for joining us tonight. We got a couple donations here to close us out. We got Brandon Brass with the $2 saying, so Shedeur to back up Penix would pick 118. If there wasn't the whole circus with it, I would say absolutely, but they're not going to do it. I don't think anybody is.
You don't think anybody is?
I don't know, man. At this
You
point,
think he's going undrafted?
At this point, what are we doing here? It seems like it's a league-wide rebuke of him. So it's probably more a league-wide rebuke of his dad, but
that's crazy. That'll be something if that happens.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It would be totally wild.
Man, what a great night.
Yeah.
Not only that, but the Saints getting Shuck as well was all in all a great night. Made it almost worth the 4.5 hours of streaming.
Yeah, it almost made it. Yeah, I mean, Xavier Watts got me hyped, so hyped. So I'm ready to go run through a wall now.
Well, so far I want to say 8.5 hours in. Kevin, you 9.5 because you did the post show last night. Man, what a time!
Yeah, what a time indeed. Yeah. What a day. It's been a long one, guys. Thank you for hanging out all the way to the end of day 2 with us. We'll be back bright and early tomorrow for noon start, and we'll have a pick pretty quick, which will be nice, and then it'll be the long wait. But it's been a lot of fun. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Subscribe if you haven't done so already. Definitely check out the rest of our shows. I'll have a day 2 recap. I wasn't going to do a day 2 recap, but I'm pretty hyped about Xavier Watts, so I'll probably do one now, just because I love the pick. And then we'll be back tomorrow at noon right here. Then we will be, as George said, we're going to be giving away 2 more cards tomorrow. One of them's for our patrons/channel members. And yes, if you join the patrons and the channel members tomorrow, you are eligible for that giveaway too. And of course, one of them is open to the people. But yeah, guys, it's been a lot of fun. We'll be back tomorrow at noon. Like I said, subscribe, check out the memberships, check out the Falcoholic.com. We'll have lots of written stuff up about the pick there right away. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think this 4th rounder, maybe that'll be a banger too, and we'll have a lot to talk about. But guys, thank you so much. We really appreciate you. It's been a lot of fun. Thankfully, the Falcons seem to be crushing it, so it could be going much, much worse, obviously. And Wasabi with the $2 says, we getting another pick tonight? It's like, no, I don't think so. I don't think so, Wasabi. I think they did officially end the round. But, yeah, I think it's exciting. It's been fun. And, yeah, let's see what happens tomorrow. Let's see if Terry can keep cooking. So, for myself, for Adnan Ikic, he's at Say Which Way. Damsky, you still at Damsky32? On Twitter?
I think it's just Damsky now. Somebody
he's down to Damsky.
Yeah. I got just Damsky.
Yeah. Well, great job. Very easy to remember. Go check it out. Jake Gordon was here as well. You can go check him out at Can't Guard Jake, and of course Dave Choate at the Falcoholic, and Aaron Freeman, Locked on Falcons. Go check that out too. R.I.P. Falc fans. But Yeah, guys, thank you so much. We appreciate you. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow. All you day 3 degens, let's get nuts. You know, we're gonna have lots of conversations.
Tomorrow's the day.
This is where we can get those deep topics in. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much. And again, have a good night. Sleep well, knowing that Terry Fontenot cooked us a wonderful meal here in the draft. Until next time, guys. Thank you so much. We'll see